time, maybe. I think it might have been OBS like over. I don't know. Sometimes OBS does this shit. I think it's back live again, but I think OBS does this shit where it's like it like overloads. I don't know. I'm like using like layman's terms, but like it overloads the it knocks me offline for a little bit because it's like there's some known error. I should roll back, but fuck, I don't have time right now. All right, well, gotta reconnect again. Nice. I don't know. I think God, I wish the music clipping would be so good, but like maybe the one we just hammered Bastion would be a good like just unloading like what is it like a 250 of belts and like I think there's 5 belts, maybe 6 belts, right? So there's 6 belts in the Bastion from aerial like whatever. It's pretty fucking good. Thanks. Happy to be back. Let me load up 5M. Thanks for the welcome back. We are loading in any second now. Doxbert. Holy fuck, dude. I have not seen it this entire time.
I was near the end when we were hammering Bastion, wasn't it? This is Echo. Did we do Bastion before or after Echo?
Before. It was like the first one we did with like just hammering and shit.
Was that before or after we got rammed by the Cobra?
So we did Power Station, and that was the Cobra Ram, and then we did Bastion.
Okay, yeah, this is Power Station respawn.
I just got the most sinister DM of all time for the most unlikely subjects. No, it said, honest question, would you ever take Chief of Police? But it's from Thrive, so I don't know what the fuck that means.
No, dude, no.
I think he's just wondering, like aloud or something.
No, dude, no. Thrive's got his little mitts all over this, man.
I don't know. I don't know, man. Because the honest answer is like probably not. Like I don't know. I've thought about it, but probably not. Like I don't think I want to be responsible for everything.
If you take it, then you can put all your friends in high positions.
But I don't want that because all my friends don't fucking play the server, and even if they did, they'd be doing a disservice to the server because you guys would just fucking do nothing.
That's not true, man.
I wouldn't offer it like that anyway, man. That's fucked up. Also, like candidly, I just don't want to be responsible for the whole shebang. I like helping and adding to it and being like a contributor.
Yeah, dude, that's why I don't know like I would fiddle. You know, that's why being a major in NATO was like the perfect rank.
I maintain
that you were high command.
I maintain that third or like fourth in command is like the optimal spot because you get
Captain
to have
or major is like exactly
you can help steer the ship and you get to have like a say in things, but you're not like the guy, which everything is. I don't know. I mean, that sounds like shitty, but like
no. Also, I just don't
middle
think management rock
makes sense. I don't know if Victor, like a fucking ex-football player, becomes a
why can't Vic grow?
He can, but it's a lot really quick to go from like 2 years. Like I think the lore is like basically due to Onyx. It's like a 2 years as a basic trooper, and then in the Master Trooper, and then within a month being anything other. I don't know. I'm not ruling anything out, but
269 is responding.
I mean, why can't you play Vic like he's a bit out of his depth?
Realistically, because I think I'd be doing a disservice to the police.
No, I think
because I think that's kind of what we're suffering from already, right?
No. But I think you're still competent. Just Vic as a character is like maybe a bit nervous and timid, and out of his depth.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not willing to rule anything out, but it is like, fuck, like, I don't know. Anyway, all right, I gotta go. I'll see you.
Have fun with the meeting.
Love you, bye.
Love you, bye.
Thanks, man. That's how you know that Svensson was never roleplay, is that I do that bit in person. OOC. Okay. I'm gonna turn this on, but
Okay.
I'll turn it on, but I don't want to listen to it. Okay, I got food. I'm good to go. I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything right now.
Hello. So right.
Am I doing anything wrong right now? Am I inadvertently... I'm not inadvertently in a Discord channel on accident. Not... Just ran the fuck out of the interceptor. Sometimes I have to like double check to make sure I'm not like accidentally connected to something. Double check. Drive over to Rockford PD's where we think we're having it. Okay. God, it is fucking quiet in here. Sorry, I keep messing with my mic arm. I'll make sure it's in a decent spot. Okay. Okay. I might have to break a few traffic laws to get there on time. Is there another green light right now? There's really not. Oh. The streetlights in GTA are so cooked sometimes. Got 3 people sitting at a red light. Here's a little traffic secret. Look like I can ignore this red light, but making a right on red. And then left across the section into this parking garage. And then boom, into a yield sign. Look at that.
Closing.
Technically, that's all legal, by the way. It's all legal. It's a little shitty. In real life, a cop might pull you over for avoiding the red light, but I don't think I've ever seen that practiced in GTA. I once got pulled over, a warning from a cop because I went through a gas station. Like I pulled into a gas station, saw the gas prices were too high, and then went out the other side. And the cop was like, "Hey, careful, you know, like you're not really supposed to avoid the red light by going through a parking lot." And I was like, "Oh, I just, you know, the gas, you know, I stopped to check the gas prices," and he was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever, just, you know, don't do that." So I guess it's technically a thing. I don't know what the charge would be though for the citation. Yeah, nice try. I'm just broke, man. Yeah, I gotta be like super dramatic about it, like get out, look at the gas station sign, maybe take off my hat, throw it on the ground, stomp on it, look up at the sky, raise my fist, shaking it at the sky for a second, get back in my car, sigh to myself, go on social media, make a post that I think gas prices are too freaking high. Yeah, I gotta keep the moths in my wallet ready to go for this situation. Let's see. I think this is where he said, no? That's what he said, right? Captain's office, first floor. Is there another captain's office here? First, oh, dude, you know what it is? He said first floor, but I forgot. He's European. First floor means second floor in Europe. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Hey, Neon, what number is this? Hey, Europeans. What number is that, buddy? I cracked it. I cracked it.
I'm just gonna, yeah.
I put your maternal
Yeah,
figure.
just start a meeting. I'm
Gruber?
just gonna sit there.
We shouldn't start the meeting without Costa.
No.
Hey, Vic.
I don't know how the fuck this
Is it okay if I come in?
Yeah.
I didn't know we were using Gruber's office.
Well, he kind of just made it that way.
Okay. Hope he's okay with that.
Oh, Burton's here.
Oh, Barton is here. Wow.
You know how long I sat on the
Didn't
first
expect
floor
to see you here.
until I realized Costa is European and this is the first floor to him?
This is
Yeah,
the
this
first
is
floor.
this
yeah.
is the first floor.
No, this is the second floor.
No,
I
you
think-
have ground, underground, first, second, third.
I would just say go to the stairwell and see what number's on the side.
It's number two, man.
It's definitely not.
I'm telling you, I just looked at it.
Oh my god, so many chairs. Do you not want to sit next to me, Button?
Oh, I figured you wanted Coster to sit next to you.
Oh, you can have Costa sit there, right? That way he's in the middle.
No. Now you want me to
No,
sit
no,
next
it's
to you.
okay. It's okay.
No.
It's
This
fine.
might
No,
be
Yeah,
good.
no, he's there now.
actually gonna
He's
sit
there now.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I thought Costa was gonna sit there.
Where your pants at?
Okay, go back to where you
You
were.
know, we said the same thing.
Why are you up?
She even took her pink panties off and threw them on top of me.
I
over
can't
here.
believe you got up for this meeting. Oh my lord.
Well, did a fucking cation.
You really dedicated to the job.
Hello, give me
Hey.
5. Give me 5. I'm here. I think.
Bro's busy.
You look sweaty.
Yeah.
We ain't supposed to be wearing vests that say trooper. You're gonna
Yeah,
have to
problem?
take that off.
Says who?
Says Coster.
You know, you're kind of a hater, Barton.
Yeah,
To be
listen,
fair.
it's not my rule. You gonna have to take it off.
Kind of a hater, Barton.
Ain't my rule.
You don't like my trooper?
To be
though?
fair, she's a civilian, right? So doesn't really
Yeah.
matter, I guess.
Oh, don't say that. That'd be possession of government equipment.
Nah.
Civilian employee of the police department, same as a bailiff, right? You think consider a bailiff a civilian? I don't know if I've actually asked that to myself.
No. They're an officer of the court, aren't they?
Yeah,
That's how you look at it, I suppose.
but technically, an officer of the court is also a lawyer and a DA by that definition.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
Oh, did everyone get
You're gonna have to
reclothed?
take
And
that
I just
off,
didn't.
Tilly.
Okay.
Wants her to take it off. Mostly because she's not wearing clothes under it.
Oh, why are my pants still off?
Coster's interceptor was just stolen.
Yeah.
Oh my god, someone just stole his interceptor?
Nice.
Oh, May got it.
Oh.
Why is Gruber's name all over the place in here?
It's Gruber's
No.
office.
I was joking about that on
Yeah,
the
I
way in
don't
too. I think he claimed it.
You did.
How did you? I can't reach the bag. There it is.
Nobody better be corrupt because you're gonna end up like that shooting target on the wall.
Corruption?
What, the flag of Germany?
No, to the left of it.
Oh, corruption. Yeah.
As far as my face is on there. You guys come here often?
Yeah, actually I do, twice a day.
Twice.
Yeah,
Twice a
yeah.
day.
I do, it's my routine station checks.
I am surprised we got everybody here. Actually, that's very surprising.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised too. Okay, let's see. Hmm.
Nice weather today, huh?
Yeah. How's your Women's Month going, Jerry?
Yeah, it's not going too bad, to be honest. It's going great. How about yours?
Oh, amazing. Yeah. Oh, I think Eid's coming up this weekend, huh?
It is.
Yeah.
It definitely is. Yeah, Party Central.
Yeah, it's always such a big feast.
There's a good camera position in here.
Are you
Is
drunk,
anybody,
Burton? You're about to be.
did anybody ever figure out how much wood the woodchucker actually chucked?
Much as it could, man. Much as it could.
yeah.
Would Jankowski take an OC position at them Cowboys
Really, did you learn about
under
Confucius yet?
Schottenheimer. Absolutely not.
No,
Jankowski was
I've
a
not
defensive player.
bothered. I've not been.
He's a defensive
bothered to learn
end.
about Confucius.
He would never take an OC position. He'd be unqualified.
Yeah.
Like a fool of himself.
Yeah. I've
Look
got
at the
better things to
Cowboys.
do, Nick.
Underqualified even for the Cowboys.
Than to play a stupid little boy
BC?
game.
Yeah, 100%.
Like
walk
the
away
Chinese-
right here
the
now.
Chinese
On
thing,
my ass.
Confucius, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
walk away right here, right now. If the
Confucius
Cowboys
Go to bed with itchy ass. Wake up.
give me a
with stinky
position
finger.
as the defensive coordinator, as Jankowski, I'll roleplay him. That position pays like hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's okay. Defensive coordinator is just a coach who coordinates the defense. No need to actually run. Who does Jankowski main in league? He doesn't play league. He's not. He doesn't. It's not that he doesn't know about league. He just doesn't play it. Bingus is the league player. Bingus
Some new
canonically
painting is
is
building,
a ex-professional.
yeah, pretty bland.
Bingus is an ex-professional
Yeah.
League of Legends player who played top lane. I don't know
You
what
should go with
team I
something
said
like yellow.
for. I don't know if I've said a team. Maybe C9. I don't know. Maybe CLG. I don't know what I said. I don't know if I said a team. I think C9's a funny one.
Yellow.
Yeah, yellow. Why not?
Yeah,
Brighten
it's
the
just a big
place up.
meeting. Just a big meeting.
Isn't there like some study about the paint colors, how it affects your mood?
Yeah, green's the most common and it's the most easiest to look at. Like the most
Green is.
Rudolph
yeah, it's the
Gold.
easiest color for you to look at
Oh,
without
what?
straining.
What the hell?
Yeah. That's a
Well,
fun
well,
fact.
well.
Welcome.
Oh well.
Welcome.
What's this?
Hey.
That's
an
better,
alpha.
Tilly.
That's
Better,
better, Tilly?
Tilly?
Yeah.
What? Nah.
If this isn't the clown show that's gonna save the SCSP, are we?
Yeah.
How's everyone doing?
Toilet
Great.
paper.
Great.
Sorry, I was having some brain issues, so I was running a little late. Why does Burton have a cup on his head?
He's doing a balancing contest. Coming up
He's,
next
a
week.
little
Talent show.
tired.
He's very tired. Very tired. I think he's sleeping. He's drooling.
Burton, hello, wake up. Oh my God, this guy drools while he sleeps.
Oh.
You know that? Do you guys know that's a sign of low IQ?
Really?
Yes.
If you're a dribbler?
Yeah.
Oh, the cup fell. Oh, it was full of water.
Who's gonna clean? Whose office is this now? Who's using this?
Gruber,
Gruber.
apparently.
What the fuck?
Yeah, do you want us to call and ask permission?
No. Nobody below command gets an office or below supervisor. What the hell?
We all found out today.
Why would they need an office?
Well, I mean,
Did you guys bring these drinks or was this already here?
I didn't bring any drinks.
No, they were all on top of the fridge over here.
You see the
Oh, that's a lot of alcohol.
you see the target from the shooting range? Don't be
Don't put that
corrupt
out
in
there.
here. Probably Gruber.
I can't read it. It's so tiny. What does it say? Corruption. Hold on. Some bloody knuckle prints. Okay. Seems like he went at it.
You know, maybe he needs like a mental check.
He's been a little on edge the past few days.
Explains
Has anyone checked on him?
bandages.
Yeah.
I don't know him that well, but I've never known him not to be on the edge a little bit.
He's just angry German.
Have I missed anything the last couple days? I took 2 days off.
Same question.
Not much. Tragic
not
little
much.
on numbers on NA, but that's not exactly new news.
That's not new, yeah.
We actually have a
I
lot
see.
right now.
I see Marlo Baker resigned.
Yep.
He sent me a text.
Yep. Talk to me.
Oh, you might have heard from Tilly. I don't know if she wants to mention it, but Fontana asked for her job back.
Yeah, she did.
Wait,
And-
Fontana already? I told her to take like a long break. This was like a week.
Well, how long of a long break do you want her to take?
I told her to take like 3 to 4.
Oh my god. I don't think
A
that's
week? Malik.
necessary.
If you are mentally not in the place to work, then a week is not going to cut that for you. I hate to break it to you.
I kind of agree with
A
Costa on this
a
one.
true break is like 3 or 4 weeks.
I kind of agree.
What about 2? 2 is a pretty long
Maybe
time.
2.5.
Okay.
I kind of agree. If you're citing a reason it's
Also,
burnout,
Malik Rudd wants his job
then you need
back.
some actual significant
Who
time.
the fuck is that?
It's an old ranger, isn't it?
Yeah, he came in with Burke back in the day. It was good.
So exciting! Look at this little nice circle jerk we've got. Got a couple drinks. That's all. That's non-alcoholic, right?
Yes,
All right.
all alcohol free.
Before we start this, I'm going to make a. Actually, I'm going to change up this roster that we already have in here, and that way we know. I don't know how this is going to go, but that way we know kind of the choices that we've made.
Well, let's make it ourselves easy first. Who didn't do the interviews or the form?
I sent you that list. It was already in there, so it was. I don't know if Lavender Hope ever did it. Let me check. Let me see if there's any new ones. Hold on.
Tilly, I can't get these underwear you put up.
Your AI got lazy.
I didn't put in all of the new responses that we got.
I read my notes.
Well, I mean, they had a time frame, right? But as long as they filled it in. So, who are we gonna shit talk first?
So we never got one from Lavender Hope. We never got one from Dax Phillips. And then people who don't mean it, like Patrick Downing, Marlo Baker, Greg Tackleberry, Hank Cliff. These people who are reserve troopers. Oh, bye.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
See ya.
Yeah.
nobody
okay.
answered the question. He got pissed off.
I was just looking at that. I think there's only, what was it, 26 singular ones that were actually interviewed person to person. Minus, let's say, us guys. There are 26 troopers.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me update this.
You can just delete Marlo Baker. He resigned.
Yeah, but okay. Hear what I'm saying now, though. That's 26 out of 83 people employed by the San Andreas State Police.
Yeah, I don't get it. There's not even 86 people on this list.
Right. That's your answer.
Well, how many of the people are disqualified from the list because they're cadet, dispatcher, janitor?
It's all,
it
it's all
wouldn't be
on there.
too
If you look
many.
at the list, there's a roster. And on that
Is this
roster,
everybody?
it says it all. Yep, everybody's on there.
So six PD personnel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 dispatch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cadets. That's 19, right? That's 19. Then you've got 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25. So that's including reserve troopers as well. So PD personnel, cadets, and reserve troopers is 25. That leaves 51 people. That still
Okay, it
leaves
seems I
30.
have this shit again. So just prepare that I will fall asleep like every 10 minutes.
Okay.
So that's 32 people.
So where's the 83 number come from? Like the roster or like
That's
org?
the yeah, that's the amount of people that's employed by the San Andreas State Police.
Wait, are you saying that the list is wrong? That there's more people than I have?
I'm saying the state police has 83 employees, right?
Yeah.
The people who had the interviews face to face, I haven't done the ones with the form because some of them are doubled up, right? So let's just say face to face was 26. With the PD personnel, the cadets, and the reserve troopers, that's 25. So that leaves minus how many of us here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. That leaves 20, I think it was 26 or 27 people who haven't either filled it out or have filled it out and I haven't counted for it for the ones of the forms. Does that make sense?
No, I'm lost. You're saying that there's 20 because I'm only missing an account for what, 7 or 8?
Which would be us.
Yeah, none of us did the form. I hope. Actually, I did. I did the form.
I did because I think me and Kane and Tilly mentioned like, you know, maybe it's good for command to do it too, just to get our opinions on paper.
There's a total of 78 people on that document. So how many people are
There's a
working for the
few
department?
Gotta
PD
double down.
personnel. Well, I'm looking. There's a few PD personnel that didn't make this list on your document, but that's fine.
Yeah, because
That's
they're
fine.
just bailiffs and whatever the
Like
fuck they are.
Sullivan,
Yeah.
Colombo, Winston. Winston's on there actually.
And the form was for people who couldn't make face to face, right?
Great.
I think the form is for everybody in the department. And right now we have 83 members, so I'm missing 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Coster said he filled out the form, and then there's 6 of us here.
Yeah, I don't think the form's. I'm kind of confused.
Okay, your form
I don't even know
form
what
isn't
we're
on the whole document
discussing,
yet.
really.
Like all the answers, all the people who've answered it. That's why I'm counting a different number than what you are.
Oh, on the final. You mean
Yes.
on the
yes.
side?
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
I see,
Yeah.
I see,
Yeah.
I see,
Yeah.
I see.
Yee-hoo.
All right.
Oh my
Well-
god, mute your phones before we start this just so we don't forget.
Isn't that your
Yeah, also
phone?
turn off your
Yeah, but, like-
radios, by the way. I do not want anyone to know that we are here.
Your phone is still ringing, Tilly.
It's gonna keep going like that.
Just
till Gary
turn off
hangs
the
up.
sound.
Jingle jangle.
It's gonna. Gary will hang up. Hold on.
Can't you just decline it?
Let me call
still
you and then
rings.
hang up my call.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
it's
gonna
a
make it
little weird.
worse.
There you go.
Thank you.
And now turn off the sound, and then
I
you'll
did.
be good.
I did.
All right, regardless of the forms, the
If I fall asleep,
AI
just keep going like you would.
Yeah, the AI says we should reconsider Habibi, Smiley. Well, Jankowski doesn't count. Samson / PVK and Gruber.
Samson quit, didn't he?
Samson did quit.
So that's one less.
Yep.
Don't really put a lot of stock into the AI's
Yeah.
evaluation because I think it's just because I noticed some of the ratings that it said were good were not ones that I thought were good that I was there for, and like vice versa.
Yeah, the AI is
Yeah, I agree.
was
It
funny.
also is like
but it's
picking up
dog
on.
shit.
It's also picking up on like, you know, like for example, like it fucking loves I have to look through. There was an example I had.
You so sexy.
It loves a few troopers who I think kind of said very little and did very little in their interview, but because they mentioned a few buzzwords that AI's got a tendency to latch onto, they got rated very highly. So I just don't put a lot of stock into it. Oh my god! Of all the days for Soups to raid me, no way, Naps. Not today, man.
Does
Okay.
anyone stand out to you guys that had a bad interview?
I've got a few notes. I could just launch into it. I don't know if you want to go through name by name or just start ad
Can
hoc.
someone quickly? Someone quickly send the list or send the link?
I'm sending a link right now. It's gonna be a new link. I'm gonna be updating this as you guys go with our choices. So hold on one second. Let me post it.
Okay.
So my suggestion to tackle this would be just to go through the interviews as they're presented on like the bookmarks that Tilly put on the final interview sheet. So and just go through. And I think I don't want to do like a vote per se, but if someone has strong opinions or no opinions, or you know, my idea is basically like there's 4 buckets you put each trooper in, right? And you know, first bucket is like great, thumbs up, no notes, they're fine, right? Second bucket would be like good, but like minor issues here and there. We want to talk to them, but nothing serious, not even retraining. Third would be like, okay, major issues. They might have something there, but we need to talk to them and like probably set them up with an FTO or someone we trust or one of us or whatever. And then bucket 4 would be they're fired. And just kind of sort people in that way so we can kind of go off it and, you know, everyone
What
gives...
was that second one you said? You said first one was great. What was the second one?
Second one would be like good, but like we just want to confirm a few details. Like just talk to them and straighten things out. No retraining, but just talk to them to let them know we disagree slightly with their input, but nothing major.
So I think there should be 3 buckets.
Okay.
I think bucket number 1 should be retain and restrain. Bucket 2 should be come back later. And bucket 3 should be We're not sure yet, so we'll come back to it at the end of the meeting. Anyone else got thoughts?
Thank you for the sub to Baron App
in
and
Jankowski's
Real
world.
Slimkey. Thanks.
Like if you're not sure on somebody, then
sorry, Alex took your trinket. Right? Count out.
Yeah, but the talking phase is kind of over. So that's what the interview was for.
So Colonel, you don't think there's anyone on this list we would keep full stop? Like no retraining necessary?
No, everybody that we are keeping will have to go and be retrained. Everybody. And I will personally be involved in doing that because we can't keep them and then not make sure that our quote unquote old rod is out there. So everybody that stays will have to go through this process.
Colonel, can I say something?
They'll be given the option. Yeah.
And it might sound rude, but it's not intended that way. Do you think you have the time to commit to personally retraining all these people?
Yes. Yes, we have a great group of people here. Okay. We can definitely pump those out. That's why it needs to be a significantly smaller group than the 83 we have right now.
Okay, so I just want to say something on the back end of this. If, let's say, in the end, quite a few people are left out and gone, what are we looking in terms of time frame to start picking people back up again? Because it will hit us drastically.
What, between the time frame of retraining?
Time frame between retraining and then bringing on new people into the department.
I mean, if the group is significantly smaller, we could easily do that in a week. Because these people that we're going to keep are mostly active. So it won't be difficult
to
do that in my world.
You're the colonel, it's your ship to steer, but I do think there's some people that probably don't need much retraining and it would be redundant for them. But I also question, I don't know what the retraining looks like, to be fair. And I think an issue to raise on top of that is there might be, it may be just me, but we may not all be on the same page in this room as far as what we'd retrain on, if that makes sense,
No, that's why you wait for my document to be ready, where we go over all these standards, and then you can just train them on that. It's gonna be a super easy process, and it will be an easy retrain process, but they will have to lock it in for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Fair enough.
It's not
how
going
long
to
do
be
you think training would take?
Hours.
Like just like half an hour, 45 minutes, or like a couple hours for each person?
I think per group it could be like an hour maybe per group.
Okay. So like you're doing it in batches then.
Yeah, okay. Definitely not all at once. Because then they don't get the
then
they don't get the attention that they should have from us.
So
it's gonna be like little classes.
Okay. What would you imagine like the class size to be? Let's say there's 20 people ready to go. What would you say the max is for the class size? Just like groups of like small groups, I'm guessing, like 4 or 5.
It depends on how much of us are available. I would say an absolute max of like 10.
Okay. Well, I think cross that bridge when we get there.
Kind of reminds me of what Wakatov did with the hospital a couple months ago.
Not sure that worked out so well for them.
No, they call it re-education.
Okay.
And it was hilarious. It's more of a knowledge type deal, and then just running over the processes. It's it's pretty easy retraining, but we gauge where they're at and what they need. And then in that whole retraining thing, still be seeing that maybe they don't have the level we require.
Okay, I got it. I'm on board with it. So do you want to go through, and you said 3 buckets. 1 is keep retrain. 2 is tell them to get, go, basically fired, but like instruct them to reapply when we have time for them. And 3 is, what was it again? Like no hire at all? Like never?
No, 3 would be, we're not sure right now, so let's revisit at the end of the meeting. And honestly, if we're still unsure, then they should probably just go and come back later. Because we can't afford to keep a lot of this, uncertainties around.
Okay. And again, I know I'm talking a lot. I want to leave room for other people, so feel free to jump in. But what's the process for firing them or telling them to come back later going to look like? Just a text and then
I'm going to I'm going to announce a big meeting where, in person, I will tell them all what is happening.
okay, I like that better. I think that's my concern, is that if we fire them through text message or something, the good ones that we do actually sincerely want to come back probably won't if they feel like it's not personal enough. And so I definitely I'm a big fan of the even if a big meeting with lots of people in person, you know, give them a chance to actually like hear it from your horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yeah, it would be a
So, Tom,
whoever can show up meeting, all hands meeting, and I'm just going to probably do it in the MRPD briefing room or somewhere else where we have a lot of space that can fit a lot of people.
Okay, sounds good to me.
What's the purpose of bucket 3? Like, if we're unsure on somebody, we should just talk about them and become sure.
It's just so we can get through this process fast, and any uncertainties we can then discuss at the end. Just so we have the big portion out of the way. Because then if we do that, we're going to get really locked on every person, and I think unsure, just talk about it later. Then we at least have the keep and go done for, so we don't get still on each topic
to keep things moving.
Yeah. So discussion
And
for the end, basically.
My final question is, what's the timeline until we are looking to bring new people in, because numbers are down bad?
What day is it? It is Wednesday. I would like to start hiring around
shut up and let
Monday.
Let it happen.
The end of the week / Monday.
Shut up and let it happen.
Okay.
Amazing.
Yes.
That requires us to lock it in.
All hands on deck.
Yeah.
And we can do this. I'm telling you, we can do this, but it's going to be a combined effort.
Now is
the status?
If I don't fall asleep every 10 minutes, I'll put in a lot of hours this week.
What's the status on the new FTO paperwork and stuff?
I'm almost done with it. I'll probably send it to you guys either tonight or tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Now is probably a terrible time to let you know I won't be available on Friday or Saturday at least. But
that's fine.
I
work burger shot night shifts on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so I'll be here during AU/EU in the weekend.
Yeah,
and I will be NA today and tomorrow and Friday, maybe Friday.
We'll do what we can, but just let you know, Friday and Saturday are no go for me. But you know, I'm guessing everyone has a 1 or 2 days they take off anyway. Okay, you want to go through the list and just I'm assuming Tilly's from the question you answered the buckets. Are you okay to take notes and record where people go?
Shared a document in the NCO chat.
I can record too if you'd like.
There is a record, like the camera device on the table.
I don't know. He just mentioned recording.
Like document where people go, like what we decide on.
Yeah, I got that all ready for it now. So now I posted it in the emails.
Okay.
I'll be keeping track of where we're going. So every time an officer is chosen, I'll switch it out.
Yeah, sure.
You're a fucking godsend, by the way, Tilly. Thanks for doing all that paperwork stuff.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's big of you.
You sound so tired.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, most and foremost, I think it's important we go through the red bucket first, shall we?
Yeah. The what now?
The red bucket.
Okay, the ones who didn't. Okay, yeah, all right.
The shit bucket. You know the bucket you shit in.
I prefer a commode.
A bucket here and there.
Are those
like
just
a
the
hole?
People who,
just dig a hole.
You're just talking about the ones that are you talking about the ones that missed quota and didn't do the form and didn't get an interview, or is there another red bucket I'm not knowing about?
The red bucket I'm currently interested at is the people that either horribly failed their interviews and indeed just haven't shown up or done anything.
We didn't even create buckets like that.
We're doing that now.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this talk.
Oh, okay.
My suggestion is just to go from the top of the Wiener, May, Vinton, Hull, and they go where they go, and then we can revisit stuff as needed. Like once over at the end to make sure we didn't miss anything.
We have
trying to decide who had the bad interviews is going to be tough because it's a little subjective too.
Yeah, just start at the top, go down. We've already got a list, right? So we can just say where they are, from there.
I gotta think real hard for like 30 seconds. So if you guys make any choices, just let me know, okay?
We'll do. So the first one's Wiener, according to the way we did interviews in chronological order. You want to do it that way, or is there another way you have in mind? I feel like if we jump around, we might, forget some folks.
Let's just use Chili's list.
Okay.
Just use the list and go down. It's the easiest way.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
I have
Start
the
from
list
top.
Yeah,
for
that's
the new
synced up
one
to the,
and the list on the roster.
That's synced up to what I got to. So
Yeah.
first one's Wiener then.
My input on Wiener, he's got attitude issues, and he's rogue. He's a cowboy.
Attitude issues from Burton is crazy.
I don't know him well enough to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I had a little altercation with them, but it was months ago, so I don't really care. But I've been hearing good stuff about him, but not from Burton.
How did he do in his interview?
I thought his interview was rather good. I mean, I'm only looking at the transcript on his. I wasn't there for it. But when I reviewed it, I kind of went through and I have a list of how I thought everyone did on their interviews, like graded, ranked or whatever. And he was, in the top 6 or so. My impression on him is that he does a fair amount of cadet stuff. Takes some pride in it. Maybe a little bit of I'm trying to think of the term for it, but maybe he thinks it's like more important than it is or something. But he does cadet stuff. I think I have a good impression with him. I do know what Burton's getting at with the attitude. And I think we're going to see that a lot because a lot of troopers have unfortunately been through a few restructures where they were a sergeant or a corporal or higher than that, and now they're not. And so when someone talks to them, they're still not past what they were. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to humble yourself so many times in a row. And I think I haven't seen him for 2 weeks or so, but I didn't think he was terrible. I just thought, I like a bit of an inkling on what Burton said, but overall I think he's okay, and he does FTO stuff, and he seemed to be a competent teacher anyways, and seemed to enjoy it.
Yeah, he's a good cop. He's a good guy. But I think if we're trying to kind of get an identity here and lock it in, he definitely needs retraining.
So what I find the most important for the people that we had interviews, there's about 6 of us in this room. Tilly's already doing a task. Why don't we all check out their interview, and then one person checks the perjury question, then another checks the Fourth Amendment question, and then then we all have these key questions that they really just needed to get right? Because some people blatantly said that they would lie on the stand for a case. That was actually crazy. So we can't have that. So I need all of us to check something in interview so we can go through it pretty efficiently but quickly.
I can take the perjury question.
If you want the same person to look at the same question each interview, is that what I'm getting at?
Yeah, just scan it globally, but have one responsibility at least to tell the group. So that's what I'm wondering with Weiner. We have everybody has his opinions, their opinions about him, but what's the facts on the paper? What came out of his mouth during the interview?
I'd be happy to do the Fourth Amendment question because I wrote that one, and I know that's a little bit more minute than most. I did look over his interview in advance, so I read all of them, I think, besides Sebastian Kane's, who it's still blank. Yeah. I think his answers were generally pretty good. They at least met, they were at least adequate, if not good in most situations. I personally value honesty over placating, a lot. So even if he's critical of the department, I appreciate them not pretending that things are good when they're not, and pretending that they don't have issues when they do. As for his Fourth Amendment question, he got it right. He mentioned the person and their property, which is basically all I want to hear.
Okay, what about the rest? Perjury,
he answered it okay. I would like them to say they're prepared to the case and up to date with the case, and don't need the answer. I do not recall, but he said it's better to be honest.
It's better to be honest, or you should always be utmost honest?
Always be honest. Saying it when you do not recall is perjury, and you should get fired.
He recognizes the fallacy there, and he got across the gap. He gets it.
Yep.
Regardless of our opinions of Weiner, what I have seen of his personal work is that he knows what he's doing. He has the knowledge. He trains cadets. I have not had complaints on him about that on that level. So for me, Weiner could go in the retrain bucket for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I would like him in the retrain
Snunk has
bucket.
shit himself
Agreed.
before. I don't believe anybody who says they've never shit
Are you
themselves.
editing? Are you
Ever.
gonna edit it, Tilly, or you need someone else to do it?
I got it.
Perfect.
No, I
Next on the list is
I
Anita
refuse
May.
to
I'm pretty
believe
sure she was the
that
first
anybody
interview we even did
over the age of like
ever.
18 or 20 has
Wasn't it?
never
She
shit
was.
themselves
Yeah.
as a
So you got the order
Beyond a
wrong,
baby.
Tilly.
You mean I got the order wrong? The order, I'm not sure how this order's going off of.
Either
They
way,
may be
Anita
different.
May. You know we all know Anita May, the red-haired.
I think
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
great. She's
I like
gotten like
Anita.
5 huts this week. Amazing Drooper. She's
Yeah,
critical.
we can't
but
let her
that's,
go.
she's 10 out of 10 in my books.
Yeah, and she's not afraid to speak up when she has a concern about something. Her and I had a long talk last week about some of the concerns she has.
I put May in like the top 8 for interviews. I don't think I've spoken to her much, just in the hallways and such. But it seems like didn't fall for any of the trap questions. You know, seems like they know what they're doing. And also, I think I've seen them FTOing. Not sure though. So another good, point in their camp.
I don't think
They,
she's an FTO. She hasn't
But like
even
taking
been...
cadets out.
She
Like
no,
trying-
she doesn't have to. I'll let her have it.
Is Anita around enough?
She hasn't even
Yeah.
attended our
Yeah,
academy.
Anita's around. Anita's around.
Okay.
Has she
what about the
ever
questions?
even read the academy paperwork though? Because she'd never attended academy.
Yeah, that's. Oh my God, she didn't.
Yeah, but I don't
That's
think
exactly
there's been
why
an
we're going to
academy.
retrain
'Cause she's
everybody.
been here as long as I have, and
but
there's not been one.
There's at least like the classroom and academy. There's some stuff in there that you have to read.
Well, part of the retrain is we should just make them all reread those documents again.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Easy. So she's in the good bucket, number 1, I guess.
What about the perjury question and the Fourth Amendment shit?
She answered the perjury for us and fine.
Okay, so we all agree that perjury is absolutely not okay, and you cannot say I do not recall in the stand if you actually remember, right?
Yeah,
We're all
She
on the same
answered the
page?
perjury question correct.
Okay.
yeah. Basically, all I as the author of some of these questions, all I'm looking for on the perjury question is, I would not answer I do not recall unless it's the God's honest truth. Any variation of that is fine because that's what it is. And then the Fourth Amendment, as long as they mention it's the person and the property, that's like the bare minimum. And then for the Tilly question, understanding if they have RS or not is the objective of that one. And also if they would like talk to the person before just kind of robotically handcuffs, frisk type situation. But to answer the Anita May one, she got the Fourth Amendment one fine, I think. Actually, let me double check. No, she didn't. She got the property and possessions, but not the person. So probably needs to be given a nudge on that.
Okay. Retrain bucket. Next up I see is Chris Vinton. I specifically remember from my notes for Chris Vinton's interview, they were really long. It was meh.
That's how I would describe him. I work with him a lot in EU. I would just say just mid.
My notes were just meh.
My ranking of him was bottom 5. I mean, aside from the one we'll get to later who lied, and a few other ones who didn't grasp basic concepts, Vinton seems like someone who struggles with like confidence on scenes and knowing what to do and when to do it. Also very caught up in the anti-BCSO sentiment, very against them, and kind of doesn't seem willing to build a bridge back to work with them, which, it's up to you, Coster, if that's kind of the path you want to take or not. Just letting you know what he's...
oh yeah, we're
on
not
that
going to
on
do
that
the
note,
same
Kane-
attitude as BCSO.
Kane, was he was kind of pushing
Yeah.
pretty hard against Raid, right? Like
It
whose
was his
idea was
case.
it? That was him? Okay.
It was him. I put my name on it as a supervisor, and I'll take the fall for it. I'm cool with that. But yeah, he was
Yeah,
pushing for it.
that's what I thought. That's kind of the vibe I got.
But did you not actually arrest Raid?
I did it because he was scared to, but the DA said, "Go get her now."
Wait, so it wasn't even your case?
I helped with it. I was involved with the scene.
Vincent was going to go and arrest her regardless. Me and Kane was there and we said, listen, speak to the DA. He didn't want to get hold of a DA. We called the DA down there. We was all in a meeting. I was there. Kane was there. Arlen was there. Everybody gave their points and views on it. Vincent was pushy. Then the DA eventually turned around and said, yeah, I give the go-ahead to go and arrest her.
Okay.
And that goes to the question about Tilly with the Tommy gun. He immediately goes to Terry Frisk. Just immediately.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting question because we might have different responses in here. And in the end, I think it's a lot of it's based on your articulation, right? Because the a Terry Frisk is based on if you believe the suspect in question to be armed and thus presently dangerous, or armed and dangerous. I don't really know how the judges view it, because I know some Supreme Court justices have upheld that it's being armed is making you thus presently dangerous.
Danger.
But it's also been ruled in some states that it's being armed is not also presently dangerous, and that's a separate third prong you have to prove.
So I know that
I don't want
to rules like that over here too.
Rules that
I'd imagine
I'd
imagine most of the judges will, considering everybody in Los Santos is probably armed, and then that's a well-known fact.
I agree for sure. That's my interpretation as well, is that being armed doesn't make you inherently presently dangerous. There has to be some other element to it. And so I don't know that he got that right for sure. I mean, because what I really was hoping with these questions is that they would articulate a little bit more and like talk about why they believe that. Because I think you can frisk someone if someone brandished a Tommy gun. If the report is that you brandished a gun in public, which brandishing is inherently in public, there can be I think there is at least a good faith argument in court that you thought they were dangerous because they presented a inherently illegal and dangerous firearm in public. Presenting it could be argued that way. I'm not saying whether I think it is or not. I'm just saying I think the legal argument can be made. And I'm a little disappointed the vast majority of troopers didn't even try to bring that up, that that element of dangerous. They just see Tommy gun,
because I don't
brandished,
think they actually know.
Frisk. I know, and that's
you can't articulate it.
And I think that's a major issue. And then also he did get the Fourth Amendment one wrong as well. Just didn't seem to understand that he recited it, that it's the right to be secure from unreasonable searches and seizures, which is correct. But we're not asking what it is. We're asking what is defined as a seizure. And he just said possessions. So he also said investigation would be considered a seizure, but he didn't really articulate that the person is really what I wanted to hear from him, Overall,
third bucket.
Yeah, I think...
No, second.
Wait.
The third bucket was we discussed later.
Oh, yeah, the second one was fire, yeah.
Yeah, second bucket then.
Yeah. Okay, next.
Oh, and also, before we move on from him, just to get on record, I did read the report that, you were talking about with the raid thing, and I found that, and I don't know if the answer can be explained here, it's too long, we can just move on. It seemed like, the way the report read, and I could just be misinterpreting it, which I think is also his fault for writing it so poorly, that it seemed like the person raid shot was the original person. He just didn't believe he had the right to shoot, if that makes sense. Or she had the right to shoot.
That's not how he said it.
Okay.
No,
because the report stated that the identifying feature was a hat of some kind that got knocked off by his own admittance, and then a crown tattoo on the right eyebrow. And then the person who got arrested had a crown tattoo on the right eyebrow. So, the only identifying feature was confirmed. So I don't know what he was getting at.
No, he said it in person was, for example, she had purple hair. The one that was shot had white hair. They wasn't in the same vehicle. It was like he painted the pictures completely different people. Yeah,
okay, we can discuss bad report writing on his part then.
Yeah, and the hair was covering the tattoo.
We already made that decision.
Okay.
The next one is
Hall.
Alexandra Hall. She's a pretty good EU trooper. I'd be voting for the retain bucket straight away, but I'll await the interview questions.
I work with her daily. She's great.
Yep, retrain.
But I can read the thing, and we can make an opinion off of that as well if you'd like.
Yeah, check the interview. let's do that with everybody, so we're not just making I like this person friend gang decisions.
She did not answer the Fourth Amendment one in the optimal way, I guess I'll say. But I've worked with her and think very positively of her as well.
Is it in like a non-optimal way that can't be retrained because it's so down bad, or is it
no?
like
Just
we can amend
she just
it?
missed the person part. I don't know. I mean, just to be simple, like she got the seizing possessions, but not the person part of it, which is the crux of it, really.
What did we
Same-
vote
same
on
with
Vincent
the-
real quick?
Let him go.
Vinton was a 2.
Same with the Tilly question with Hall. Immediate detainment and frisk, and then misquoted Terry v. Ohio. Knew part of Terry v. Ohio, but not all.
And then for the perjury, she was one of the few that says review the reports before court. So she answered it correctly.
Okay. Yeah, retrain bucket.
Okay. Okay. So
Gruber.
Gruber's next. And that's
Next
gonna
up is
be-
Gruber. This is going to
yeah.
be an interesting one. He was really spicy during his interview.
Yeah. So I stopped recording it after a while, but I think I don't know what the right term is. He was mentioned as the worst cop more than anybody else. I'll put it that way. Not like, like hundreds, but like I think it was like 5 or 6, which was kind of alarming. I think he was the front runner, and then Power was the second most mentioned.
I think
is my
70%
number.
of all people that interviewed said Gruber.
No, yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, it was
They all have the same answers,
That was a crazy number.
like generic answers.
generic answers like about why they don't like Gruber, or
Yeah. Like, was it all like generally the same stuff? Like, oh, maybe I don't know, he's too rude, too aggressive. I don't know.
Ruba is kind of shitty.
So hold on. Hold on.
So
Let's think about this.
Okay.
People can be an asshole and be abrasive towards their coworkers, but can still be fucking good troopers. So we have to weigh: are they good at their job and just an asshole, or they're an asshole and they suck altogether?
They were saying that he's an asshole and he sucks at his job.
The most common feedback I got that I read, and human element here, I could be failing you on this, was that very rude, condescending, and escalates situations extraordinarily was the third one.
I heard things like he only does motor patrol, doesn't actually do regular patrol.
Yeah, I saw that one too. The only does
That
motor.
I can
and-
say, yeah.
The only does motor. The one I think Tilly's referencing was only does motor, and then gets himself into trouble where he can't transport a suspect, and then gets mad. No one backs him up to transport his suspect. Doesn't seem very self-aware on our limitations on numbers. This is basically it.
He gave up his FTO because of a lack of status in the department.
Lack of
Yeah.
status?
What?
He
In
says that he
protest,
can't
yeah.
actually achieve anything if he doesn't have stripes.
So
He pulled me and Burton aside for that meeting. I can confirm that was what's said.
yeah,
Do you want to mention?
He,
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
he won stripes 100%. Before the restructure, when he got sergeant back,
Lieutenant
he
Colonel
did
Gruber.
say something that stuck out to me before, and I quote, "I want to be a sergeant again, so I can shit on people," and I was not the only one who heard that.
Do you want to mention? I noted, but that is alarming. But I also Tilly might have. You want to mention? I don't know. I don't want
yeah,
to betray your
I
trust
was
on that.
also,
But,
I texted Coster about it. He was
Okay.
also screaming in the halls. I got told by a dispatcher that he was screaming in the halls, telling everybody that they're all getting fired.
What?
And that they're all losing their jobs
and the second thing.
2 days ago.
Wait, hold on. What?
Do you mind if I say it, Tilly? He
Go
Did
ahead.
anyone here talk?
apparently he was spreading that he was starting his own department and talking to the
What?
Oh, that's
the governor, and that's probably why his name's on this office now that I think about it, because he mentioned this physical building as his like he's gonna make a police department out of RPD. Essentially, was what Tilly told me.
He has had his office here for a long time.
Yeah,
It's been here for a while.
Yeah, it's been months.
but I think that's part of it is that he wants his own police department, and he's angling for that in some way. Do you have any more info on that, Tilly, than what I said?
No.
Yeah.
I've been told many things.
Yeah.
But these
I'll
could be
just
all
be,
people who are just saying this stuff because they don't like Grupo. You know?
Yeah.
Weird thing to say, but
Well, you know what they say? You meet one asshole every day. Fine, you met an asshole. Everybody meet is an asshole. You're probably the asshole.
So the most important thing is that I don't really people don't like him.
Oh,
Bye.
damn. That is
Yeah,
so
yeah.
unfortunate.
Cost
The
it up.
pain doesn't matter. It's fine.
Exactly. Let's.
I was going to say before Costa started speaking. I like Gruber as a person. Right?
Same.
I think as a cop, he does do some good things. However, is what he's going to be like. Sorry, I had to sank in my teeth. Is something what he's going to be like going to continue to just shade over the department in a cultural way and just continue to press down negativity, which is something we don't want.
Yeah.
That's the primary
That's where
concern,
That's
right?
where it comes down to it, yeah.
Is his attitude and behavior going to uplift the PD
No.
and get us to where we want to be? Or is he going to drag it down and have little fucking circle jerks and talk shit about everybody behind their backs
Exactly.
and just doom all day?
Plus,
that's
I
what
feel
we
like
don't
if
want.
he doesn't get rank, he's not going to stay around regardless.
And I don't like that either. I
So-
don't like fucking people who just want to get some stripes just because.
Y'all think Gruber just came in here and kidnapped Coster?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crew was sent his regard.
But
He
yeah,
had a
that's,
blow up. He had a blow up today in the motor pool.
Wait, what?
He
You
was
did?
he wasn't
Again?
listening to radio. And he's like, I was calling for 77s. Where the fuck was everybody? And there was like 5 of us. They were like, hey, we were like on another team.
fuck.
You know, that's something that Burton's mentioned in the
What
shift
is
change
wrong with you
notes
today?
that I think is really important is that people need to be aware of their own potential backup situation. You know, like
Yes.
we can't
of
afford,
course.
especially if we go through a dip, you know, like right now we're going through it, but it's going to get worse if we fire 60% of people. But, you know, we really need troopers to know they can't bite off more than they can chew. There's no Blaine County backup, probably no Ranger backup. You have whoever's on duty with you, and maybe that if they're not tied up with something else, and you got to be super cognizant. Am I getting in over my head? I might have no backup, and I can't get mad at them if I don't. You know, if for instance, Burton and Sergeant Kane are busy processing, and I go to a store robbery where I see 4 people, I should just keep driving because, you know, worst case scenario, they take the cash. If I stop them and they'll pull guns on me, I can't be mad at Burton and Kane for not responding. They're already booking somebody. I can't expect them to sprint over here. You know, it's inconsiderate, but it seems like he's having a trouble with that. But I will say, as he's a bit more confrontational than someone like me, and I do think there is a necessary, you know, what he said was, I think I'm the necessary evil this department needs. And I do think there's a kernel of truth in there that we do need some troopers that are willing to, you know, put their foot down and really be hard asses and kind of, you know, I don't like saying this because I like to be more open with the public and give second chances, but I know that's potentially a weakness. So having troopers who are willing to, you know, kind of be a total asshole to those who deserve it is necessary sometimes. Absolutely it is. We need all kinds. But I just think, like you all have said, he might be, I don't know if he could, I think the crux of the issue is, can he humble himself enough to work under all of us and not give attitude and other people if he doesn't get rank immediately? And I think the answer is no, and that's why I'd vote 2.
He is one of the most active officers, though. He's very active. He does a lot of work. I always see him out there every single day. That's what kind of makes it hard, too. It's because I do know that he's a good officer and he does a
I
lot
wish
of
there
work.
was a bucket where we could just talk to him to get his fucking shit together.
Yeah, you know,
I really like the guy.
I do think there's some people that would benefit a lot. And I know this is adding more work to everybody's plate, but I think there might be an opportunity. I worry this bucket would get too big too quick, but like, is there a possibility that some of these guys could have a come to Jesus with Coster or Kane or whoever, you know, the top 2, the top 3, or whoever they see, you know, and just really feel them out? Like, can they, you know, like just shoot straight with them? Can you stop being as much of an asshole? Can you tone it down? Or do we need to move on? And if, you know,
I do have a discussion needed bucket.
if that,
Put him in there.
but
Put him there.
No, we
Well,
don't have
I'm
a
gonna be
discussion
honest.
needed
But
bucket.
it's
We have
Coster's against it,
retrain.
so.
We have keep bucket. We have shit bucket, and then we have. We'll talk again after at the end of the meeting.
I'm going to be honest, like I said before, because I had a bit of an issue there. I like Gruber. I think there is some things he does as a good cop, but I think ultimately he's going to continue to just crash out at troopers and shit, and then it's just going to bring the shit down. It's going to bring other people down, get pissed off with him, and it's just going to continue. It's not going to change.
We got to think about the department.
That's how I see it.
We have the comeback later bucket. You know, if he wants to come back, he can come back.
Fire come back later bucket.
Yeah.
I have too much of a history with Gruber. I'm abstaining, so let's go make a choice.
I'd vote
Fire
2.
come back later.
If there's only the 3 buckets, no third, no fourth one. It'd definitely be 2, just because we don't have the resources to really, if in 2 months this was the issue, 100%. He talks to the supervisor, gets his shit straight, everything else is going okay, so we can devote the time to him to get him around the right course. But in this situation, we don't have the time, we don't have the resources. It's bucket 2 for me.
Okay, the rest.
I feel like me and Gruba have too much of a pass for me to vote on this.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I've been working with him for over a year as well, you know.
I've been as good at.
Does not like me.
So
I don't want to sound.
I think he's great. I think I love the necessary evil thing, but we just can't afford.
If we're going based on the interview alone,
can't afford the morale that he presents.
He immediately detained Tilly.
That's the way Victor sees it.
And
anyway.
cuffed her. He also got the Fourth Amendment question wrong. And he said he's never messed up.
That's wrong.
You guys want to just circle back to this at the end, and we'll like make.
No, I think we got it. This is.
Bucket 2.
I gotta be honest. This is the clearest call.
Bucket 2.
We can't make it. Then.
So Fian?
Yeah.
Yeah, put a note on the table here with all the buckets just to keep us on the same page.
I think a lot of people got history with him and want to see the best in him, but we just don't have the time and resources. Okay, Seguero's the next one. For Seguero, I'd say decent guy, good guy even, very active and seemed to care, but almost has 2 feet out the door already, to be honest with you. From what I've spoken to him, it seems like he's got
I'm just gonna say,
he's been out the door since
if we're firing,
Yeah.
if y'all chose to fire Gruber, Siegel, I was in a meeting with BCSO in a house up north in the hills, and I had a meeting with Wrangler, and we were having some fun, doing some games, some coin flipping stuff on whether or not I would join him on a certain cruise or not. And he just instantly kind of just texted Claire about that. He did feel really bad about it, but it did show some,
Do you have proof? Like, do you know that?
I was there.
Yes, I know that. He admitted it in front of me.
Yeah, and I was there for.
Because Claire texted me straight away, so that's how I found out, and I just called him out.
So he just spouts shit out.
Oh, he just literally said Coster's coin flipping about something.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been out the door since Mod left. He did mention that he's on numerous occasions he's considered transfer to BCSO. It just doesn't seem like he wants to be a part of SASP.
What did he say for that answer on his? Did he say that he would ever consider it?
No.
Okay. Because he's told me he'd consider it before too.
Also,
he said he's never asked for one, but he's considered it plenty of times.
Okay.
Oh yes, correct.
Okay, he did that. Okay, I don't think he's in it anymore. I'll be straight. I love Siegel. He was the one who trained me in, but I think that his heart isn't in it anymore. I don't think that he's in it anymore. He does seem like he has 1 foot out the door.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Tilly. I like
interview-
Siegel a lot, but I just think he just needs that shove.
Yeah, very personable, but it seems very personable. Not an issue for morale at all, except for the leaking stuff. That's obviously an issue, but probably needs to be pushed at the door to see, like if you left something, you got to set it free. If he comes back and it's right, then I think he'd be an easy, rehire. But I don't know if he's really about this, and sometimes we got to see if he comes back to us, so I'd vote the same way.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like his police work is fine. I've never really heard an issue about his police work. See you later. His question and answers were all good. I mean, I don't work with him enough to know how he performs in the field, but
he does good. But I agree.
He's a good. Go, sorry.
He has the other foot out already.
Yeah.
He does.
I just don't listen. I don't think he's as active as he should be. I don't think his heart's in it. I think his foot's out the door. He just needs that little shove to say, "Hey, man, it's time."
It sounds like he's bucket 2 for everyone.
On this one, for
Bucket
power,
two. Yes, because people
I'm
like
not gonna
that,
say
right? When they're
anything.
1 foot out the door, they're gonna start influencing people to join them.
I feel so bad because I know he's such a good cop.
He's
though,
a
and
good
breaks my
guy.
heart,
He's
but
a
he
good
does
guy.
not.
and that's why he can come back.
That's why I think it's like, like if you left something, you got to set it free. I don't think he's got the
You're right.
passion and the joy for it. So right now, if we, push him out the door and he never comes back, then so be it. He was going to leave on his own probably. And if he comes back in like a week or two, then maybe he actually has the passion again, like the Fontana kind of thing, where like you got to take more than it's got you got to walk away for longer than a couple of days to really get distance to know if you want it or not. Because I think what happens, is someone takes a week or two off, and they're like, well, I missed the rhythm, I missed the habit, I missed like the cadence of it. But they're not missing it. They're just missing like having something to do, And I think they really gotta miss it. You gotta miss like police work, or you're not here for the right reasons, and you're just kind of going through the motions.
I think the main thing as well, all of us to just like not understand or remember, because I think we all do, but we need to just kind of think about setting aside our personal.
I don't know. Active enough is an arbitrary goal. I would not be able to identify. I don't like using activity as a gauge for this stuff at all.
Not relationships or anything like that, and just fucking what's best for the department at this current stage and state of the department.
I think if we're going to rely on the quota system,
have to do things like this to move forward.
Then we should just rely on the quota system.
It's
ignore activity entirely. Either they met the quota or not.
2 steps back if
Who
we
cares?
think about our friendships and shit.
Yeah, we have to put the department first.
Yeah.
It's just it's.
Yeah, but
that's my opinion, though. And I'll probably say that character if I get the chance, but it hasn't come
Next
out.
one is next one.
Let's move.
Next one is a fire.
Oh my lord.
Bucket two.
Bucket two.
Bucket two.
He lied. Straight up lied.
Hold on. No, I will say.
No. Bucket two.
Okay.
He lied to your face.
He lied in the interview.
Text, though.
He also, let's not forget the fact that he just got sued for violating somebody's Fourth Amendment rights and lost.
All right.
Okay, that violation is bullshit, though.
He lost. He lost in court. It doesn't. What do you mean it's bullshit?
The ruling was kind of shit, but yes.
Yeah, it was. He did lose, but it was
it's also not the first time I've seen it. Like I've seen the man write a warrant based on one witness statement.
All I'm gonna say for the activity thing, you asked the activity question, is I think why do we have the quota and we're using the quota to gauge activity if we're gonna have a second invisible arbitrary metric for quote like activity beyond that? Like I don't like that personally. I think either we use the quota and you fulfill the quota and the quota is being used, or we ignore the quota and we have our arbitrary invisible goal that every department's ever had. Like I don't know. If it comes up in character, I'll say it, because Vic is very quota locked, I guess. But like, why are we even like? Who cares about activity? If they meet the quota, they're active. If they don't meet the quota, not active. Nothing else matters on the terms of activity unless you're talking about promotion. I think if you're talking about promotion, you can consider more than the quota. But anyway,
Eat a buck. Do bucket two, right? We all bucket two for power.
Per power.
Yeah,
Burke for me
two.
is 100% bucket one.
Yeah,
100%.
I would actually recommend him for a higher position.
He should be a supervisor.
Yeah, I agree.
who Burke?
Yeah.
Burke's great.
Yeah, I think Burke should definitely be a supervisor.
He will literally stop whatever he's doing, and if he needs to, he will take out a cadet after cadet after cadet all day long, out of his own time to just sit there all day. He is probably, I would say, one of the most main FTOs that actually cares about this department and about cadets and how they move forward.
Thanks, Jocko. So 34 months. Not related to Burke, and I know that if we sit here waiting all day, then we're not going to get much done. But I would, I don't want to sit around waiting. We've been given the authority to, decide on this stuff, but more input from Coster would be good on some of these just to see where he stands on it.
Okay, one more time and I will shoot myself.
Okay,
Bird,
Coster, power.
Oh, power.
Well, we did Siegel too.
We did Siegel. He
Yeah, we did
he went away
Siegel.
for that.
Don't. What do you think about Siegel, Costner?
Well, what did you guys decide?
We want to hear your
Yeah,
input before
let's
we
hear
tell
your
you.
We
first.
kind of just want.
Hey, I know he felt bad, but he fucking snaked me. And that's exactly what we're trying to get rid of right now. So no offense to the guy, but
No, it's okay. We just want to hear you.
gotta go to bucket two.
Okay, then
We
that's what
already
we already
did.
said.
We already said that.
Okay,
I just
perfect.
kind of don't want to. I don't want to like automate this all away from you, and you end up with a department you don't really agree with. So.
Well, if this happens one more time, I'll shoot myself. So then you won't have a chief.
Well, I don't want the blood on my hands either. So power.
Okay. Power, I kind of want to save until the end. Then I'll explain later why.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we say ours?
I think I got a message about
I already,
that too.
We'll go back
I already
to the
see
end.
that. I already see that.
Yeah.
We'll cycle back to power at the end.
Okay. How about Burke? We I think we're all.
Berg is excellent. I'm not. I need a reminder on how he did his interview, but he's an excellent cop and
He did fine in
does a
his
lot of
interview.
FTOing.
We all agree that we'd love to see him in a higher position than he is.
Burke could probably do it. I would like to personally want to ride around with Burke a little more. But I think Burke is excellent.
Yes,
All right.
agreed. Bucket 1.
Just not maybe super important, too late now, but he didn't get the 4th all the way with the person part of it.
Terribly or just amendable?
Just, the regular, like, they all seem to know possession, they just don't know person.
Okay.
No one got it wrong entirely, to my knowledge. Most people either got the person or didn't.
And the perjury one answer correct.
One is Matt Gray. He's a good cop. He did get yelled at by Judge Rose the other day because April, your girlfriend, Kane, and Matt were at the courthouse, and there was some kind of argument about parking and not paying the meter or something, and kind of had some attitude towards Cassian. April seems to have lied about what happened there. Matt didn't really, but he just had attitude towards the judge. Now, I don't really care about that, but it's more like it was an interesting one. So I want to hear you guys' thoughts. For the red, like cop wise, he's a
great cop.
Yeah, his interview was. I liked a lot of what I read on his interview. I thought he nailed kind of the nuance of both or 2 or 3 of the hard questions. But I'm kind of alarmed he lied to or was disrespectful to a judge. I mean, sometimes there's absolutely cause that a judge is being a moron and you can respond in kind. But generally speaking, I try to avoid that and be the bigger man and walk away if you have to.
Does anyone know the exact situation?
Yeah, we were all in
I've
there.
never heard of this.
They weren't aware he was a judge until he told them he was a judge. It was fine. He was rude during
What was the confrontation
meeting.
about? Like,
He didn't have his lights on. He was parked in a space at City Hall to get their paychecks. Didn't have his lights on. Didn't pay the meter. The judge came to him and said, "You guys think you're above the law? You don't have to pay the meter?" And they're like, "No, we're cops. We're just here to get our paychecks," or something like that.
Okay, I'm with the judge on that, though. I'm with the judge right away. The judge, he's 100% in the wrong to insist that he's above the law. You want your paycheck, pay the meter. It's $10.
Instead of doubling down,
or park in fucking Rockford and walk across the goddamn
they doubled down too.
instead of doubling down at the because I pulled him in front of Cassian where I had a meeting and I just threw him in the deep. And instead of doubling down, he did apologize and pay the meter afterwards. So he at least, showed that he can fix his mistakes.
At the same time, though, just to play devil's advocate, just in the slightest, because I do think he should have paid the meter or parked somewhere else. But why the fuck is a judge checking meters?
That's true.
Who holds a cop accountable other than other cops? Though, at the end of the day,
That's true.
besides civilians and judges are civilian. I think, even if I take away the judge part of it, I wouldn't be mad if a civilian checked a meter and said you didn't pay it to an officer. I think that's within their, I think they're citizens, and if we're not, like, listen, I'm not going to get mad at troopers who don't stop at every red light or, stop and go at a red light. Like, something should happen, But if you're called on it, the least you could do is say, my bad, you know what, I should do better.
Yeah.
You know what, you're right. Yeah.
I think copping an attitude and saying, like, fuck you, I am a cop, I don't have to do that, is not how we get anybody on the right side. And I think it actually shoots us in the foot later on when maybe that civilian is like a witness to a crime or like a victim to a crime. And, it's like either you provide information to the troopers or you don't. It's going to be a no if we treat them like that.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
For me, Matt's a bucket 1. Like,
I think he's a bucket 1 besides that. I like his interview a lot.
Cop.
Yeah.
Bucket
I love working with him.
I think Matt's a good cop, bucket 1. Costa already said, he rectified his mistake straight away. In that sense, so that's a good sign that he fixed his issue. Maybe it's just a little bit of a 2 check, maybe.
Yeah, it could have been a bad day. I liked his interview a lot. I rated it really highly on my list, and I overall have heard positive things about him. So I wouldn't want one incident, where he did apologize for not holding back. I do one as well.
We'll just discuss it with him when we're doing the retraining stuff.
And maybe make a note. Is there a space for a note here, you think?
Yeah, if Telly makes another tab, you can just put that there.
Oh, for what?
Just,
like a little note.
Just a note.
Comment.
Yeah, a comment about, not copping an attitude if civilians call him on his wrong, maybe.
Yeah, just one of us, chat with him.
Be a conversation.
Okay. And he did apologize, so I need to, emphasize that's a lot of troopers would not be humble enough to apologize, even if they doubled down once. Okay, so I'll agree on one though. Kent, Kent,
Kent.
Kent is going to be an interesting one because I don't know what everyone else rules on him, but Kent to me is a classroom example of a terrible interviewer, but a good cop. I didn't love his interview. I don't think he fucked up majorly, but he does, when I've spoken to him personally, he has some nerves to him. But as far as I've seen, and I could be blind, he's been an incredibly effective and reliable trooper.
I agree. He's lacking some social skills, and he's self-admitted to that. And I don't think that should hold him back to staying on the force. I think he's a bucket one.
I think he's.
I haven't seen enough of him in the field. I think I've been in the field with him once, and it was. I'm pretty sure he referenced it in the interview because I told him to button up his comms. I'm not too thrilled about that. I'm not trying to sound biased, but if you got bad comms and somebody gives you some, because I was very constructive with him. I said, hey, we probably ought not be talking about SOPs in the middle of 80 comms, because he was offering up like SOP changes and suggestion shit. And meanwhile, he's in an 80 with 2 other troopers. And, we know how fast shit goes south. So I just went up to him and said, hey, man, I know there's only a couple of us on duty, but let's try and button up the comms. We probably ought not be making suggestions for SOP changes mid 80. And that's exactly how y'all know me.
It's funny that he did that.
I can get a tone. And I had no tone with him. But the fact that he referenced it and he was upset about that, that's kind of alarming in my eyes.
My, when I read it, I appreciate his honesty that he didn't just cop out. Because, and you might have different opinions on this, all of you, but anybody who put All In or Jankowski or Burton, and the explanation was, I just don't see him. I kind of value that as it's a total cop-out answer. And I put no stock in it. I would much rather someone like Kent say Burton, even if we don't agree with the reasoning, at least there is reasoning, at least he is, he's calmly and he's communicating his issue. And it's not an issue that, I think I think he admits it's petty, so I'm okay with it. Also, he got the Fourth Amendment one right, probably the first one we've seen so far. Out of the list, I think he was my favorite so far. I know, like you said, the social issues or the communication stuff, 100%.
And that might be part of it. The social issues might be part of that whole thing. And I don't know.
Yeah, so I like him a lot. I would definitely vote 1. Very effective and solid.
I think we should keep this at a steady pace, though. I think we should really start kind of.
So
we need to.
It should be kind of more towards a let's
maybe like anybody
know
oppose and move
enough.
on type situation.
I'd say green. I'd say bucket one.
I don't know Kent enough, but his reports, from what I'm reading, his not guilty reports are pretty decent, and he puts good evidence in there. So based on reports, I'd say that's fine, but I don't know. I don't know this guy enough.
Okay. I think Kent's a good cop. He may make a mistake here and there. He does have a bit of an issue with social skills, but in as an all rounder, I think he's a good cop.
Okay, so bucket 1.
Okay.
Bucket 1.
So no dissenting opinion. We just go to Claire here. I'll probably Burton and I did this interview, and it was a little bit unorthodox because it was after O'Brien's funeral, and that initially wasn't immediately clear, and I own that I didn't make it immediately clear the seriousness of the interview. But even though it was made clear to her, she kind of continued to blow it off a little bit. And I'm not sure if it was based on like a perceived rapport with me or Tilly or Burton. But overall, really hard to get honest, serious answers out of her. And the only real note I have other than what's written here is she changed, and I don't know if Burton's read this part, but after you left Burton, she changed her answer to the worst supervisor she get rid of or whatever would be you and Kane, I believe. And
I wasn't at the Claire interview. When did that happen again?
Is that
it was after the O'Brien funeral.
After the funeral,
yeah,
okay.
So
like
at the
funeral.
Like it was in the park, but yeah, it was after.
Oh my Jesus Christ!
I love Claire. I think she holds people accountable. I think she's great for the department. I don't want to see her go, and that's my stance on it.
Well, again, it's what's best for the department. So my issue. Did she give any reasoning to the supervisor thing?
Yeah, she I think I don't remember the Kane thing, but it was definitely much more minor. Just to be blunt, it was mostly you, and her articulation to me, and I just to be clear, I told her I really wish you'd said this to him, because I think even he would appreciate you being upfront about your disagreement with him, rather than waiting for him to leave. And she went on about, I'll call him and tell him, but whatever.
When is she ever around?
The main complaint with you that she mentioned was you just don't agree fundamentally on, like, you got there was a discussion about, like, one of the, you might have to,
the theft of a motor vehicle.
yeah,
and Grand Theft Auto.
the articulation on those. She disagreed with you fundamentally on it, and she thinks that you're overstepping and a bit of and I'm trying to think the exact verbiage, but forgive me for paraphrasing, but a bit aggressive overstepping, and kind of, I don't know, like, you kind of get the impression. I'm guessing you're not your first time that she's mentioned this or perked up at the sponsor this type of thing. So
In that interview, that was the first
really?
she'd ever commented on it. Yeah.
I still feel like that interview.
She also mentioned the Leo Easter situation as part of it too, like loss in confidence. That's why she listed you.
Right.
I still feel like that interview is not the best case of judgment for Claire, mainly because you guys did pull her aside at the funeral. It wasn't after. It was after the funeral.
The funeral that, I mean, we can't say that she was in duress or anything, because she was playing flappy pussy during the funeral. She was
exactly. So you pulled someone aside.
I didn't think that was the actual interview. You guys, the actual interview over there?
Yes.
Yeah.
After the funeral, at the
well, to be fair,
it was like an hour after the fucking funeral ended.
Just to acknowledge a few things. One, it was a significant amount of time after the funeral. We just were still there. Two, it didn't seem like she was moved by O'Brien's funeral greatly, because she was on her phone the entire time, to much a lot of other troopers disdain, I guess I would say. Third, I guess it's fair to say people grieve in different ways. I don't know. Maybe she was severely affected by it, and she just
I think there's just a terrible place and time for it.
I agree.
She was also out of clothing and not at all in her duty uniform.
Oh my! She had no clothes on.
She put her uniform on.
Her uniform was on during it.
Was her uniform? I don't.
She changed
her
during
uniform
it.
was on because we had the conversation about the vest.
Yeah, the vest thing came up. The trooper vest, where Coster doesn't want troopers wearing trooper.
So she changed back into her uniform.
Yeah, it was during though.
I have a couple direct lines of input on some of the things that came up. First off, one of her answers was, if leadership actually weeded out the people setting bad examples, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Now, I have a couple examples of Claire in the field that I'd like to bring up in regards to this. First off, we sat there during the interview. I looked up her previous arrests. In the past month, she's had eight or so arrests or citations, whatever, what have you. Yeah. Out of those 8, 4 of them had nothing in the notes whatsoever. Nothing. Out of those 4, 3 of them were high-profile arrests. One was like $100,000 from Todd Biblioteca. One was Kareem fucking Saint. For like some trafficking shit. There was nothing in these reports. 4 out of her 8 in the past month had 0 anything written. Now, I also remember her and I were dealing with a call at Bahama Mamas. While on that call, we were wrapping it up. The call was over. We were done. A boosted motorcycle occupied 2 times, Jake Valcini and one other. They roll up, and I'm like, I knew Jake. I knew the motorcycle was stolen, and I told Jake, I said, get off the bike, yada yada yada. There's a big back and forth. I end up tackling Jake off the bike. I get on the bike to try and see if there was a key in there. I'm moving the bike out the road, so ain't nothing blown up. Jake tackles me off the bike. Claire is literally standing there the whole time. And I go, Claire, hello, can I get some help? And she's just, she literally said, I'm just right here. I'm just doing this thing, like kind of sarcastically. And it blew my fucking mind.
When he was serious.
Another time, there was an 80.
That's basically what you're listening to right now.
Where there were 2 of us constantly asking for 77s for an 80 on a vehicle. It was occupied like 3 or 4 times. They had just done something violent. Our 80 passed by a traffic stop Claire was on with Danielle Steele. Claire was FTOing Danielle Steele. We passed their traffic stop 3 times because the suspects did a loop. The second time we passed them, they're out the car having a photo shoot with their suspects on the traffic stop. Just I don't even know if they're suspects. They're just occupants of the car. But meanwhile, we're saying we need backup. I don't think her idea of leading by example is actually leading by example. I don't know what the hell she means by leading by example. But I needed to bring those up as kind of pieces of history that are not part of the post-funeral interview that kind of pertain to her interview and one of her answers.
All right, I don't know the woman. I think I've worked with her once for about an hour the whole time I was a trooper, but she's only had 2 arrests this month, and I've never seen her since.
The problem is when she does her work, she's a great cop. When she does good work, she's an amazing cop.
Yeah. Besides all the examples, let's look at the facts. Is she around? No. Is she a good cop? Yes.
Can I just
I cannot defend the activity. I'm gonna be honest on that one.
Can I just interject? I think, in my opinion, either they meet the quota or they don't. I don't know about holding them to a invisible arbitrary metric that isn't being discussed with them. If they meet the quota, they're fine on activity. If they don't, then they're not. That's it. That's it for me. I think there's no point in using the quota as an activity measure if there's going to be a second arbitrary invisible one that they got to meet as well. If someone does 1 arrest for 100K, they've met the quota. We've all agreed on that. And this isn't just about Claire. It's about a few other, we mentioned the activity levels. Just, in my opinion, either we scrap the quota as an activity measurement or we use it. And I think if we're trying to promote someone past trooper, you can consider more than just their quota. But I think if we've already told these guys is that you meet the quota, you're good to go, then it's unfair to hold them accountable to a second invisible metric on activity. I just want to get that off my chest.
This is taking way.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to get that. I know.
This is taking way too long.
They'll go by faster when we get out of the weeds on some of this stuff. But
okay,
I don't want to see Claire go. You guys can vote however you wish, though.
Bucket 2.
I'm gonna have a bad take here probably. But this is a bad take, but I'm actually willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. But if she doesn't show up in like 2 weeks or like a week, she's just gonna go into bucket 2, and then that chance she can go BCSO. Anyway.
Let her come back in a couple of weeks anyway.
No, the thing is, I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, but I'm probably, if she doesn't take that chance, I'm just going to be like, that just don't come back at all, and go BCSO. That's my opinion on it, because Claire is good. I just wish she would come around more, and I want to.
I'll take some responsibility
she's a good cop.
And say that it's my fault for doing the interview after the funeral on the site. So, I think it's unfair for me to vote against her after I did that to her. But there is some valid criticism here. But I think it can be retrained. So I don't know. Oh, there he goes. Shit. I think it's going to be up to the other 3 of you at this point.
I'd like to hear Coster's reasoning as to, because if that's the case, then we might as well keep Gruber too, right?
Let's.
Claire is nothing like Gruber. I would not compare the two at all.
So
you're right. Gruber actually fills out his reports.
Tilly should not be in this meeting. She's not a cop.
I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm just going to say
very wrong, incorrect opinion alarm. Very wrong, incorrect opinion alarm.
I can't have an opinion on her. She is not around. She's had 2 arrests this whole month.
Tilly is HR and equal to commands.
That's kind of where I'm at. So
she's allowed to be here.
I love.
She's a higher rank than any of us. Besides,
man, she does great
Payne
work. I would love to keep her in bucket
Coster.
1, but just from an objective standpoint, I think bucket 2.
I honestly,
exceptions to others.
Honestly, I'm going to mute this for a second and hope I don't miss anything and just say I actually love having Tilly here because Tilly to me is the most realistic part of this PD. Having a civilian employee who is purely an administrator is insane levels of realism. I fucking love it. Having a civilian employee who is just there to administrate is like actual realism PD shit. Like,
The thing is,
It's I love it. I think I love having
I'm
Tilly
like
around because of that. It's actually like
convinced.
I also
it's
want
actually
that
genuinely
shot.
like
She's
fucking
also
cool
my
as hell to have
second
these.
bounty shot. I like
For the
having
first
her
PD I've
there.
ever been in that actually has a civilian employee that can weigh in on actual police matters and isn't treated like a prop, like a dispatcher or a admin assistant. Like she's actually critically important to the organization, and she actually runs stuff, and she's actually got an important opinion, and we actually value her opinion. Is really fucking cool, RP. Because in real life, there's tons of civilian employees in every fucking police department, and they matter a lot too. But in RP, civilian employees have always been relegated to a auxiliary, lower than cadet rank, and I think that's stupid.
Yeah,
So I love Tilly here. That's my argument.
BCSO part of.
I'm muting now.
Like, are we keeping people just because we don't want them to go to BCSO?
No, that's
You
not
can
my
disagree with her
argument. I'm just
opinion,
saying it would
but
be a big
saying she
loss
shouldn't be
if
here
she
because she's
actually was
civilian.
around.
I agree.
And
But,
wrong.
you know, it,
I think so too.
Yeah, but that's once again that's something. It is what it is.
we have to take the department into consideration here. Will she uplift the department into what we're trying to build it into, or is she going to keep just acting a fool and dragging it down?
I think she will if she sees the structure of what we're going for.
Absolutely.
Claire would not bring it
Civilian
down.
employees make
The
police departments go
only
around.
thing I question here is the
I love
activity,
having them in RP.
but she wouldn't bring it down.
But usually most people just want to hit the road and patrol. You know, there's no room for it in roleplay.
Okay, I mean, I just listed off examples of one of which she was
I'm gonna abstain on
FTOing
Claire.
during.
I'm way too biased.
B, another one, she just completely disregarded the well-being of another trooper.
I'm way too fucking biased for this with Claire.
Is that what we want in our department?
Never fire
Regardless of
Claire.
that, I don't think she'll bring it down. She'll respect the vision and then help us with that. Again, the only thing here is really the activity for me.
Do it.
What do you think, Vic? Regardless of bias or not.
I think I've got to abstain on this one, like you did with Gruber. To be honest with you, it's not right for me to weigh in.
I like her, but she's not active.
Yeah, that's my only problem.
Like I said, I don't know
bucket
her.
three then. Bucket three.
Don't know her. Worked with her for
Okay.
about an hour the whole time. I don't know why we keep.
I think 3. Come back to it so we can keep moving is a good call.
Maria Ruiz.
Yeah.
I don't know her.
1.
How did that interview go?
From reading the transcript, I don't know who did it. I thought it was, bottom 10. It was not great on the. And I have to look through the interview here, and I will do that. But not a great interview from my perspective.
I have to abstain.
I regret abstaining. Not all of you are going to do it.
Well, sir, you know my history with Ruiz and how many times she's...
Oh, yeah, you hate her.
Well, no, the problem, she hates me.
You hate her more than Claire?
Oh.
I don't even
Yeah.
hate
Bad
Claire.
sushi. Bad
Oh my
sushi.
lord.
Thank
Oh
you.
my
That's the problem. Right? I
God.
don't hate Claire. I just...
He doesn't hate
when she's
anybody.
not
I just don't like
He doesn't hate
her.
anybody.
on point. She's not on point.
He's never hated anyone in his entire life. That was so telling. Holy shit.
She did answer Big Vic because I don't know him. One of her answers.
Yeah, and I don't take that personally, but it is a cop-out answer. It's the same as
just a cop out.
it'd be the same as like Claire answering all in. It's just not like give an honest answer with a legit reason or admit you got nothing. It's a cop-out.
So-
She did get the Fourth Amendment one right, which is notable because not a lot of people have so far.
So I've worked with Ruiz. She's usually my early time EU. She's good. She's solid, and I know her interview night might not look like it, but
Yeah.
she's out there. She does the job. She pulls in numbers. I mean, oh, there he goes.
Dude,
Her
holy
answer
shit.
to the "you detain Tilly" question was make sure that they have a lawyer. Is that her first?
Well, she actually answered it correctly after that. She said
Okay.
if it's
Talk
just a
to them,
detainment,
detain
you
them,
can't you can't bring them in against their will.
Okay.
I mean, she does the good work on the field. I've seen it myself.
Yeah,
She does. She
looking
does do
back
good
to
work
it,
in the field.
a lot of the reason I gave her bad, like a bad ranking on this was because a few of the answers were pretty, milk toast, like middle of the road. Like, for instance, and this is incredibly common in these interviews, was the colonel, you have to fix the state police one. So many people answered this generic schlop that was just basically like, oh, I just talked to the BCSO like what do you fucking think Costa's been doing for the past 2 months? You know, like, you don't think he's talked to them even a little? Like, and I know they don't have the information he does, so they would want to, you know, like, talk to them too, and that's fair, but, you know, that's kind of part of it is I just, a lot of these were pretty curt answers that didn't really expand to let me understand why she said what she said, or if there's an underlying motivation.
Did you say milk toast?
Yeah, isn't that like a...
I also want to say, I think this is like going to be taking forever.
MILQE?
Yeah.
So I think we need to just start
Back to,
swiftly moving on with people.
Yeah.
Every time I see Raichu's right there,
What do
I
we say
chuckle a
about
little.
Maria?
I chuckle a little.
I don't actually know Maria enough. I
Don't
think
know
I've worked
Maria.
with her
She's
twice.
a bucket one for me.
Bucket
Bucket
one.
one.
Every time I see Raichu's do the Jinx little
All right. Bucket
talk
one.
to,
What about you?
I chuckle a
Button?
little.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to say, I'd say bucket one.
Okay. We'll do bucket one then.
What? She do be a snake though.
What do you mean?
That
No, hang
doesn't
on.
hate her,
What do you
though.
mean?
No. it's
Get
just in
two
the
cars.
past.
Get
That's
two
all
cars.
it
This is
is.
bucket
We're
one.
going to BMP La Mesa. Let's go.
Okay.
Is it?
All right.
Arlen, can you carry me?
Just drive fast. Lights on.
Like,
Yeah.
genuinely.
You fucked up the whole rhythm.
Okay, you want to grab him?
Make way, someone.
All right.
Make way for me.
I mean, these are people's jobs
Remove.
and careers were.
Sorry, rip your overlay.
Fucking fatty.
It's okay. I'll try to set up in the same spot, maybe. You guys got screwed.
I got my car as well.
Thanks, Vic.
No problem. You know, not to rub it in the wound, but that's a 2 right there, right? Notice how this one says 1?
But this isn't the ground, is it?
No,
Ground,
I'm
this
saying
would be one.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying these guys are
Oh,
wrong.
yeah.
The Europeans are wrong. That says 1 right there.
This is basement.
No,
Yeah.
it's just,
Oh, it is. I agree with that.
yeah, I would agree with that. This would be my.
We need to speed up because we have 40 people to talk about.
Yeah, it's okay. It takes as long as it takes, I think, unfortunately.
I mean, I've already made my list.
My car's over there on the left. The one in
You
front
want-
of next to the.
Everybody else has
I
rides.
mean,
I'll just ride with them. So we don't have a million cars.
can you drive? Is somebody? Oh, no. Unlock.
You want me to get a car? I have a
this is
car
mine.
parked in the garage.
You can.
Yeah, you can let me go. You
Okay.
can let me go. All right, let's go. Where we going? BMPD.
Yeah. I know. All these guys, all of them are like 5 of them. I think 3 are European. Coster, Allen, and what am I missing? Because I think he thinks the crashing's related to the location. So he wants to change location, so he stops disconnecting. I don't know. That's just what he was saying. Yeah, I think the reason a lot of them want to wrap up fast is because we've got 3 Europeans, and it's like, you know, it's quickly approaching midnight.
We just past cops without any blips in a car, and no one stopped us.
Oh,
Or
you know.
T2.
I think they were deputies anyways. They probably don't care.
No,
They're
no,
stolen.
there was some SASP as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What are they gonna do? We're moving so fast, I guess. Yeah, so midnight's approaching in middle Europe or whatever, like Germany, right? Isn't Germany like an hour till midnight or something like that? I don't know. I don't know what time it is in Europe. I'm just imagining that. I think it's like +6 or 7. 2? Okay, so yeah, so it's getting pretty late on a weeknight. It's 10 p.m. on a weeknight. So a lot of these guys probably want to go to bed. Burton is never seen the sun at this hour, so he's also probably trying to go to bed soon, or go back to bed anyway, like actual bed probably. Then I don't know.
Is there enough for everybody? Yeah.
I just find a seat.
They seem like they're just kind of like really want this to. They really want to get out of here, which is fair, but I think this takes as long as it takes, in my opinion.
We were at Maria.
I think we all said bucket 1.
Yeah, we all agreed.
I don't know.
Oh, you guys said bucket 1? I was definitely gonna
Bucket 1.
2.
Why 2? Oh shit! Not away. Right away, huh?
Oh my Jesus.
Oh no,
But,
he's gonna crash
Let's
out.
let's do the next one, and then we can go back and ask him why he wanted 1 because it was different than most of y'all.
All right, Jacob Anderson.
1.
1.
Never met, don't know much. Real middle of the road interview, so I'm just gonna look and see if you got the questions right.
Immediate detainment for Tilly.
Detainment for me?
Yeah, detaining for questions fine, I think. You know,
Yeah.
the
No,
notion
I
that you
agree.
would question is kind of what I'm looking for more than anything,
Yes.
so that's good.
Yeah, other side and talk to it.
Yeah, he got the 4th one right as well. A little bit brief, but you know, no complaints with it. You know, he got it right.
He knew that it was people and
Yeah, you know, could have
things.
said more, but also could have said less. It's fine.
I don't ever work with him really, so
Yeah, I
don't
do.
really know how
Addison-
he is in the
Addison-
field.
Anderson's
alright.
great.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
he's a
he's
good
fine.
guy.
No, nothing glaring unless someone has anything. So go to
Nope,
1 and go
1.
next then.
I fucking loved Souter's interview.
Solder.
I fuck with Gruba.
Except he fucked up the 4th Amendment, but I thought he was real honest and really laid the cards on the table during his interview.
What he said about Siegel. Probably Siegel. Too much of a pussy. Not a great at scene control.
Good answer for court as well.
I like Sauter. I think he's good.
I like
Yeah.
No,
Sauter,
I
too.
think the best thing I can say about this in the bit of a cop out on the supervisor one, but everything else I find him to be incredibly forthright and honest about, even saying stuff that I think most other people would have been like, oh no, I shouldn't say that because a dissenting opinion, like the Gruber thing, and then just plainly saying what I think most people are thinking behind the scenes is, what do you want out of your career, and just not to have my job hung over my head, which is a pretty forthright answer. So I give him credit for that. I think it's a good interview.
Yeah, he was forthcoming with all his. That was a juicy interview.
So what do we
So-
think?
I think we all said 1, right? Or most of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Yep. Okay, we're gonna put him in the
Move
one.
my camera. You think I should move my camera a little bit?
Patty Muff.
What if,
Oh,
what if I make
Ew.
Burton think
he's
this now?
50-50. That's the thing for me.
Yeah.
Like, he's good, but sometimes, I don't know. Something is off.
Was he the
He's
one who
good.
said he was gonna make a tribute to my photo?
Oh,
What?
I don't know if he knows the
What?
context that implies.
I don't. I think he did say that to me one time.
That's kind of weird.
It was very weird. Clay did not like it.
Did he get HR points for that?
He's
He probably should have got more than that.
he's a lot of he's too much play sometimes.
I'm not Murphy, right? I liked a lot of his answers, and I thought it was a strong interview. And I was surprised by that because I have not heard great things. Other people have listed him like 2 or 3 times as the worst trooper for reasons you've all mentioned as well. But I didn't think I don't know. I recall thinking it was a good interview overall. And surprised by it though.
Yeah, he'd be a 1 for me if he could just be a little less play.
I think he's
Yeah.
a one. I think he's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That,
think
it's
he's
the
a good guy.
play side sometimes. That's the main issue with them.
Yeah, I think as long as
I think
go ahead.
with Paddy, I think with him, okay, he can be a good cop sometimes, but there's too much play sometimes. I think with him, in my opinion, I think number 1 could be a good bucket 1. However, stern talking with as an additional note.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mature.
I'd put it
Talk
like
about become more mature, maybe. I don't know.
move my camera a lot. Yeah, that sounds fair to me. And then we'll go to the next one then, and we'll just tell them the names of the ones we voted on.
April Fools.
No input on this one.
Yep.
Not a great interview from what I saw, and lacked some I thought almost a cadet from some of the knowledge presented.
I think
Coster
she's a
hated
good
her interview.
officer. She did do really bad on her interview, though.
She got the Fourth Amendment right.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair for me to comment on this one, honestly. Because I sway both sides. I could sway. No, but I could sway both sides in this.
I think she's very passionate about it. Like, and I think the interview caught her a little bit off guard, maybe.
Kane, did you ever catch up with her on what I texted you about?
Okay. I tried something. We'll see if this works. What did I miss? What did you go through?
Okay, we voted. We did a few, but we need to know why you wanted Ruiz on a 1 because
I
didn't vote, but everyone else.
We cannot fire Gruber and then keep Ruiz. That's two parallel worlds that don't match up in my view.
And yes, Burton, but I'll talk to you later.
Dude, Coster is hijacking my fucking scene, dude.
You know, this goes back a little bit, so this might sound a little grudgy, but you know, Burton, when you guys were all in that situation, you know, you and Ruiz got fired for that hospital thing.
And she straight up lied about it.
Howdy, Lily.
And she just straight up lied.
Yep.
Really?
Save her own skin.
And just
Yeah,
never
why
came
I
back.
abstained.
And never came back. Like, and I don't know if she's changed since then. I depend on that.
Coster's screwing me, man. He's screwing me.
You know,
My
Gruber
fucking
might be an
camera's
ass,
gone.
but he at least knows how to be a cop.
If she's a liar, then get rid of her.
What did she lie about?
Okay, I'll try to maybe here.
Just the whole hospital thing
The
and
entire incident around Leah Evans.
I'm just saying if we were trying to build a fundamental here, we can't fire
He's gone.
Gruber because he's an ass while he's a good cop for EU. And then someone that has a history like that. In fact,
Damn it,
I'd like to
dude.
just see it the other way around.
Okay, I'll leave it here. I'll leave it.
I'd rather keep
bucket two.
Gruber, honestly, than Ruiz. I can agree with that.
All right, so we bucket.
He's back. Is he griefing on purpose?
Yeah.
Is someone in his chat donating subs to get him to move? Which one of you?
Because, like, let's be honest, what's the reason we fired Gruber? Just because everyone said
Someone's
he
like,
was
hey,
an ass?
Coster, 2 steps to the left, man. Fuck you.
Well,
think that's
he
what
is.
No.
Yeah, put a fucking put a bass picture over him on the overlay. That'll get him to move, man. He'll move right away.
Criticisms
Put a picture of bald head bass on him.
Field. Not just that he was an ass. He also
That is now, not in the past.
How about we mark
Yeah.
Gruber as yellow and come back to him?
there was also the needs status in the department to be happy.
Yeah, okay.
Let's not procrastinate and go back at the
I'm
moment.
gonna switch
Let's
him
keep
back to
moving
yellow
forward.
and let's go back to him.
Oh my god, are you vaping? Jesus Christ.
Like KZ television.
Okay, which ones did I miss?
You missed
next is
Anderson and Sauter, and both of them got
And
bucket
Murphy.
ones from all of us.
Anderson is a good cop. Sauter is a good cop, but very LOA bitch. Like LOA every couple weeks.
He hits his quota.
It's the quota. It's fine with me. That's my
You
metric.
can't really hold that against
Yeah.
people. They have to take.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
lawful
no,
order.
I don't like LOA Andes every couple weeks.
I think this goes back to what we talked about, and it's kind of a separate conversation that he's not hurting anything by going on LOA. If he knows what he's doing and he's not behind on any of the laws, who cares how many times he steps away to handle something out of the city? He's not causing lawsuits. He's not causing he's not hurting anything by taking time off. It's a non-issue.
Other
Yeah,
than seeing his
and
LOAs all the
probably-
time, I don't know him. How is he like
You
as
don't
a
really know
cop?
all these people.
We said his
going
interview
through.
was very. I thought all of us agreed his interview was very honest and said things that I appreciated him being honest about. So I liked his interview.
And I work with him a lot of you. I think he's great.
Yeah, he's solid on our shift.
Okay. Who else did I miss besides Anderson and Sauter?
We were discussing Patty
Murphy.
Or we made a decision, didn't we?
Another
we did.
reason that I went hard on Ruiz is because her and Habibi had a incident recently, and I was like, ugh. I don't know if you
This
guys
for
heard about
what,
that. The
man?
whole fucking Habibi pointing
pulling
his
the
gun
gun
at
out.
her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's just not consistent training. not transparent training. Like I wouldn't put a cadet with him.
Dude, how are 2 people spamming my chat with 500 people here watching?
I do want to keep that I trust with that.
None of you want to break this up. You're all just gonna sit here and watch these two talk.
Trust a cadet with him.
What, are you blaming Ruiz for Habibi holding a gun to her?
No. I'm just saying.
I'm not.
I'm working, man.
General. I'm saying general.
Where's my cut of the work, man? What the fuck?
Come back later type bucket deal.
For Patty? Or
no,
Ruiz?
Ruiz.
Oh, so she's not fired? You want me to come back later to it?
Yeah, that is to come back later too. That is bucket number 2.
Bucket 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bucket
so
2.
you're deciding on Patty Murphy. Why does Patty Murphy ring a bell? There was something with him recently.
He wanted to go to BCSO, and then we talked to him about it, and he didn't want to go to BCSO.
Yeah, we pushed him.
You know what? I'm gonna kick back too, man.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say anything.
How did he take that?
He took it good.
Okay, had you guys already decided?
Are we persuading like if people want to leave, trying to persuade them not to?
No, there was more like, hey, are you leaving or not?
Right. Okay. I was just making sure because if they want to fucking go, let them go.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
fucking
Yeah,
hold their
exactly.
hand.
Yeah, exactly. No, that was more, hey, are you leaving or not? Because fuck off out of it.
All right, moving on. We voted bucket 1 for Patty. If we have a chat with him to stop the
Run
ads
a
play
3-minute.
and lock it in a little bit more.
No, dude.
Does he know his
No,
amendments?
dude. I'm role playing. I don't run ads here.
Yes.
Sets
Then we were
ads, which
discussing
makes me
April,
run.
which I'm abstaining from.
You guys are here for the fucking content.
Yeah, I think
These aren't hoppers.
I hate to say it, but I think we already decided on that one.
They're
Didn't
all
we?
my loyal viewers. They come here every day. They come here every day, man.
In fact, Ken, I know you're abstaining, but you
These
kind
are
of
my loyal
already said it
viewers.
yourself.
The interview was horrible.
Yo,
bad,
KZ
how
timed out.
It was really
And-
bad.
KZ
and
owned.
lied about the judge thing.
And the judge
Smoked,
thing, yeah.
man.
All right. Well then, number 2.
And I, she's a lovely, lovely person, but right now I think she just should come back when we have the department stable again.
2 kisses overdone already, Skunk. Drop the 2 kiss, man. Move
Are
on.
we doing 2?
My 2 kiss is overdone.
I'd like to hear the rest.
Move on. Dead meme. Overdone.
I don't
Rushed
work with her enough.
through her cadet phase because she was hired months ago.
Yeah, I think this one is not worth overdoing. I think we just move on right now.
For a while longer.
We just move on here.
And lying about a situation is not okay.
You're Jewish. Congrats. Love that for you.
Bucket 2 now.
All right.
Make sure that none of these people get told about this, by the way. This is supposed to be undisclosed until the meeting.
Yeah.
Because they deserve to hear it in person.
Right.
Next.
Are you white?
Hughes.
Brother,
Hughes.
what? What? What are you
Dylan Hughes?
asking, man? What the hell?
Yeah, Dylan Hughes.
You.
Hmm.
What the hell?
I'll be honest. I'm kind of like I could go either way with Hughes. To be honest,
Yeah, I'm a fence sitter with him right now.
I could go either way with him.
He was on a very long LOA, I believe, right?
Yeah.
He answered the perjury one correctly.
He's one of James Shepard's grooming projects.
What?
Honestly, okay, well, hold on. I need to arrest that guy again. So I've worked with him a few times and thought he, considers himself a good driver, and, his complaint was that other drivers don't really know what they're doing, which, is kind of its own demographic inside a police department, the good drivers group, But I thought, generally speaking, he was a competent officer who was surprisingly humble whenever a situation like 2 or 3 weeks ago where, I'm not going to get into the specifics, but he was at least very humble to admit that he had not gone to court a lot and deferred to me, someone who he'd never worked with before and was newer than him. So I appreciate that he was humble and was willing to ask for help, and admit his shortcomings when I think 90% of cops I've ever worked with would never admit their faults and never admit it to someone, below them or whatever, I don't know. I had a positive impression on him. I'll put it that way.
Here's my deal with Dylan Hughes. Good cop. Was part of old SWAT, and not to hold that against him, but I am afraid with you, he is sometimes sucked into the to the circles a little bit too much.
What do you mean by that?
Definitely.
I do remember, when the whole drama between me and Sabine went down, which has all been resolved, by the way. I just remember him being, in that, shit talking group the entire time.
Like as a participant or a listener, or does a distinction matter?
That I can't prove, but it's just that I'm afraid that, and it, like, the LOA kind of happened right after that, and it's, this is all just stipulation, but it's more that I'm concerned that he gets pulled into the circles. So at this point, the argument is good cop, concerned that, concerned for the culture.
Well,
I think he lacks confidence.
dude, shut up about soggy biscuit. I know what that means. That's gross, man.
Okay, I'll say it. Bucket
Fucking
2.
gross, dude.
He's a tough one.
However, lacking confidence, I don't want to hold back again. Like, confidence can be trained.
Yeah, to
But
me,
I am concerned about the culture issue.
To me, the more glaring issue isn't the confidence. It's the, if he's humble enough to ask for help, which I've seen firsthand, and maybe other people have contrary opinions on, then I think it's perfectly trainable. The only valid concern is that he might be, like a gossip fiend, it sounds like, or something. If that's true, then that maybe that's a big concern, because we are after maintaining the culture. But my opinion is, he's probably worth keeping and seeing where it goes, because if no one has really alleged anything, but like no one's ever said he's not competent, and I think that's fine. I think we retrain him and see how it goes, because at the end of the day, like, we're not going to be hiring from like a roster of like AAA studs. We're gonna have to retrain people, and we're gonna have to
Right.
train people up anyways. So why toss them out just to bring them back in potentially type situation?
Right. But we are 50% of probably why we're doing this whole reset is because we want to fix the culture, right?
Right.
So do we want to take risks with?
To me, I got
knowing that
no
these people do
idea
it?
on the context surrounding that, how involved he was, or what he said, or if he said anything. So all I can comment on is that I thought he was competent and humble, and I would vote 1 based on that. But if there's a significant concern that he's, a gossiper, then I'll defer to you guys, because I just don't know that part of it.
I don't think he is the gossiper. I think he gets sucked into the circles and then tends to get influenced by it. Burden and Allen, I'm kind of looking at you two for this one, because you go way back with him too.
I say bucket 2 because lack of confidence. Yes, confidence can be trained, but do we have time to train confidence if we do the retraining with this change? That's my question.
You're worried they just will drag him down further?
Yeah. Because we are looking to stabilize SISP. And training confidence is different than knowledge.
Here's what I was hoping to keep, but I think I deferred.
If I'm wrong, please tell me I'm fucking wrong.
I'll be honest, I've never seen a lack of confidence from him. If anything, he's always been very confident.
He does hit his
around
quota
me.
nicely.
He does hit quota. He does.
He talks on and on about how good of a driver he is. He gets his quota hit. I don't think he's lacking confidence. And part of that, the reason I'm saying that is,
Sammy.
I've
Dylan
seen
Hughes.
the guy, he used to run around in SWAT pants, like as part of his uniform for the longest goddamn time, just because he had SWAT pants in his fucking locker. So I mean, he's not like, he's so confident that he's willing to go against SOPs.
Hey, skunk, stop it, man.
Enough to really
He's British, dude.
in the field.
Friendly fire, dude. Friendly fire. Watch it, buddy.
Like, I'm not talking
This is
about
taking
that
way too
kind of-
long, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Kane,
Okay,
Vic, you already gave your answer. Kane, what do you think?
From what I experienced with him and based off his interview, would be bucket 1. I'm unsure of the gossip circles, as I was not there to.
Yeah,
witness
Patrick?
it.
I'd say bucket 1 too.
Hughes, I can go either way on. Like him, good guy. I do think he's confident. I don't think he lacks in confidence at all. Maybe a retrain could help him, but is it going to go far? So
Is it legal to stop people from hanging out with others, or we'll fire them?
It's at will employment. You can do whatever you want, but I don't know if it's legal. Isn't always what's right, in my opinion, sir.
Think about it. Difficult one. Good cop.
Damn it! This motherfucker keeps moving.
Potential issues with.
He's moving,
culture.
man.
come back to him then.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, Costa.
Yeah,
We
no
can't
one
keep
can make a
coming back.
decision
We
now.
have to
Yeah, we
make a
can't keep going
decision.
back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
Okay,
honest.
who's-
If we're hesitating so much, I think we just
Bucket
gotta
two.
cut the rope.
All right,
Yeah.
let's do it. Bucket 2.
Yeah, move
All right.
on.
I don't know what the time crunch is with this shit,
I kind
man.
of want to
Like,
be like, if you guys are
we're-
taking too long,
we're an
I'm just
hour
gonna push
in.
it to cut it down.
So one thing to keep in mind though is, you know, we are making decisions to better the department, and these are human beings we're talking about. So
Yeah, but it's still taking way too long.
I agree. We don't need to spend 10 minutes per person. We can always make the. We
is
can
there
also
a
make
hard
difficult
out for
decisions.
someone at a certain time? Because this is the time we should take the most time on. You know, like I know that we don't want to spend forever on this, and I know that there's unnecessary time being spent. but,
I would
like,
say a hard out is absolutely destroying the perjury question.
no. I mean, like
No,
time, because like I think we're almost halfway through, a little under halfway through, and we're an hour in. It's not taking
just keep
that
going.
long. I okay. If there's like a hard out though, like if you got to go at a certain time, let us know. I guess otherwise we'll keep going.
I'd say we do the opposite. You know, when we go through and we decide bucket 1, bucket 2, we explain our reasoning, and if we switch, sides, we switch sides.
Like we're just so like
The
we're just
debating back and
so,
forth
like-
on it. We need to keep it going.
we're so chirpy. We're like we can't get
Next
past
name.
the time for like.
Darius Winners.
It's okay to spend this amount of time on it. It's okay. It's okay. We can
That's
do
gonna
this.
be a bucket 2 for me.
We're allowed
know
to
him.
spend this amount of time on
Don't
it.
know him.
It's a fundamentally
doesn't faze me either way.
massive decision for the state police.
rank chaser.
I don't
think
think
it's
it's. I don't think it's ADHD.
The
I
only-
just.
the only recollection.
I don't think it's
the only
ADHD.
recollection I keep having of him.
I don't think
is
it's
him being
impatience. I think
absolutely
it seems
smoked
like they're
by
all
Ryan
like
traffic stop.
trying to be like, let's go. We got to. We
when
got to
Wrangler
go
first came
because.
around. He's got to be
Guess
bucket
what?
2 for me.
Like I
You
think
can
there's an
automatically when we say
implication that like.
Oh my god, he crashed.
That
out
was
like
that was
so
a whole
hard.
drama.
I think there's an implication
love
that
the guy.
someone has to go soon.
Cop wise, he should
So
come
we gotta
back when
move
we have a stable
fast.
department.
But like,
Okay.
I think we
What
could
do you guys
spend
say back there?
the rest of the day on this.
2.
I don't think they know him even. I don't think Vic knows that
Alright.
person.
Bucket 2.
He's an EU shifter.
Interview
Early EU.
interview wasn't great, but that's all I got. From what I read, I rated it.
Next,
David Lawn.
Wait, what?
Long. I don't know
Long.
Long that well. I've had a couple conversations with him. He's very
hold on.
social.
You're out of order here. Let me fix this. Hold on.
Who's out of order? Tilly?
This should
How
be
am I, wait, how am I?
Barrett.
Should be Barrett. But hold on.
Should be, how
might-
am I out of order like that?
I might have,
It's
one
down
of
to
us
the
might have
premise.
moved it around. It's my bad if that's what happened.
Sorry, I've been reading one ahead, so that's why it threw me off.
I don't have anything open because my laptop over
fine.
here on the desk keeps crashing if I have other tabs open.
No
I like
problem.
Lawn. He has a great attitude.
No, we're doing Barrett.
We're doing Barrett?
Yeah, we're doing Barrett.
Aaliyah
think
Barrett.
it's good.
Yeah. For Barrett, I
Now-
would say only thing I've ever heard negative was one thing that Claire mentions. Burton was there for, maybe knows more on because you reviewed the report as well. Other than that, solid. Also, the interceptor lead, as far as I know, so that's a point in their camp that someone trusts them enough to do that past the restructure. So, never had an issue with them. So it seems solid to me. Interview was okay.
She lost a point from me when she said Adeline Novak was the best cop she's ever worked with.
You don't agree,
Well,
or
that's just
is
her
that like a joke I
opinion.
don't get?
No, it's not a joke.
You think she's not a good cop?
Correct.
Okay.
What's the report that you referenced?
The Claire thing with the biblioteca. Apparently, she was there too, from what Claire said.
So
Like a bad judgment call was made or something.
So actually, one thing I do want to give Barrett, she was part of some Coster bad circles in the past.
I'm part of a
but she
bad
actually
Custer bad circle
turned
right
around
now.
on that. And actually showed a improved and more transparent attitude.
She
I
does
think
keep
she's a-
it. She keeps it real.
Easy bucket
I
one.
remember
Yeah,
Barrett
bucket
from
one.
a long time ago. Yeah, she comes in, she does her job. She doesn't really provide too much issue, if any at all.
Casey, you don't want to answer that question, buddy. I cannot legally answer that.
Her name's
She
never really
does.
popped up on the radar for it.
Bucket one for me.
Yeah, it's okay. Bucket one.
Bucket one.
I don't have any current reason to say bucket 2 for me.
Yeah, same
Thomas
here. I don't have a
More.
reason.
Dude, Polly, shut the fuck
I
up,
know.
man.
More
There's
is
way too many
very
viewers to be
new
talking about
trooper.
those tags.
Maybe a week into it.
Thomas More, absolutely bucket 1 for me. It absolutely smoked Lucy Demont in this
He
very
did.
office on his final eval.
Standing where
Oh.
Burton is right now.
Wait, didn't he do terrible in his interview? though?
Exactly where Burton's standing right now. Instead, I'm pretty sure he also had his foot up against
Two
the
stripes,
wall.
KZ.
Just like
Absolutely
that.
smoked her. 100% bucket 1.
Yeah, I still have the
He's a
Hypeman
bucket one
tag,
for me.
but
I
we're not
like
going into
More.
that right now.
He needs confidence, but I think he's going to get that.
That's not
just
what we're
by
here
nothing.
for.
How was the interview?
I thought the interview was really bad.
Yeah, I'm Master
Nailed
Trooper,
one
which is the equivalent of
Thomas
Corporal,
More?
essentially.
I'm pretty sure his interview was good.
Oh no, he was. No, with the BCSO. That's.
But there's
right.
only there's only one
He was
sergeant.
just really disappointed.
It's
and
the- it's
confused
the
why we
third
didn't
highest
work
rank
with the
right now.
BCSO, but he wasn't necessarily BCSO bad.
Okay.
He did not get the Fourth Amendment question.
He did during when he ran the circle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it did. It did do the circle. That is correct.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
We
bucket
all
one.
good
Move
with
on.
bucket 1? Jerry?
All right.
Thomas More, yeah, he's too new to make a comment on for me.
Yeah.
Next is Hunter Newman.
I've only ever seen the guy twice.
Yeah, I
Like
never
he-
worked with him.
Yeah, he's really late.
I think he's a great cop.
Bucket one
Is he
for
on
me.
your shift?
Yeah, Newman's great.
Yeah, bucket one.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
NAAU.
All right. Adeline Novak.
I have nothing good to say.
I'm not going to comment on this one. I will abstain.
I was
Oh, he's back. Hold on.
I was very hard on her during her interviews.
Yeah, I fucking hate
But-
this computer.
I do think that she is almost she's I think she's good for a department.
Oh shit,
I've
did I
had-
say that here? My bad.
Oh. What'd you say?
My bad.
He's talking
OGs.
about the laptop on the desk right here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
I've
I
had a
meant.
lot of offices
Say it a third
say
time.
that she is very good. She was voted some
Did I
one of the
miss?
top offices. We're talking about Adeline Novak.
We bucket 1 more. Hunter Newman, we bucket 1. And now we're on Adeline Novak.
Newman on 1, huh?
So Adeline, I think if she fucking ran academies and classrooms, she would be in her element and she would fucking thrive. But I don't think she's a competent officer in the field.
I think he did reinstall
Didn't Adeline-
Windows
she's a very
before
good
this today, by the
Smoke
way.
the perjury question. Wasn't Adeline the one that said she would lie for the case if need be? Or is that
She's
someone
Adeline,
else?
look.
I'm reading it. Yes. They cannot cross-examine anything that has not been brought up by the side that you're currently working with.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's not even pretty bad. That's really fucking bad.
You know, I
That's
read
really
this,
bad.
and I might have a different opinion. The words she used were not great, but when I read this, there is some truth to it, because I think any competent district attorney would probably tell you to keep your answers short and not over elaborate. And she might have just over explained here, because if I was talking to a witness before they went on the stand, you know, giving them like, you know, the do's and don'ts of court, a do is always be honest. A don't is over explain yourself. Just answer the question and leave it at that. If it's a yes or no, move on. Don't argue with the lawyer. And if I'm reading that with good faith, I think she's just trying to interpret. She's just trying to, you know, like say you should be honest, but you shouldn't lie, but you also shouldn't put guns in the defense's gun, you know, bullets in the defense's gun or something. I don't know. I can understand why it's interpreted, because I read this when I read this the first time a few days ago. I had the same reaction that this is horrible, but I just think it's common sense from DAs and lawyers and cops. Just don't over-explain something that doesn't need over-explaining. It's not perjury. It's just, if someone asks you, where were you in the 15th? You say at home. That's truthful, but you don't have to say like at home. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to tell them like what food you were making or something. I don't know. Overall, only worked with her a few times, and she had kind of like a sour attitude. And I'm not sure if it was just an off day or something, so I feel bad judging her off of like a select few times, but not too pleasant to work with. But like I said, I'm willing to admit that might have just been an off day for both of us, and maybe I was rude too. That's all I got.
I don't speak with her too often, but from what I've heard from other people, that she is a very compassionate, very caring officer. She does do a lot of hard work. She checks on officers when, they've had a rough day or when something has happened, almost like a staff sergeant would.
Yeah, she's like the mom of the department, and that's why I think like if she were running academies and classrooms and then doing fucking office work, she would be perfect.
I do agree that Adeline is good for the department.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just offer her something like HR then?
I don't know if she would. An HR position is something that I'm not sure if she would want to take, because a lot of people don't like office work like I do in that sense.
Because here's the thing, right? She might be a good support officer, like you said, Tilly, but god damn, she is a horrible primary. It's a nightmare every time she's primary on a scene.
I can definitely see if she'd want to. I'm not sure.
I just, the perjury question wasn't great, but
Staff sergeant's real.
I just remember the rest of her interview that she was really hesitant.
But it's really
about
not being used anymore either.
Her answers all
staff
took really
sergeant
long,
basically
sure, and she was really
a rank that didn't have any
all over the place.
actual power. That signified they did clerical
but I do
work
agree
for the
that she's
department
good
too.
for the people and good for the department
It's gone now,
itself.
pretty much.
So I would like to keep her around, but maybe we can keep her maybe we can keep her in as some sort of HR first, and then when we're stable again, get her back in.
What if we do keep her in the department?
Positivity role.
Okay, Burden.
Hold on. What if we do keep her in the department, right? Do the retrain on her, see how she is, and if she has no improvement, then we'll demote her down.
I can get behind that.
I still think
sergeant.
that's
Yeah, command secretary is accurate. I think too many caveats. It's gonna be hard to keep up with all this. It's either keep them, or, jump them or keep them at this point. I do like Coster's idea, but I don't know, that may be insulting for her to hear and she rejected. But I don't know.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say, Tilly, you bring her on your team, and then we'll just retrain again later. That's actually one compromise I'm willing to make for her.
So bucket 2, send to HR.
Yeah, offer her that so she can kind of just get roped back in, and then when we have everybody retrained, we can get her back and see how she's gonna do in the retraining. It's only gonna be a couple of weeks.
All right, moving on. David Long.
So Long, I've had a couple pleasant conversations with. That's really all I know about the guy. Super nice person. I mean, really social. I don't know much about their cop work.
Was it him or Carter that crashed out on you?
Oh, Carter, big time.
So,
but he did have valid complaints. He just went about it the wrong way. But yeah, Long.
Long is the one that, according to Fontana, I have not spoken with it about it. I pass it on to Kane.
Yeah.
But according to Fontana, he tried to avoid paying his medical bills at Pillbox and got called out for it by Fontana, and then he locked her in the locker room. And again, that's coming from Fontana, so I don't know. She said he cornered her. I don't know how accurate that is, but I guess he got an attitude with her. And
sounds like a lot of play.
Well, no, it sounds she was pretty adamant that he raised his voice and got in her face and was like, "How dare you fucking talk to me like that?" You know, yada yada yada.
Yeah, the way I heard it was what Burton said. You know, he didn't pay his medical bills at the hospital. Fontana said, "You really should. You know, you're a cop for God's sakes," or something of that sort. And then he kind of reamed her in the locker room afterwards about, "Don't talk to me that way. Nobody talks to me that way." And I kind of equate this to a Matt Gray situation, where I'd expect a trooper to keep another trooper in line, integrity check, and for him to pop off like that, it's a pretty bad thing to do. You know, if you have a problem with it, go talk to your commander or supervisor or something. Don't harass her in the locker room about her
That's
trying to
just
hold you
I
accountable.
can't see Lon doing that. That's crazy.
Now,
I didn't know he
same-
did that.
That same day, Fontana told me about this. I heard him on comms. He was in an 80. Got into a foot pursuit and then said, "Somebody's lockpicking my cruiser" on radio. And then 2 minutes go by and then he goes, "Oh, my cruiser's gone." I asked him if he could get a description of the suspect. He said no. And I'm like, "Well, didn't you just say that somebody was lockpicking your goddamn cruiser?" It turns out his AR was stolen out of his glove box that day.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. My field work with him, not great either. A few times, and you know, I don't want to get into a quota conversation, but there's been a few times where, like, Newman, for instance, was responding to a store robbery and said, "Is anyone around that, you know, back me up?" And nobody answered. And then, you know, like a minute later, Long is on radio, 10:38, pulling someone over in front of the mall. You know, like, come on, we can't be, you know, it's
Bucket to you done.
yeah. And also his interview was the worst one I've
pretty sure
heard. It was
Bloom-
terrible.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know who it was.
Oh.
Bloom or someone else came and complained to me, or that Bloom was the one that led that chase. I don't know, but apparently Long was on their radio, and this actually caused the split again from BC's own SAS
sir,
about.
I was part of that. I can.
Oh,
Tell
you told me
exactly-
that.
I can tell you exactly what happened.
But his comms were like,
No, it wasn't Long.
left.
That wasn't Long. That was,
who was that then?
Deputy Hightower. But Bloom freaked out, said it was a trooper, and yeah. That was
Oh, so the
Hightower.
split actually was based off the fact of that Bloom got it wrong.
Deputy comms. Yep.
You know,
That's crazy.
there's more to it than that.
That's crazy.
No, so this was the governor's car got stolen. I pulled it over. They fucking shot at my car with class 3 weaponry. The Rangers got involved in chasing it. Deputies got involved in chasing it. Troopers got involved in chasing it. Terry was the Ranger, and Hightower was doing comms for the 80. And Terry said like one or two things. I think all he said was that car is bulletproof and has bulletproof tires, just so y'all know. And Hightower was doing comms. Bloom freaks out at the end of it and says, "All troopers get the fuck off our radio." He comes and talks to me. He goes, "I don't know who the hell that was, but..." And then I told him, I said, I'm pretty sure that was one of your deputies. And I sat there and I thought about it. And yeah, it was Hightower. Because I talked to Long and he said, I was like, I don't remember hearing Long's voice on the radio at all. And even Long, he said, that wasn't me. But, so I will stand up for him for that one. But I still think Bucket too.
Yeah, the only other thing in my opinion, Coffin, is he went on about how the BC's always trying to poach him because he won a skydiving contest with them or something. So, don't know. He was saying that he's never considered it, never wanted to transfer, but they tried to
How was the
poach
rest
him
of
a
his
few
interview?
times. It was pretty bad, roughly. Like the questions were not great. Not a great interviewer, so or interviewee, I guess.
Okay, but did he pass like the perjury and the lying and the amendment questions?
Not on the fourth. Also kind of passed the buck on a few of the, like, who's the worst, who's the best, just kind of, like, you know, like, I don't know who's the worst trooper, just would not give a clear answer. After like 4 or 5 minutes, I think he eventually said a cadet.
All right, so what do we think then? Bucket 1 or Bucket 2?
2 for me.
Arlen,
2 for me.
2.
Burton.
2, yeah.
All right, there we
Then
go.
it is
Cross down.
decided.
Yeah, there you go. Simple.
Spillner,
who's
I think,
next?
right?
I see Novak.
Novak.
Who
Dial
was
it
that
over.
again? Sorry.
Long. David Long.
David Long.
Okay, so 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're right. Sorry about that.
So Nala Novak's next.
Yeah, I did that one too. That interview. Good answers. Interrupted, unfortunately, by an attack on the police department.
Fucking crackheads.
Yeah.
I hated that night.
Um,
I checked out real fast during that night.
we had different experiences. It was okay. Good interview. Honest, forthright. Had no upfront issues with it. I thought she was good.
I think she's a good cop. She crashes out about the quota publicly. But I think she's a good cop.
Yeah, she's a bucket one for me.
She is a bucket one for me.
Sure, I don't know if you remember the incident like a week and a half ago about quota on the bulletin board.
Oh, Nyla.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, she didn't crash out that hard though. It was mostly that other person.
Yeah. But I know she is quota bad. She's very outspoken about it, but I do think she's a good cop, regardless of what she says about me.
Yeah, that's the only. Nyla's fine. She's just really anti-quota, but she does hit it. So it's not. It's the big mouth, but like she doesn't really do any action to like try to circumvent it. It's just I hate this, but still does it. So it's not like I hate this and I'm not gonna do it.
No, she still does it.
Yeah.
And she is very good with cadets, from what I've seen. I don't work with her, but I've seen her.
No, she's good, FTO.
Yeah, I've seen what she puts in cadet cards. One thing I would like to say, one thing about Nyla and her FTO cards, though, she only ever gives praise in the cadet notes. There's no way for the next FTO to know what that cadet needs to work on.
Yeah. No, I'm not. A lot of people doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys want to bucket one that?
I don't work with her, so I can't. I can only go off the interview.
Yep.
Oh, look.
You're
Tilly's
so
got the
brave,
Danish
and you're
too.
so
I'm
right.
nice. I'm not alone.
Thank you, King.
Suede?
Feels good.
Oh yeah,
Who's next?
definitely. I definitely was
Suede
having brain
boots.
issues. I definitely.
Habibi is next.
Needs to be a cadet.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll retrain Habibi.
Tilly, Nyla, Novak, bucket one.
She's what? No.
Bucket
Yes?
one.
Bucket one.
Bucket one.
But I will say Nyla on a short leash. Put the quota note behind her.
Put a quota note, short leash. Got it.
Yeah, she's a quota batter.
How short is my
She
leash?
doesn't like the quota.
My leash should
Nah,
be
just
hella
quota
short.
here. We can't have that. The people that stay are here to because they want to make it work, not because they hate something.
All right, good.
Who's next? Sebastian Kane.
Habibi. We're gonna keep, right?
Kabibi is a hard retrain.
Okay, and then it's Sebastian Kane, which is blank.
What?
Yeah, he fell out of the form though. If you ever look, go down a little bit.
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, these are about to be all over the place, guys, because the forms are not in order.
That's fine.
No, his in-person interview wasn't. I don't think it was recorded, or it was.
Okay,
it's just.
so
I think it was. There was 2 or 3 interviews, unfortunately, that I've been sick that I haven't been able to put in yet.
So we'll just pivot over to Tilly's list and then keep going down on that one.
Oh, I mean, we do have like that. We can do Peter Von Kama next, and I can just kind of flip flop. I'll find them in the list. It's fine. Just keep going by the interviews.
All right.
All right, so PVK.
So I fucking love PVK, but a lot of people don't. And
I
don't
love
work-
PVK.
I
don't
think
work
he's
with
great.
him enough to say why they don't like him, but I think he's great.
He's great.
I do like working with him as well. He's great in FTO. He's pleasant to be around. I think he's just great all around.
Great scene lead.
He was on my list of 15 to keep.
All right, so you guys would say
PVK
good.
that is.
Yeah, PVK.
Is he even active enough?
Let me check if he hit his quota last week, actually.
Didn't he not come back very recently?
The thing about him is
Yeah,
he
he
has, I think he's quit like 2 or 3 times.
His last arrest on the 14th.
He had no arrest last week.
All right, so there's let's be honest. Then there's no time in just stressing about it, is there?
Yeah, bucket 2 though.
And his week before that, he didn't.
This is so
do much
tragic,
either.
dude.
It's PVK is great, but is he around?
It's so tragic, man. Like,
Doesn't
the
feel like
activity
it.
thing is just killing them. I'm like...
Bucket
I
2
Is he on an LOA though?
activity.
He was LOA for a while.
Yeah,
and
was he in a?
just
Isn't
came
he
back.
still in an LOA?
Man, dude, this is going to be the
Check it
small fracture where
201.
Vic diverges from Coster, and it may just be it may be what kills it.
2 for
Like,
activity.
I just don't think I don't think Vic
Oliver
can see eye to eye
Quinton.
with him
I think we have to keep him, right?
on this quota thing, like on this activity thing. Like
yeah.
Coster, I mean,
The
let's-
other ones we have to keep. Yeah.
honestly, put the quota aside
So Davidson,
and just look at the activity thing,
just
man.
from working
Somebody
with
to
him,
sell.
he's a bucket number 2 for me.
I'm gonna be
Who's
honest.
this?
Anthony Davidson. He's the one
Anthony.
who apparently beat.
Like,
that
how
guy
crazy
down
is
in
it
the cell who was
that like
smoking a joint.
4
not
people
hard.
just said good,
Yeah,
and then he got
bucket
fired from hitting quota
Yeah.
for 1 week?
It's just
What
his overall
happened?
attitude.
What happened? What happened with this?
Apparently, there was a 95 in the cell, and they started
gonna say
smoking
something.
joints, so he went in there and started beating them down.
How
with
was
a fucking
he
baton.
not fired yet for that?
I
That's
don't
crazy.
know. I did ask this.
Well, he
We've
claimed that
brought
the
it up.
guy hit him first, and there was blood samples on the floor with his blood on it.
How's
But
that
he was
done?
the only trooper there.
Waiting for my
either
moment.
way, he's going into his cell with an unrestrained 95 by himself.
Outside of that, I had an issue with something he did once. I spoke to him about it, and he just had general attitude about it, and that just really turned me off.
It sounds like this guy's no good. I mean, it just like if that's the opinion of Sergeant Kane, then like if no one else has anything to like contrary, then
No, I'm saying bucket 2.
What was your opinion, Olin? I thought you were going to say something.
No, bucket 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
before we move on, I know that this is going to be like, oh, no time for this, but is it not crazy that 3, if not 4, you said we like PBK, and then we had to fire him anyway because he wasn't on duty for a
Yeah,
week,
I don't
7
really agree
days.
with
That's
the
it.
PVK
Like,
thing.
I know that
That is
I know
what
that I'm the
Foster
quota
wants.
bad guy, and like Novak, I get a short leash, but I just cannot believe that 4 of you have a positive opinion of the guy, and then we're just like, he's gone because he didn't do a week on duty. Like,
I mean, I don't.
is that
I don't
are we
know.
requiring everyone to like? If we narrow it down to only troopers who can do 15, 20 hours a week, it's going to be like 5 people at the end of the month. At the end of the year, there's going to be times. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll drop it now because I know this isn't what this is about, but I think it's a crucial conversation we have. I just think it's crazy. We're going to drop this guy. I've never met him. I have no opinion on him. I'm completely objective. I think it's cool that he's got a nickname like PVK, but aside from that, I've never met the guy. I don't have a strong opinion. But like,
Peter Von Karma.
yeah, I gathered the initials, but it's a shame that 4 of you like him and then it's just gone like
I
that
think
because
he's great.
a week on duty, like, and I'm sorry to make this all about this, and you guys, are gonna bitch about how much long we're taking, but it's critical that we acknowledge. I just don't think part timers are that big of a problem.
It's not necessarily that he hasn't been around for a week. It's more global inconsistency. Like quit.
But is that a
quit
big
multiple
deal?
Times, quit and came back multiple
How does
times.
it hurt?
LOAs.
What is it hurting though, Colonel?
Like it's really inconsistent. We need a strong foundation to
It's
start
not a
off
real
with. And then we can
job,
always,
bro.
get some part timers, but
I mean,
like,
not
strong
everyone's
start.
going to be consistent.
I
Though.
just,
like life happens.
to be
but
candid,
this-
like I worry for
you
my
can-
my bias on the table. I worry for myself. If I take a week and a half off, like 2 weeks off in a row, or like if I have a week now and then a week, in 2 weeks, and like I know maybe I won't get canned because I have like FaceTime with the boss, and me, but I just feel bad for these guys that have other commitments. They have they work at Burger Shut at night, like you said, and they don't make it in for a week, and then boom, doors shut, no matter how good they were. Fuck.
I think the main issue that it really boils down to be honest, with you, Vic, is the fact that this is becoming a thing where it's a culture thing, right? Within this department, where people just leave, they don't come around at all, they don't ever put an LOE in, there's no communication, and they keep their job and come back like nothing's ever happened.
But he has
and
put in
they're
LOAs.
still-
But he has done that.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
where's the
was
other way?
on LOA.
Where?
Well, it's gone because it's over. But
Yeah, I cleared it out.
Isn't it the practice to delete them when it's over?
yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
what I've
mean,
been doing.
regardless, though, I think what I'm getting at, to be fair, what I'm getting at is bigger than just this one guy. He's just the thing that
No, I
set me
understand.
off is that I just think I just don't really interpret a lot of harm happening from troopers who are inactive and then come active and then go inactive again, or like I think maybe this is kind of a fucked thing to spring on you guys, but like, what's the culture issue at the end of the day? Like, what are we actually trying to hammer out? Because in my opinion, it's like, a pattern of like troopers have been arrested for corruption, a pattern of troopers that are saying costs are bad, a pattern of troopers that can't, get with the program, right? But I just don't see part-time troopers or, inactive troopers contributing to that in any way. I just don't know what the problem is. If someone can come around and be competent for 2 hours a week, 5 hours a month, who cares? Like, who is that hurting besides us when we get rid of them? That's just another body off the street. And sure, it was only 5 hours a month, but like, it's a body.
But it's another spot being held up for someone who will
We have
be there
unlimited
all the time.
spots.
Yeah,
They only get paid when they clock on duty. The slot thing is completely arbitrary. It's our limit we're setting for no damn reason. They only get paid when they clock in. To be honest with you, I don't see the problem. And I know I'll drop it if you guys want to keep moving on. But I think we gotta have this conversation before we rehire and go into this again, because it's gonna come up. It's gonna keep coming up for me.
I mean, plus any one of these offices can turn into a stagnant office. We can't control, and we can't guarantee these offices are going to be able to be. We don't. I don't even know if there's a.
Well, to be perfectly blunt,
It doesn't mean they can't come back.
Well, to be perfectly blunt, when I started, I was doing 2 or 3 hours a week at the most. When I started, I did an hour a week or at the most. I did back in like November when I got hired of last year or whatever. I would do 4 or 5 hours a week, and I don't know, test the waters. How is it? Are people did I get along with the people on duty? Is it going to be cool? And then fast forward, because I was allowed to survive through a selective process. I was given the shield that is reserve trooper that many of these guys are not allowed to have. I was allowed to test the waters, find the waters to be pretty good. And now I'm here and I contribute 30 hours a week at minimum usually. Like, is this not in itself like, I don't know. I guess that I'm done. I made my points. You can either agree with it or disagree with it. I'll leave
I
it
think
there.
we should keep Von Kama. Everyone here said really good things about him.
Yeah, he's
the only
great.
thing was bad about his
The only thing
inconsistency,
that is
but I don't
yeah.
think that.
But I just want to make it clear. I'm not fighting for Peter here individually. It's the concept that got him struck out, even though 4 of you vouched for him.
the entirety.
Yeah.
For now, let's move on. We'll
Alright.
rediscuss after if need be, so we can at least get through the list.
Well, I tried, man. I tried. I think Coster is just.
We did.
I think to try to read Coster's minds,
Andrew Carter.
he is just like of the opinion that he has a real job.
Oh, I might
Sorry,
be a little biased on this one 'cause
that
crashed
he
out
has
in the
another
game.
job, and he does the quota, and he does the he does
That's the
enough.
driving thing, right?
Yeah, it was a.
So why
boil
can't
all
everyone
around.
else? But I think there's just more to it. Like, to be blunt,
What did he crash out about?
Ugh,
not
just me buying
everybody
and me buying
can
Roberts.
Yeah.
give it all every week. There's gonna be times that
Yeah.
I know in the
Yeah,
future,
well, hey, it doesn't matter. What
I
you
know
think
for
of
a
that. You
fact
don't-
that
you
in
don't
the
talk
future, I
to your
will
boss that
become
way.
slightly burned
You
out
don't
with
talk to
RP,
any of your
and I
fellow
will
cops
tone
that
down
way.
my time on RP.
That's exactly- that was
I will
a
go back to like,
crash
instead of
out
doing
the
30 to
wrong
40
time.
hours a week, I'll go down to like 10 to maybe 5. And
You could
like,
say- you could- you
I'm
could
gonna
say-
get popped. I'm gonna get popped for it.
No,
It's gonna be
it was
tragic
just
that
a,
I've done all this
really,
work,
you're doing
that I've role
bad,
played all
or
this
you're doing
time,
this
and
this
that
bad,
you know what's gonna
and,
happen? My
you know,
brother's
what the fuck
wedding,
are
my
you doing?
my
It was
older
that.
brother's wedding
You
is
can-
in
you
June,
can explain that.
and at
in
minimum,
normal
I'm gonna be gone for an entire week, if not longer, and I'm
no,
done.
this was
That's the
just
end of my
irrelevant.
career. I have to go get rehired.
And I sent him off duty afterwards.
Anyway, I'm talking over people
He
talking
was-
to
he
RP,
was
which I
not
don't want to
going
do.
finish the conversation with me, and
But
instead said,
I don't know, man. I think it's really holding back the state
I'm
police.
just going to go on patrol. And
It
I
is
said,
really
"No,
holding
no,
back the
I
state
think you should
police.
take the day off."
So he
That we
said,
cannot have
"You're
competent
doing a shit
part-timers.
job at driving, Costa. I think you should get goods."
No,
you
it
didn't
was
like
more.
that?
He was. I don't know what caused the crash out again, but it was complaints about that, and leading by example.
Please make sure to RSVP know. I need the
And I
RSVP
asked
still.
him if that
I
was
put it
what
off.
he was worried about at the moment.
'Cause I wasn't sure if I
I
had
don't know
plus
what
one.
caused it again, but it was a tone that you don't want to see towards other officers.
As long as they, yeah, exactly, Ultra. As long as I think, you know, I don't know, man.
You know,
I think one
Costa,
thing Mantis has always done right, and I'm gonna give credit where it's due. It's Mantis.
Tilly, focus.
Is that you never get rid of someone who's good if they've proven themselves to be good
with that,
and proven themselves to be a fun role player, and they get the cop stuff. Don't fire them. Like, why would you ever get rid of that person? Keep them on the roster indefinitely.
I just gave a really biased one.
Like, who cares how long the roster looks, man? Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit if the roster is 1,000 lines full of 8,000 part-timers? Who cares? They're not
who's
hurting
this again?
anything.
Oliver Quinton?
As long as they don't come on
Carter.
and violate people's
Oliver
rights
Quinton? Did we vote on
and
him?
are like, as long as they're competent,
he's,
who
reserved
cares,
for
man? Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares,
Carter seems like
man?
he's been here a while.
Like, I don't know, man.
Yes, he's been here.
I'm done.
I don't know. I think he joined the department maybe a month or two after me.
I'll move on so we can continue like talking about the actual people who need to be fired. But I think this actually is where Vic and Coster diverge so much that I'm not sure.
About him and
Like,
Redmond,
I think if
can't
Vic
fucking remember.
and Coster cannot see eye to eye on
In the
this,
past, when
it's gonna
Redmond
be
was
like
around, and I can't fucking remember for the love of me what it was.
it's gonna be it. Like this is I can see the crack in the dam, and this is it. It's a fundamental disagreement
because I wanted to bring it up to
on
him.
part timers.
You've been sitting on this for that long?
I'll TLDR after the meeting if you stay around. I don't want to do it right now. I'm talking over them
notes on
still.
everybody, but I can't fucking remember what it was.
I don't want to keep talking over the meeting.
I don't know Carter too well, but just the fact that you and Burton.
I mean, I think the quote is. You know what? Honestly, sorry, I'm so tired of talking over these guys.
Still here.
But I'm going to anyway because I think it's kind of important. I think what really the real penny drop on the quota situation. Why, like, I remember seeing viewer after viewer, like Vuk or whatever his name, Vuk Life was like I think he's like a hardcore Penta viewer probably, but he was saying like, why do you hate the quota? The quota's fine. And then I realized we're not talking about the same fucking thing. The way the state police does the quota is completely different than the way the Blaine County does the quota. It may be the same on paper, but in the Blaine County, if you don't hit your quota, you are forced to talk to a command member, and then you explain yourself. In the state police, if you don't meet your quota, you are fired, and your keys are taken, and you are locked inside a PD. Like, you wake up locked inside a police department you can't get out of, and you have a missed text that says you're fired. So, like, fundamentally, I think that's the problem. Is the I don't know, man. And I think the Zoo Kid's right. I think you need to know just not to fuck with people. I don't know. I'll get back to this whole conversation later. I have a much longer point to make, but I'm sorry. I'm going back to this real this time.
It was a accumulation of, I'm pretty sure, restructure into me driving at that time, into BC so bad. It was like a combination of all things, and that was just the first thing he could grasp. That's how that felt. He just needed to get something out.
All right, so I don't think anyone really here has as much to say on him. What do you want to do? Like, what do you think, Costa?
You guys all don't know him? I mean, he was gone for a hot minute.
Who was it again?
Andrew Carter.
Andrew Carter.
No idea.
I know him.
Like, surely y'all have something to say besides my biased opinion.
I mean, you already stated it, so you're the boss.
And I said my face.
Yeah, exactly. He said bucket 2, and you said bucket 2, so my opinion does not matter.
No, that's not true. We're all in here together. What do you
Are
think,
we?
Vic? Do you know?
How was his interview? How was his interview?
He didn't get an in-person. He did the form.
What's on the forum?
Corporate jargon. The only hot take he had: do you have any concerns about the direction of the department? He says yes. 2 structures, numerous retests of knowledge and surveys. The message is still, we are failing as a department. One is by what metrics are we failing according to who? And two, at what point do we take the information and implement the change? If we sit and do nothing, then the problem is not the feedback. The problem is the lack of decision making. There seems to be no long-term plan, and everything is reactive and ad hoc decision based on outside factors.
You know, if I can,
What does he mean by that?
can I speak a little freely for a second?
Yeah.
We're not all equal here, Colonel. You're the Colonel. If you like him, you keep him. That's it. That's all there is to it. You know, if I know that it's like nice to value our opinions, but at the end of the day, we're just advisors to you. You're the captain, or the Colonel in this case. If you like somebody, just keep them. You don't have to explain yourself to us.
Oh, don't worry. I fully realize that, but
Okay.
I've always worked in the sense of I appreciate my personnel and the supervisors around me. So I do value input. So I do at least want the input before I make a decision. You know.
I got you. I just weighing in
Otherwise,
on
I
the
might as well
whole
just
like.
sit here alone.
I was just weighing in on the 1-to-1 vote. Like, no, it's a hell of a lot more than 1-to-1. You know, whether it's All In or Kane or anyone. You know, it's if they don't meet your vision, they need to get the hell out. You know, and if they do, then they need to stay. You know, because you're the Colonel, so that's what goes.
I think for now, based on that reaction, I think that Carter is boiled over, maybe to the point of burnout. I think it's good if he, just like Fontana, just takes a break and comes back later.
All right. So Bucket 2.
Who's next?
Novax. Lucy Snow.
Bare minimum.
This is gonna be a part-timer.
She gets paid more than she brings in. She gets 10 parking tickets and isn't.
Do not trigger me, Burton. Fuck you, man. Burton's triggering me with the quota talk.
You guys are so frustrating.
I know. I'm like
do you
restraining myself right now on this one.
Oh my god.
The whole point is to get out there and do police work, right?
I
don't mind. I don't mind if people do the bare minimum.
can't.
But,
It's a quota. It's a quota conversation.
$100 parking and expired meter citations.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I mean, it's one of the ways. If they are around and they are a good cop and they did a good interview, we're just gonna keep them.
She's a bucket one for me to keep this moving.
Bucket one for me.
I like her a lot, but
I will rebut what you said there, Burton, because on the 12th of this month, she did one charge that brought in 14,000. I don't know the person, but and then the one after that was 10,000.
I'm just saying what I see. I've worked with her maybe once, but as somebody who goes through the numbers, that's what I've seen.
I think if we have
2
cops
weeks ago,
that
she brought in like $4 grand for the PD.
If anything,
I'm just saying from what I can see. I don't know her. I've never worked with her, but you're saying she comes around just to do the 10 citations and then goes, but she's got 2 charges.
and even if
this
she did,
month that are over 10,000.
some officers like doing citations.
even if she did that though, wouldn't she be
like?
like given a pass regardless? Like that is the quota system before I suggest the changes that changed it. So even if she only did 10 tickets a week and took home $2 million in salary, she's doing the system. Like, we can't hold her at fault. It's the system that's at fault then. So I'm sorry I'm stopping myself again, but I just think I like her personally. Never had a problem. I like her. I think she's a good officer. Also a pursuit driver, which is crucial, I think, for my shift because we don't have many. So I'd vote for her regardless. But on the topic of 10 citations and calling it a week, I cannot hold that against her.
I do think we're a little too quota locked. I think that we, if they did the interview well, they are a good cop otherwise, and won't cause issues for the culture, then I think we should just bucket one and move on.
The literal only reason I bring it up is
then PVK should come back right now. I'm just pointing that out. I know we're going back to it again.
Some of these troopers I don't work with because they're not in my time, right? So I can only go off what the interview says and what.
Well, I got no beef with what you said at all, by the way.
No, I'm just saying in
think.
terms of Lucy Snow, right? The MDT is showing me that she does good police work. The interview isn't too bad.
I hate seeing quota locked because it implies that the quota is not a divisive issue that needs to be talked about.
For me, it's a bucket
It's
one.
like, oh, we can't keep focusing on the quota. But the quota is the core of every issue. How can you not see that the quota and the way that you interpret what quota means is causing every other issue in the PD right now? It is like, maybe not every issue. Maybe not every issue.
That's
but
the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Okay, but that's not going to happen
Like
every week.
It wasn't a Snow bad thing. It was just, that was my observation as somebody who looks at the numbers every week.
I didn't take it that way.
1 million.
Listen, guys, bucket one, next name.
Yeah.
Bucket one, please.
Bucket one.
Scotty
She's
Tahati.
good.
I'm biased. I've worked with this guy for
Tahati's
almost
amazing.
7 years. Tahati's
He's
great.
good. He's
Fucking
good.
one.
Who?
Scotty Tahati.
I know too little about Scotty. If you guys are confident, then
Same
I'm fine.
here.
How was the interview? Perjury questions, amendment questions. Not just
It's the form. The form doesn't have those.
Sorry, I should have put them in the form.
Oh, well,
But honestly,
was
if
there
I put them
anything
in the
on
form,
perjury
people
in
could
there?
have lied about it, so there would have been no point.
Yeah, people would have just taken forever on those. The trick questions don't work in a form anyways.
Yeah.
That's true.
Also, real quick, Tilly, on his forum, you have Derek Peterson at the bottom of it. So
Oh shit! Hold on. Dude, is Derek Peterson on the list, or did I accidentally do that?
no, you accidentally. He's not on the list, so we can re-add him to the list.
I'm gonna like
Peterson was a
fall to
keeper.
my knees at this quota thing if I have to
Did we talk about Peter Anderson?
fight for another trooper who I've never met.
Yeah,
Peterson's
Because I
also
know-
Peterson, yeah.
Yeah, I like Peterson.
I know that the quota is
Sebastian
fucking him for
Kane,
no
we've
reason.
done Vera Knight. No
We-
idea
we
who
have-
that is.
We have not done Kane yet.
Have we not?
No, he's
Oh, it
up
was
for on the
blank.
list,
It
but
was
it's
blank.
blank. Yeah, so not even gonna bother reading his interview. I think he's okay. Some serious, lack of, I guess I would say, peripheral vision, but like more in a wider, like every sense. Like I think he is more or less understands the concept of the police work and does that, but can get so like tunnel vision on stuff that a lot of stuff floats right by him. And he's easily suggestible by criminals, I've noticed. Like, I think I've seen a few situations in which he's like, what do I do here? And I'm like, well, you're the primary. And then, like, someone will pipe up and he'll go with that. Like, oh, they're free to go because they, you know what I'm saying? Like, not the worst thing in the world to show some discretion, but just seems a little bit too tunnel visions and a little bit, like, suggestible almost.
I can agree with that. Earlier this week, or maybe last week, there was an incident where 4 people were involved.
Dude, I want I
shootout
would
down at the
kill for some
boatyard.
Dairy Queen right
They
now.
all ended up going to the hospital.
I would
The
kill for a
first 2
Dairy
at the
Queen.
hospital were actually the
Blizzard.
victims,
Just a
and he
plain
wanted
Blizzard.
them arrested and brought to the police department.
I got a crazy
and I had to
opinion
kinda stop
about
him, and
ice
I
cream.
told him, we're gonna
I don't
keep
like
them at the
mix-ins
hospital, we'll
usually.
detain them. If you can get PID on them, then hey, it's your
The problem
call,
with
but,
mixing stuff in to like
he
a blizzard in most
if they
cases
had been innocent,
is that I
which don't think they
find
were,
because it's cold, it
he
makes the
would've
things
violated
harder.
the rights there.
And so like
that kinda had
M&Ms are
back
terrible.
with
Like there's
that.
some stuff is some stuff is cool. Like brownies and like cheesecake, like soft stuff is usually okay. I'd do 2 on this guy. My personal opinion.
Which one's this?
I'll go with Vic on it.
But like any kind of
would
chocolate, it gets so hard and dense.
Is this Sebastian
Don't
King?
fuck with it.
Okay.
Next.
I gave up trying to
Vera
argue the
Knight.
quota a few months ago. It's a constant talking about. It is absolutely, and I think
What shift is she?
I think it is an absolute wall with Coster specifically.
I think she's with
But-
Lucy Snow.
Snow's
Vic
partner.
Vic is a
Yeah,
hopeful
they
guy,
work
and Vic
together.
wants to see this through. Vic made a promise he'd stay, so he's gonna do his best to try to make sense of this whole thing and try to argue for it.
She wrote a lot about the quota in her.
That's where I'm at.
Oh. What's that?
I greatly dislike quota. Quota, I believe, is a reason there is a subpar standard
Yeah, I think-
currently set within the department and makes people not want to assist their fellow officers and or just not want to come on duty and go do something else. This is the first time being in a department where a quota was set in place, and after being in said department, the lack of backup and lack
Going
of
for a
morale is
clap.
the worst I have ever seen. That and quota leads to people doing sloppy work or manufacturing situations to meet the quota threshold. I think quota should be immediately abolished, along with what I said earlier about putting everyone down the trooper and reevaluating from there. There are far better ways to monitor activity.
She's not
and
entirely
meeting
wrong.
Quota is far from being indicative, but can't even speak, of someone who is lazy or just standing around doing nothing. Indicative, sorry.
Okay,
That's
so
the word I
big
missed.
quota bad. I must, Jesus Christ. I must say that, when we're going through this whole nuke,
Yeah.
I haven't considered letting quota just go for a bit because they have a
That's-
lot to endure during this whole retraining. So I've already considered not having a quota for a little bit, but only for a little bit. So I think that they don't have the best.
Sorry, I'm
arguments. But
about to go into it
cost-wise, how are
again.
they?
I gotta stop myself.
How's the rest of the form?
I gotta handcuff myself because I realize any criticism of the quota is just met with we're quota
okay.
locked. We're quota
I know
locked.
her.
Yeah, we are because it's
care.
actually a
Which
legitimate
one?
issue, man.
How's the paperwork?
And the
criminal
more that I
records?
say stuff, and the more that Vic
'Cause I don't
pipes
wanna let
up,
someone go just because I don't know them.
the more that Vic
Concerns
pipes up
within the
about it,
department. Yes,
the
it
more I
seems like
realize
there's plans to,
everybody
quote-unquote,
around Vic
fix
agrees.
the department.
They just
has
don't
occurred
want to
plenty
say
of
it because
times,
Coster
yet
obviously
problems
likes the
still
quota.
persist. I think there needs to be a new command.
Like,
and
I think
skill
legitimately,
starting at the very top,
at
and work down
minimum,
from there.
both
Oh, so it's
I
a
don't
Costa
know.
ban.
I don't want to like actually. I don't agree with them.
Okay, so when I was doing my stuff the other
Well, the question
week,
was if you were in charge.
I've got
so
Vera
it's not a
Knight down
Costa
as
ban.
basically only being around on weekends.
Yeah, I gotta do
obviously
some
that's their
crazy
choice,
slash muse.
But last arrest was the 15th.
All I'm gonna say
7 days
is I
ago.
think in this room
I don't know her, so I
Just
can't
kinda
really.
there's
feels
only
like a
maybe
bucket 2 for me.
2 people
She
that
had one.
might even care about the quota in any kind of shape or
Check.
form.
Bucket 2?
Who is it again?
Vera Knight.
You know, don't know him at all. Besides the opinions that I agree with, don't know him.
She is
Yeah,
on LOA.
She went on
until
LOA on the
31st.
20th to the 31st. Yeah.
I think the only people in the room that might, in any way, support the quota would be maybe Burton
Yep.
and definitely Coster.
Wow.
But it sounds like Alden.
Wow.
-1.
Yep. Yep.
-1.
It sounds like Alden and Atrick at least have reservations about it. It sounded like Kane was about to agree, and Tilly I know has.
Let's move on. I
issues
say
with
bucket
it.
2. What do you guys say?
2.
Yeah, from what I can see, it'd be 2.
I agree with her opinion, but bucket 2.
All right.
That's fine.
Vic?
What opinion?
Yeah, I'm with these 2 over here.
Bertone?
Sure. I don't know enough. Bucket 2.
I feel like if none of us know her, that's like
Well, I mean,
not a good thing.
I'm leaning on. We all work different shifts, right? I'm leaning on the people who have worked with her.
I'm just leaning on that no one's, no one piped up at
Yeah.
all. So
The thing
Yeah,
is,
no
okay,
one's worked
this
with
is
her at
actually
all.
this might be a bad take, and
here it comes.
feel free
I'm
to
ready for
express
this.
your opinions on it.
Yeah,
But
I'm
I
ready.
feel that if
Armed and
people
ready.
are rightfully so frustrated with the direction the department has been going, right? But I think that if people have such a strong opinion about the department, and are like somewhat pissed / on LOA. I'm not saying that's Vera Knight. I'm just talking in general. Maybe it's not wrong to just have those people just take a break or come back later, so we can fill the department with new, fresh faces, build them up from the ground.
I agree with
build
this.
them
I
from
thought he
the
was going in a
ground
different direction.
and then just kind of create our new face, because I think that if we keep those people around, and I'm not saying they might be too long gone, but it's a potential liability that they're going to stay in the mindset, so it's better in some cases to get someone new, a civilian that hasn't worked here, just from the ground up,
I
has them
agree.
enjoy themselves.
Conceptually, I agree. If someone's so out of sorts about it that they're not even spending time on duty, then what's the move them around. The only real concern is are we certain there's just a ton of qualified applicants out there? Are we my only, and not specifically with Vera like you said, but just I worry that what is it? There's some phrase like the devil may care attitude, just chucking people out the door and seeing if they come back is going to bite us in the ass. If there's not a lot of qualified troopers that we could bring up, a lot of qualified applicants, I mean, anyway, are we confident that there's a lot of civilians out there that would be confident and competent and good? Or are we throwing people out who might be good and then now we're going to be okay, wish we had someone instead of nobody?
Well, we just hired 2. There's another one on my radar that
Yeah, I hired 2 and they are insane, so they're gonna be.
You talking about Ledger?
Really, yeah, Ledger and.
I took them out there. They're gonna need some work.
What is Ledger's what is his
Ledger's not as
he's not
his radio comms are
oh yeah, it's rough. I talked to him.
rough.
I pulled him aside.
This is why they're cadets. They had
Keen
extreme
was
good
the
potential.
Keen was the same way. I took both of them out the other day, and yeah, they're gonna need a little bit of work.
Are they I don't want to
You should have went to the full cadet
I'm trying to
program.
figure out are they people you used to work with, or
No. They just had great.
They just showed,
cadet potential.
They showed up.
did they have a
and,
special interview or with you?
Yeah, with
No,
Costa.
they had a regular interview like I would do with
Uh-huh.
anyone else. They had previous experience and they were good cadet candidates, which is why they're cadets.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was something I didn't know. They're okay. I mean, he knew his case law, but I think they're not God's gift to cadet work
like,
is all.
like Burton said, they were super knowledgeable, and that's why they're a cadet, because I didn't know about the rest.
Yeah.
So if his comms are horrible, but he knows his shit, that's something he can just work on.
Right. I agree.
Yeah,
Fair enough. I just wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, I took him out today, and yeah, Costa, I want to talk to you.
Well, before we veer off too much,
Exactly.
let's get back on topic.
Yeah.
If we lose Vera, we're gonna lose Lucy Snow.
Oh, are they the two
Yeah.
white partners?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh God.
White hair.
Okay,
and
but
this
I
is
can't just keep.
Well,
someone to keep
unfortunately,
the other.
unfortunately, that's
No,
their
I know.
choice.
I'm just putting it out there.
What do you guys think?
We're like
It's a
separate
shame.
conjoined twins.
It's a shame to lose them both because we can't keep a emotional support trooper on. Just it's not fair to everyone else to. Because they would just be like, okay, you can't fire me because I love Kane, and if you get rid of Kane, then I'll quit too, and it's a web. You can't do it. But
Weaponizing that is also probably not the culture we want to build.
no, exactly. I'm not going to say that they are weaponizing it. We just, we believe since they're friends, they're probably going to leave together, which is no big deal. No shame against them. It is what it is. But overall, I think it's fine. If she hasn't been on duty in a while, then it is what it is, right?
I mean, that was the only complaint, right? Not being on duty.
Which my reservations on, sir.
Well, and she does have an LOA.
I would. No one's seen her, so it's hard for me to say keep for someone we don't know to
Let me
keep.
check her
But
fucking-
I just feel like this is ultimately a victim of someone who. I don't know. I don't. I'm gonna go back into the same thing I just did, so I'm gonna leave it. I just think fundamentally.
Is it night or like
Night with an N, I believe.
No K.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think Vera Knight, without knowing the character or the person OC at all,
good.
Reports are okay. I'd like
is
to see somebody work with her on her report.
someone who is hesitant to commit a lot of time to a hobby
far more than I see other people
where they
do.
Yeah.
like. I think it's someone who's.
And our only complaint about her that we didn't really know her and that she didn't spend enough time. Because that might not
That's
be
the only thing. Yeah. I mean, on principle. Oh shit! I said it too much. I know we're trying to move fast, so I'm trying not to keep veering into this territory because I think it's probably a longer talk that needs to happen. But
I mean, I
think it's a shame to lose somebody who's like, by all accounts, competent and doesn't, honestly. So if someone comes around for 5 hours a month and all they do is fuck around and they get us in trouble, no problem, get rid of them, same as anyone else would. But if someone comes on duty like 10 minutes a month and all they do is like back you up once, then like who cares? Like, what's the problem?
Yeah, no, I agree. Doesn't hurt us.
And I think ultimately, like, a lot of this quota thing kind of restricts it kind of takes the command's job in some ways and makes it simplified, black and white when it should be like in color.
So, while he's taking a piss or whatever, how many people here do like the quota?
Oh, look out. I'm against it, obviously, but I think it's more nuanced than that.
Oh my god, already planning an insurgent while I'm asleep for 5 minutes?
You know where I'm at?
Yeah.
I've never been anything but clear on it, sir.
I like the quota, but I'm team talk to somebody if they don't hit the quota and then see like where they're.
I don't think people understand why it was implemented in the first place. It was never supposed to be you don't hit it for a week, you're gone. It was supposed
But that's
to be
what we're doing with it, sir.
Yeah, but
that's what we're doing with it, and that's what we're doing right now with it. Peter Von Karma, Kira Knight, that's what we're doing with it right now as we speak, sir. Even if if we're admitting that's not the use case, then why did we just do that twice?
It has only been used that way in the recent months because we needed to downscale massively and we had to get rid of people that just didn't show up. But I'm really over the quota conversation, so we'll get back on PvK later. Who's next on the list? Vera Knight, she can get a pass. Who's next on the list?
What kind of pass? One or two?
The one pass.
We can't talk about this now. We got to move on.
David Long again. We spoke
to him
already about him earlier.
Brother Coster, there is not a
Vincent
soul
Russo,
in this
good
room
cop, don't know much about the
that
person.
agrees with you. And I'm just trying to I feel like I'm like slowly trying to break the dam. I'm just trying to break the dam on this
Okay, my bad.
and force him to see that Allen doesn't agree. I don't think Atrick agrees. I don't think Kane agrees.
Oh my god.
His
Like 3
entire
pages.
command
Was it bad
disagrees
or,
with this,
positive?
but don't want
I
to.
can't be asked to read it,
Don't
sir.
want to be honest with him about it because he just won't have an honest
the reason I
conversation.
dropped back power to the end of the discussion list is because the guy who was I meeting with? You, Kane, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I was meeting with Kane, and I think Tilly was there too, maybe.
No. Vic wouldn't coup Coster. He wouldn't do it, man.
The guy barged in the office.
Vic is too nice to do it. He wouldn't do it. He's given Coster his loyalty, and if anything, he'd step down. He wouldn't
tears in
coup
my own
him.
eyes
It's crazy.
because of the way he barged in. So
Couldn't do
I
it.
want to talk about him after the matter. So when we actually have the time and have gone over every name.
Yeah.
So who's next to talk about? Vincent Russo. I think he's
Russo.
great.
Russo's great.
I could. This is like.
I'm pretty sure he had an interview too, right?
I could fall on my
Not
knees right
listed
now. I could
form.
fall on my knees.
Russo works my shift. He always.
I'm so
always,
passionate about
always
this. It's
just
crazy.
backs you up.
Yeah,
I've never heard him complain about a goddamn thing, and he's been with us for a long time too.
Yeah, he has. No, I like Russo.
Yeah,
He
his
doesn't
form
come
was
around
great.
super often, but when he does, he makes an impact in the shift for sure.
Yeah. That's bucket one.
Bucket one.
I
What about you, Vic? You know?
don't know him. Never met him.
Okay. Next. Bucket one.
Darla DeFalco.
Okay, let's see what comes up
Really
here.
good
Don't
cop.
work my shift.
Team Coster bad. Team shooting people with their hands up. Kind of okay. Also, team apologize to him. She's very into community policing and community outreach. She's a great cop, but man, she loves her.
No one else wants to
friend
say
circles.
anything, or they don't feel like they
Isn't she the
can,
one that
or he
we did
doesn't
a
listen
second
when they
interview with
do.
'cause she had more to say in person.
Yeah,
Tilly?
so that is correct,
Isn't that on
Sergeant.
there? It might not. It might have been one of the ones that I was sick.
It was one of the ones I think you were sick.
You were
for.
sick. You went to bed
Sorry,
right
I'm
after.
sorry. If I've been
it's
sick,
okay.
it's been really hard
Wow,
for me to do
Tully.
it.
Yeah, Kane's right though.
I'm sorry.
I can kind of recount what she said roughly, paraphrasing obviously, but she had big issues with and I'm gonna say up front, I do value her intense honesty, and I hope we can all value that too,
Yes.
and not hold it against her drastically. I mean, there's a line, obviously, whatever, but we asked for her honest truth, and she gave it to us, so I don't hold that against her. But what she did say was that she thinks Coster is a weak-willed loser who keeps putting on the BCSO uniform, and something about a coin flip, and that sounded like conjecture to me, but she kept mentioning that there was some kind of coin flip going on, and she found it very offensive that you would even coin flip to stay in our department or not.
Sent us
And
pictures. Right?
I never.
yeah, the
even
pictures
did
are
that.
on Life Invader.
That's actually crazy.
There's
Yes,
pictures
I know
on-
there's a
I
picture of Live
did
Invader.
correct that. I told her that
That's
she had got
actually
that
crazy.
information wrong.
How did she think that was not going to get her in trouble? That's actually crazy. That's you can always be. There's a difference between honesty and just straight up.
Well,
being too honest
like
and
I
being
said, I'm
disrespectful at the same time.
paraphrasing, and I'm using language that she didn't use just to convey the point quickly because we keep saying hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. She said it a lot more respectfully. I'm using she didn't say weak-willed or loser. She just said a roundabout way of saying basically.
She sounded more concerned.
She was
when she said it.
upset with the you even considering the BC, so even putting on their uniform as a joke, that sort of thing. Not.
I think that's kind of crazy because I spoke to her 2 days ago and she was being in the morning. I was up super late and she was all nice to me and just asking how stuff went and
She doesn't
that
hate
she was
you.
happy.
Well, she doesn't
happy
hate
to
you,
see
sir.
me.
She just
dislike you.
Okay,
She
but
probably
why
just
would she
doesn't
not
think
tell
it's
this
a-
to my face then.
Because she probably doesn't think it's appropriate to do in the middle of the hallway and just a good morning talk.
And she
Well, it was-
already used her chain of command.
She's already forwarded it. She's confident it'll get to you, hopefully.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask the question: is it a circle liability? Yes or no?
I don't know what that means, to be honest with you.
You don't know what a circler is? Who
Not
wants to explain, Big Vic, real quick?
particularly. I don't know.
Sir, when you hang out at BCSO, are you standing in a circle?
No, I'm sitting at a desk.
Sir, to be
I don't-
perfectly honest, I don't think it's absurd for her to be concerned that the colonel was photographed on social media in the
And they
department
recognize
that. I don't think that's an incredibly invalid concern. Although I do know the
it's
context.
hilarious.
I know the context, and I think it's personally. Do I have a problem with it? No. Do I think a rank and file having a concern about it is a problem? No. Also, no.
I think it's more about the fact that the BCSO did in fact weaponize that picture.
Yeah, I think they might see it like a second family situation, you know, like where you go see your real kids on the weekend and leave us to struggle or something. That's probably putting words in her mouth, but that's probably the way they feel.
I don't ever really see her. I'm at the station a lot. I don't ever
She's
see
late
her
night
just
with
in
me
the
and Burton
halls.
mostly. I mean,
Like,
Yeah, she's NA&T
Yeah.
AU.
Do you guys see her just
I do, yeah.
circling
Like,
the halls?
no,
like,
not in the halls. She's
talking?
She's out in
always
the field doing great cop
she
work.
usually partners up with someone, but I never see her sitting in the station alone. Like, she's almost always on patrol, but that said, in a car with someone, which I think is fine.
Yeah.
I think it's
Well,
fine she's admitted
seen
like she's not the
Peterson.
strongest driver and she likes to do comms, so that's fine. I've never had a problem with that.
Yeah, she's
mean,
also she's been with us for a long time. She's always kind of been a passenger princess. Her entire
Me
ride
too,
used to
Skip.
ride
Why'd you
together
fucking
a
do it,
lot.
man?
Now it's Peterson.
Why'd you fucking do it, asshole?
I mean, that sounds like a good officer to me.
Yeah.
I would say
she's
one.
a great damn cop.
Okay, bucket one then.
Okay, one.
But is she a liability when it comes to attitude and culture?
Considering I couldn't say for certain because I don't know if she's talked to other people, but I haven't heard this opinion parroted by other people. So to me, it's not indicative that she's spreading this around, but I also don't know if they'd say it to me if they did. All I can say is that she was forthright with her command when we asked her to be, and I don't want to hold that against her exactly. I think that's what we would have asked of her.
I will talk to her and make it very clear that if she has any issues,
unfortunately it's meta to know that she probably perjured herself. So I don't know that in character. And that's probably the biggest blow DeFalco could ever get. But that's good for her. She gets a pass on it.
Sound okay to you, sir?
I'm concerned.
with you. I don't want people just talking shit about the PD.
But Big Vic don't know.
Festering this.
Yeah, I don't want bad mouthing of
It doesn't sound like
PD.
she was though, because I've never heard this besides out of what she had said to her command. So if I had heard it from other officers from her, it would have been
I
different.
think Riggs
but
might be able to
had
come
never
back,
heard
but
this come out of anybody else's
unfortunately,
mouth except for
never
her when
in
she
the
spoke to her command about how she
The
felt
only
about
leeway
it.
I'm giving her here is that she actually told it to you guys and that you didn't hear it from someone else like a trooper.
No, she went to her chain of command.
I think Riggs might be able to come back someday.
That's why I haven't
but
pressed the button yet.
I think the problem is that Riggs
Are
won't
you
be
guys
able to
all
while
on board
Coster
that she's a good
exists.
cop? Vic, you
Yeah.
do?
Yes.
Yeah, she's a fine cop, like always done the duties of her job.
Did she get the questions in the interview right? Did she do a form?
The form.
We don't have the transcript and she did the form, so
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to rack my brain on it.
We did re-ask her. I think we re-asked her all of them.
No, we
didn't
did. We asked her. I'm trying to
Yeah.
rack my brain on it because I don't have the exact answers.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's not.
I think maybe she got the fourth one wrong, but that's just like it was a week ago or like 4 days ago. I don't know. And there's a whole fucking
Yes.
zombie thing, so it's fried, you know.
I'm still bucket one. She's
Yeah, I still think
I'm
even if
bucket
she
one.
did, we've let others through with the same issue, so it's fine. I don't think Riggs can ever survive in a Twitch chat because the
I'm gonna
well
work AU shifts this weekend.
the well is poisoned against Riggs due to the
And
number
I'm
of
going
people
to
that will never
patrol
see
her.
his perspective
Hell yeah, sir.
If she doesn't meet my standards, she's bucket 2.
and only go off of what they've heard.
Okay.
You can put her on green for now.
Personally, I don't know. Like I mean, Vic, for
Next.
instance, doesn't know what Wrangler saw, doesn't know what Riggs saw, doesn't know what O'Brien saw, so he kind of takes Riggs at his word because Riggs is the only guy who's ever explained himself to it.
She wrote a lot.
Person, bucket 2 cop.
So I think Big Vic, if you're asking what did Vic thinks about
as well.
Yeah.
Riggs, is that he
She wrote
believes
4
him
pages on her form
because
yeah,
Riggs explained himself and it
Form
sounded
about what?
plausible, and he's never heard anything contrary.
Okay,
But
let me
I
skip
do
it.
agree
It's a
that
lot.
like as long as Coster's in charge,
Just a TLDR.
He's on the state police.
Name, sir.
and he might be able to go
Oh,
BCSO.
God, what is it?
But it'll be a pity thing, and they'll make you like they'll turn Riggs into like a
we won't force an hour,
like a
but
pariah
he'll be on
in the
duty.
BCSO if they do take him.
And yes, he approved the quota, but
The new requirements on the quota have been added are ridiculous and even more focused on the grinders.
Yep, Atlee. Wait, hold on. Who is this? Which one's based?
She mentions hall monitors. When are we ever gonna do that shit again? Because that was
Yeah,
great.
yeah, absolutely.
We
Yeah,
need
yeah,
to.
absolutely. Absolutely.
We need Pigeon Patrol.
I got my
just
start
focus
as a hall
on-
monitor.
Pigeon Patrol is in the works.
Hold on,
It's
let's
in the
keep
works.
talking about Kaya Bailey here.
Yeah, focus on Kyle. I say
She
bucket 2.
says the quota ways are focused towards Wrangler's views and reasons.
Oh boy, Kaya, they're gonna fucking kill you for that.
What areas do you think you need?
Kaya, they'll
improvement
fucking
in?
kill you
Case
for that.
laws? You've been a trooper for since well before the flood, and you don't know your case laws.
I don't know where these are pulled from now. I don't see these.
That's an issue.
Yeah, that's a flag.
Kaya, they'll fucking kill you. They'll kill you for saying that about the quota. Your quota locked, and you're wrong, by the way.
She mentioned Gruber and his straps.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm quota locked. I'm actually quota locked, dude. I'm actually quota locked because I just I see it.
What do you guys?
I see elements of the quota, like the I don't know. I just
Yeah, I think
I just see the tendrils of the quota poisoning every fucking well the troopers have.
I mean, she wasn't full with too.
I don't think it's all bad. I really don't. I don't think the quota's all bad, but I just think the way we use it and the quota and then the metrics we use on it. I don't know. There's like
Burke is a hard pass if we already did that, right?
Yeah, we did Burke.
Beautiful. Armani is next. I don't know Armani.
I met him a few times. Oh my god. Might be I don't know if it's xenophobic or what, but Versetti.
What?
I don't. Well, there's two guys with Italian last names, and I just don't want to mix them up because that's really wrong. But
Armani is more your.
You have
okay.
Versetti is mine.
Yeah, there's one of them that has kind of a deep, like New York Italian.
Versetti.
Okay.
Versetti.
Okay, we're talking about Armani right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Armani's got the higher voice.
Gotcha. Only met him a few times. Never seen anything bad, but nothing like like crazy. Like I think he's bucket 1 off the bat unless someone's got anything bad.
No, bucket 1. He came on EU.
I don't work with him a whole lot, but I worked with him the other day, and I was pleasantly surprised by his communication skills.
I don't know, man. It's just like
Yeah,
I
he
think
visited the EU.
we just gotta talk
when I was a
like
cadet.
Foster,
He
Vic,
can
and
find
like
it.
I mean, it's just like the entire command needs to have this come to Jesus about the quota and its purpose.
Okay, next.
We need to have it. Like I don't think this restructure can ever be successful until we admit nobody likes this besides you, Foster.
I will make sure he can never do that again.
Yeah.
What happens?
Fuck. Yeah.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy. All right, Eddie Versetti.
Hold on. What was the last guy? What did he do? I missed that.
We were on a scene.
He's not a trooper anymore.
Not a trooper.
What was the name, just in case it comes up?
Kurt Marshall.
Okay, not a good guy.
Basically, he put a down trooper in Ollie O'Farrell's car, that then told him take him to Pillbox and paid him in like a cheeseburger or some shit.
Oh. Okay, gotcha.
And then
all right.
Ollie O'Farrell kidnapped him.
Poor judgment then. All right, moving on.
Yeah.
Versetti,
and then when we fired him, he said he was gonna do something to himself.
Okay. For Versetti, I'd be bucket 1 right off the bat, unless there's a problem. Just
Wait, that's crazy. He said that?
Oh yeah. It was handled.
It was him.
I don't know. I didn't.
Did we talk about Versetti?
Who are we on? I'm sorry. I've been.
Versetti now. Marshall's already fired from what I understand and heard. So moving on. Versetti, I seen him a few times. Never had an issue. Sometimes the peripheral vision's not great, but I don't think that's. I wouldn't hold it against him. He's human. It's the same mistakes I'd make probably.
He's another solid part of AU. He never complains. He backs you up. He gets his shit done. I've never had an issue with him, but I've never actually like dove too deep into his work. I just know that I've always been happy to be on scenes with him. He gets shit done, and he helps me run scenes, and yeah, never an issue. I like Versetti a lot. I think if he came around more, he could probably be supervisor material.
I don't know Versetti, so I'm going to trust your judgment here.
Yeah, same.
Oh, shit, what the fuck?
I also don't know Eddie Versetti, so I'm going to retain judgment.
Wrong button. Rip your scene.
For those who do know him, would you guys say green bucket, 1 bucket?
1 for sure.
I know Brian spoke highly of him to me, so.
Bucket 1 for me.
I wish I could make Burton yell, but whatever. It's not a big deal.
All right, next.
Caleb Mitchell.
Who is that
Shift,
guy?
Super fucking soft-spoken, but another one who will just always back you up, always listen to delegation no matter what. He runs his own scenes. You know, he makes arrests solo. Great guy. I think he could be more assertive, but that's just his policing style.
Did he have an interview?
No.
Nah, he filled out a form.
He's been slightly inactive lately, right? Burton?
No, not really.
No? Okay.
he
Covers
comes around for
mouth
maybe
to
2
prevent
3 hours a night,
screaming.
like deep into AU.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he stays
always
that-
used to
he
be like
stays that
number
on
one
his,
on the leaderboard.
He states that in his form as well. He says, I work a lot of AU shifts, so I don't run into a lot of people.
Yeah,
As in,
he's-
like, a lot of,
he's
troopers.
Deep into AU. He comes around like just before shift change.
So also a part-timer, but someone we really need in that time.
He's he hits his quota.
I don't think he's a part-timer if they
He's
meet
not
quota.
part-time, he comes around 2 3
If they meet
hours a
quota,
night.
they're by definition full-time
Okay.
to me.
Okay, I'll trust your judgment. I don't know many of the AUers, so I'm gonna trust you and Atrick and Vic on this one, and I guess Kane a little bit too. Allen doesn't
I don't
really.
think
work
I said
EU, right?
anything
mean,
about this
AU.
guy,
You're more
but-
EU?
No, not anymore. No.
Yeah, sometimes I'll catch Caleb like super early EU.
Yeah, my thing is I'm like I come around early EU sometimes, and you might catch me there, but I'm like later on into the EU, going into NA mainly.
That's
Right, you
exactly
bucket
what I'm
one,
trying to
moving
point
on
out.
Adam
60.
Marinero.
But the counter is that Zelthius has a IRL job and he does
I
it.
work with the guy.
Yeah, same.
So it just seems like it's a null point to make
A month and a half or something.
because
Let me just check.
he does
something
it.
serious then.
Yeah, he's been on that way for a while.
It's hard to make that point
Is it
because he doesn't see it as a
a
problem.
really serious reason.
But I'm trying to
I'm assuming
point
so, right?
out, like, even if you
Just
can
wanna
do
check
it
that
with a
real quick.
40-hour week
I'm-
job
I'm
or
almost
50-hour week job,
99%
60-hour week
Yeah,
job.
I'm looking now. I'm looking.
Like-
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Not to
okay,
cast
so
judgment,
yeah.
but
Oh,
like,
okay, we'll skip then.
listen,
We
what
can
if
just keep 'em, we can
is it
just
such a
retrain.
great sin
Who is it?
to have a full-time job
But at the same
IRL?
time, if they aren't
Have a
away for
wife,
that long, it might be
have a
good to just tell
girlfriend,
them, hey,
a
we understand,
boyfriend,
just come back later. We'll
a
just
kid,
hire you back and
a
retrain you.
dog, a cat, a social
He's
life,
a very big
play for a local recreational
of
sports
quota,
team,
but-
go out for drinks a couple nights a week.
Well, you know, if they
like,
have
like I think all of that
problems
fucks
in
your
their life
quota
right now,
ability.
you know,
Any of that, like
and-
any
and it takes
combination
that
of
long,
that, like you could
it's-
not do
it
this
might
now.
actually,
What we're
you know,
doing with the
be
quota
less
is
stressful than to just
systematically
tell them, hey, just come back later,
filtering
we'll have you
out
back and retrain you.
anybody
Yeah.
who has a
sense.
healthy,
Alright.
well-balanced
So I
life.
would say
come back
I would.
Look,
retrain.
Yeah,
we've created
love it too,
a
but we
perfect
love you back
filter
and we understand
to
you,
filter
so
out
just
people
come back when you have the time.
who want to lead a
Like
well-adjusted life.
Warm welcome back.
Yeah.
So they don't have to worry
Like you
about,
either
know,
have to
this
be
shit when they have
unemployed,
their,
a full-time streamer,
when they have all that shit
or
going on.
get off work and get right on RP every day.
Our
Like
next
somehow
is
we've
Lavender
we've got the fucking perfect filter
No
for
in-person
She
degenerates.
just
Form.
joined. She just joined. Pretty solid cop. Did some really nice meetings at the governor mansion. That's my notes on her.
No idea who it is.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm just bashing him right now, but
Dog whistle.
I'll have this conversation in character. I know I
okay.
She
will.
just joins. We'll give her a chance to.
She's the one that walks around with a fucking high.
I think it's crazy because I realize,
Yeah.
even as a full-time
What's up, Vic? You look
streamer,
quiet.
I'm not gonna make quota some weeks. Was that me?
He's zoned out, isn't he?
Nick?
What?
Oh, he's here. Do you know Lavender Hope, Vic?
Oh, okay. You know, I've kind of zoned out because there was like a dozen cops I didn't know, but roughly, I think I like kind of timid, right? And like wears like a rainbow beanie, maybe. Know like almost nothing about them, to be honest. Nothing positive, nothing negative. Seems like they're on patrol. That's all I got for you.
Oh, you got it.
Give her the
Arrested
newbie
someone
pass.
Named Amy Kill.
I gotta
Oh,
lock
no,
in.
create a
Yeah,
name.
this I'm
Their
gonna
parents must have
shock.
loved
That's
them.
fucking amazing, yeah.
Just keep it and move on.
All right, then this is the
There it
Oh,
goes.
great, yeah. Yeah, fantastic.
I'm gonna get clipped, man. The way I'm yapping,
Everybody
I'm gonna
after
get
this
clipped.
hasn't actually filled anything out, have they?
I'm gonna get popped by Gleep Loop, man.
I'm gonna apologize. We did do interviews with Brian Splina.
He's
and
gonna
Greg
review this
Smiley.
VOD,
I did not
and
put
be
them
like,
in.
"Kill this
I was
man."
very sick. I'm sorry.
Wow.
and then it's
I'm
gonna be out of
sorry, I missed
context,
3
and no one's gonna
interviews.
understand the
I'm
nuance of what
sorry.
I'm saying. and they're gonna dogpile me.
God damn.
Because
We're
I've been
ruined.
sick
We're
and I
ruined.
had to record them and I didn't get the chance to finish them out. I'm sorry. So they did do the interviews, but I don't have them.
I was saying something about being, even though I'm a full-time streamer, I still have a social life.
So
I
say
like
we
pretend
just,
anyways.
go with how we know them.
And I still play other games, and it's I struggle
Smiley.
so hard to hit the
Smiley and
quota.
Brian.
That's my point of view. Is that like
I think
there's
Peterson did
nobody
one
better
too, but
suited for the
luckily he
quota
did a form as well.
than a full-time streamer, and I still won't even like.
Yeah, I thought we did.
I still won't even
Peterson.
hit it most of the time
Did we do that, Peterson?
because
I
I
don't
just
think we
I
did
just
do
don't laser
Peterson.
focus.
No,
Alright, hold
we
on.
talked about it.
Multiple
but we
characters
just-
is true. Yeah.
Faster and faster.
I like
think it
5
was
characters.
I think it was
I
me,
play.
Tilly, and Vic did Peterson. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I remember he's got like the haircut, like Yeah, I remember him. I remember him.
Yeah,
I
he had
don't-
moto pants on and boots. I
Yeah,
think.
that's right. And he had like a haircut. Anyway,
Yeah.
didn't think it was like too bad. I really grilled this guy in a few of the questions, and he stuck to it. So I think he's good. Didn't have a problem with it. I know I really drilled him on like the.
You did grill him.
Well, I just wanted to make a point of it on some of these stuff, like the perjury thing. I really, it's like, hey, even if it's a murderer, wouldn't you lie just a little bit? And he didn't budge, so I like him. I'd vote for him, and based on that.
So this is the first person after Hope, right?
What the fuck?
Mhm.
Who's giving me
And
food?
that's
Derek Peterson.
Derek
Peterson. Oh, Peterson is fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
Who just gave me
his
food? What the
comments
fuck is
are
that?
really good, If anybody works with him regularly, but I think
Step
it's
back,
good.
man. I don't
It's
want
really
that.
good.
Thank you.
You gave them to me.
Oh, that
I
wasn't
think-
me.
Oh.
I think we did Smiley and Spillner.
Who's giving me
Just no
half
records.
durability milkshakes?
I'll take
I
it.
wasn't there for Smiley.
I'm not even hungry, bro. I actually brought food.
What's everybody's opinions on
Yeah.
Smiley?
I'm not a fan.
Costa, I
Not well
apologize. I
liked.
said
He
I
is
didn't
not
get
well
the
liked.
No.
Sliner Smiley interviews up
Which
there.
is the thing is like he keeps the SOPs in his back pocket at all times. So I'm really confused as to how everybody's seeing all this.
Yeah,
misbehavior.
I don't understand.
Oh, I'd love some
because
ice cream, though.
Every time I work with Smiley, he's been good.
Yeah,
I don't know where this is coming from at
I'm
all.
I'm with you on this. I have only seen him. Well, I keep saying only. I've seen him a few times on shift, and I don't think I've worked with him on a scene directly. But his comms are fine for calling stuff in, and it's we've been on shift at the same time, listening to each other on the radio. Not observed the issue that others have seen, I guess. Don't know. Some people don't like him, but it's kind of vague because I can't figure out what the real problem is, other than just like maybe. Don't know. I actually don't know. I'm with you on this. I don't get it, to be honest. I think he's fine.
Yeah. I don't see. I don't see it. I've seen one issue from him. He spiked a deputy, mid 80. He was the 4th unit attached.
Some Five Guys.
And the thing is,
Fuck you,
we
man.
talked it out.
Go fuck yourself, man. I want Five Guys now.
For,
I had to resist a milk. I had to resist
SOPs
pizza
and
this
stuff
morning.
Like that, and he receives feedback, I think, well. I don't know. I don't know what people's issues are. Like, maybe here, let me go back and see, because they brought up specific.
I don't know
was like-
anything
it
about
was like-
Smiley being a bad cop.
It was like general incompetence was alleged. I
Yeah.
think. I don't know
Yeah.
specifically,
I know
but
Smiley's a big
Crazy.
quota hater, but I don't think he's a bad cop.
He
No,
also
he's not
hates
bad.
PCSO.
Smiley just got a +1 from me, man. Let's fucking go, Smiley.
Listen, he does his thing. He gets pissed off when he don't get backup, and he gives people backup. I don't know.
Yeah. I think he does the job. He's competent.
I think he might be along
So-
the lines of maybe me or somebody, somebody like Gruber, where maybe our tone is misinterpreted.
I can tell you, I found
or just a
one of the
hard ass.
feedbacks that's kind of articulate about him from Murphy, who said, "I'm gonna quote him. I've seen a couple of situations where he was too aggressive. One time there was a warrant hold transaction at a bank, and they took off at a high speed with a passenger in the car. Car crashed. The warrant holder ran. The passenger was knocked unconscious and sat in the car. Smiley stayed with the passenger and arrested the passenger, even though there's no real charge or chance to get out of the car." And I thought about that. I looked at that. I remember thinking about this and thinking, like, I kind of get why he did that. I know that the priority is to arrest the warrant holder there, but it depends the context. If he's the only trooper on scene and someone got injured, leaving them to run away and chase someone else, I don't know. Would I blame someone if they did it? No. Would I blame them for stopping and rendering aid, no, I don't think that's a bad issue. It's just like a judgment call thing, you know, and it's different trooper to trooper. But ultimately, if you're the only trooper there and someone gets knocked unconscious in the car due to like a police chase and might be considered a victim, I don't blame him for stopping and focusing on that rather than a warrant.
I was on scene for that. Anita May, it was Anita May, Patty, Smiley, myself. Anita and Patty had an issue with it, and I talked to Smiley, and he had PID from the bank. He had grounds to arrest the passenger. They both fled in a vehicle from police. So I talked to him about that. I didn't really see an issue with it either.
The other one was Hughes mentioned him for basically like bad communication and prioritization of like calls.
Yeah, let's just make a decision. I don't see Smiley enough to make a decision. From what I've seen from him before, he was fine.
The issues that were mentioned seem, even if those issues are real and bad, retrainable easily. Not a problem.
Yeah.
They should be fixed by the retraining you're going to propose anyway, Colonel.
Yeah, he's bucket 1 for me.
Brian Spillner.
No opinion.
I'm pretty sure we had his interview, didn't we?
We're doing bucket 1 for Greg.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh fuck, man.
Yeah, we did do his interview. It's not on there. I was sick. I'm sorry. Some of the interviews I missed.
Jesus.
I didn't.
I'm pretty sure I was present for the Brian Spillner one, wasn't I? Or was
You
that one
were,
of the
so you
people we
can-
weren't able to get?
He had like a motor helmet on, I think.
No,
I
you-
wasn't
you
there for
were-
it though.
You were there for it. I was there for it. I didn't get it put up. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't remember what he said.
Well, just
Wait,
go off of
Tilly.
general stuff if you got it.
What?
Hold on. Smiley's bucket 1.
Oh,
Right?
he's bucket 1?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bucket 1.
Almost just terminated him.
That was close.
I was about to do it.
Oh my god. All right, okay.
Almost cremated that motherfucker.
My apologies. Sorry. Thank you for correcting that. Even bad.
For Spillner, I think he's technically my shift, but I did some late hours the past 2 weeks, so I don't know if I got
He's
nothing
on
for
duty now.
him.
He comes on late to you.
Yeah, so a little bit earlier than sometimes I'll see him, but I got no opinion. I haven't patrolled with him. I've seen him in the halls, so I'll leave it to someone else.
How's his work?
Claire's on
Reports.
duty right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, my dashboard.
All right, who's next?
Who is on duty?
I don't know enough about Spiller.
You don't remember his interview?
What I
think
know,
Anita May.
decent trooper. No
Main-
complaints.
I've never had a bad interaction with him.
No.
Yeah, I've seen Spillner on a handful of times. I've never had any bad
Dude,
experiences.
these guys who were at the end of the list
All right, bucket 1 for
Good
me.
are getting it so easy because we're just exhausted now. Everyone wants to move quickly
So,
again.
we're off the normal list, but we still have some on this other list, like Hazel Thorne, Liam Tyler, Chase Parker, that didn't do a form, didn't do an interview.
All on
Liam-
like extended LOAs right now.
Yeah, Liam Tyler's on an LOA for extenuating circumstances. Chase, his ends in 2 days. Chase Parker hasn't got an end date.
I know about all three, and I'm gonna say the same for these three that I said about Adam Moreno.
I forgot.
And I said due to the
Come back.
due to such a long, like, we're speaking long time here. We're not speaking, hey, they weren't around for a week. We're speaking long time, so long that you might be out of touch with, you know, how things even operate here. And Vic, I know you're not a big fan of that, but I'm probably saying these three people on the same train as
To be
Moreno.
distinct, if someone's not around for like 2 or 3 months in a row, or longer than a month, let's say, I'm on board with it. There's I think we've talked in the past, and if they've not been on duty for an entire, like let's say a month and a half or 6 weeks or whatever, then you made a good point a while ago. I agree with, which is there's probably context or things have changed and they need to be like rebriefed on it, at minimum anyways. And unless there's like a really, whatever, I'll move on. I think we're making a larger point than it's worth, but I agree with you.
Yeah. Just put those three on the same list.
You bucket
come
one,
back later.
Marinero.
Yeah, Marinara is bucket 1.
He's bucket 2.
Bucket.
Okay.
Oh, he's bucket Marinaro's bucket 2.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm
Yeah.
doing these wrong. I'm
So-
sorry. I fucked up
Tilly,
twice.
do your job.
Him and all the 3 above him. So Parker, Tyler, and Thorn as well.
Dax Phillips, there's no LOA on him.
Okay, so Parker, Tyler, and Thorn are all bucket 1s.
Bucket 2s.
Bucket
Come
2s.
They're-
Bucket 2s. Fired.
come back when they have more time.
Okay.
Oh my God,
okay.
Tilly, how much did you mess up?
Hey, I only messed up once.
It's all the medication.
Jesus. Tilly, focus. Lock it in.
She's fine.
Instead of saying bucket 1, bucket 2, let's just say fired, because mine doesn't say bucket 1, bucket 2. Mine says fired or retained. So they're all fired, right?
Yes.
Hazel
Yeah.
Thorn, Liam Tyre, Chase Parker.
Let
all
me
fired.
double check Liam Tyler. Hold on. Hold the horses.
He ends in 2 days.
When did that start? I had contact with Tyler on the
It started
17th.
Yeah, it started on the 17th.
Okay, he's a bucket oneer. He's a retainer. Because I just checked, his was only 10 days, and he's not in the same boat as those other 3.
And that
And
was
this
Chase
guy
Parker?
actually has had something horrible happen.
Okay, that was Chase Parker.
Liam Tyler, I think, right?
Is that who was that?
Liam
that was Liam
Tyler
Tyler.
goes from 2 to 1, so retain.
Okay.
The rest stays on. Remove.
Oh my god.
Marlo Baker, you can already put down as
Timing
5
on
because
that was wild.
resigned.
Think
was
if
good
the
timing.
remaining people did a vote on
It's
if
like the
they should
11th
keep
time,
Coster
the
as
12th time?
chief, he'd get more yes votes than no's.
Marlo Baker
They
resigned,
removed
so
him.
he's
Yeah,
fired anyway.
That's a hard question to answer, my
He
friends.
gets a vote.
Also, thanks
he's
for
a
the sub.
retain.
You subbed like an hour ago.
Yeah, he's a
And I
Yeah, check my list. See if
Been
you guys see.
distracted.
Did I do any of them
I'm-
wrong? I don't
I
think I
think-
did.
Nah, you look okay.
I think if you're asking the people in this room, I don't know. If you're asking the entirety of like the remaining people in the SASP that we've given that we've retained,
He gave her.
I think
gave
he
her a
stays
Okay, okay.
only because. Sorry. I think if you ask the entirety of the state
I
police,
don't know who Dax Phillips is.
you get more no's and yeses purely because they don't think it's possible to get rid of him, and they don't want to be a dissenter, because that's proven that like that actually matters a lot.
I haven't been.
I don't know. I actually don't know. I mean, I feel like it could be.
I would talk to him about it.
I feel like a lot of people still believe in Coster. Like
Tilly
Patrick
Mark.
Downing's
Vic
gonna be
believes
a
in
keep, right?
Coster.
Not
Okay,
even
what
a
do I
question.
what do I miss?
Yeah.
What do I miss?
But
Okay.
No, I'm
Yeah.
sorry about this. I really can't help this.
like the
Baker
the
quit, so just put him
fracture
as red.
is going to
Yeah.
lead to a
Baker.
bigger and bigger, you know.
Downing was a keep, and so is Dave's vault.
Yeah, I don't know.
Deuce Vault?
Vic is still like pro Coster and like wants
Yeah,
to.
Is there anybody on
Wants
that
to see
list
this
who's a
through.
keep regardless?
But like
Doesn't
I can
matter.
see the crack in the dam that becomes
Ben,
a
okay.
you know,
Kelly.
Anyone else?
failed dam
She's
eventually.
already on
I don't know
there.
what the
She's
term
already
is.
good.
That's it.
Who did I miss when I fell
Leo
asleep?
Easter.
Dax.
Who is that?
You missed Dax Phillips.
Okay, who is he?
I don't know enough about that person anyway. What do you guys decide?
He needs to
No
fill out
idea.
a goddamn form.
Oh, he didn't do that? Then just he can come back later. This is the most basic thing we ask, man.
Is he an LOA?
Nope.
Hmm.
Yeah, just put him on bucket 2.
Greg
Who
Tackleberry.
knows?
Yeah,
Greg
I can see
Tackleberry.
that Vic and Coster don't agree on
Yeah.
something, and while Vic wants to see the best and see this
But
through,
bucket two.
He's just,
I fear that
he
it might
hasn't been
be
around.
the beginning of the
Yeah, bucket two then.
ends. That
Otherwise,
it seems
if
like
he
neither
was
can budge,
around, he's
really.
Great. He's
No
fantastic.
LOA.
I'm pretty sure Hank Cliff is dead.
What do you mean?
Just
He's
keep him
dead?
as a Hank Cliff stays as a reserve.
Are you sure he's dead?
No, he's not dead.
Are you sure we keep him as a reserve?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll reach out to him.
Leo
Well,
Easter.
sir.
Oh my god.
Just move on.
Uh-oh.
Just who's
Oh,
on
yeah,
the list?
Yeah.
Who's on the list?
Oh,
Who we got?
oh, KZ, run.
Tackleberry, Easter, and Holsworth. Tackleberry was
Get them the
2.
hell out of here. Bucket two.
Yeah, they can all go.
Yeah,
Easter,
they got
and
him.
Holsworth, and that's
Yeah.
free.
They got him, dude.
Easter, Holsworth, and Tackleberry can all go.
Apart from the comeback.
Would you guys like to
twos.
talk about the cadets?
They fucking
No,
got
they
him.
can finish their stuff. I would like to talk about some of them. Yeah, actually.
I think we need to talk about Steel.
Some of them gotta go.
I would say
I
no
think
to
it's
Steel.
Yeah, I think still was
Yeah,
time
he's
to
doing
go.
Downing, right?
I think so too.
I mean,
Well,
as
we just met with her yesterday. Go ahead.
It's fine.
sorry.
I don't need to interject because
what I
he'll reach out
say
to him and find that out
is, we'll do a
anyways.
final. If she doesn't pass,
It don't
out.
matter.
Sink or
Yep, I
swim
think,
final.
Who's
Yeah.
doing her final?
I think
I
that's
don't
fair.
know.
I disagree
I
that
don't know. Whoever
Coster's not
sees her.
receiving some blame though.
Let's
Like
do the
he
fucking
definitely
final.
is getting flack.
Karina Rush, didn't you guys just do a final and she failed?
She did fail. So she has 1 week
What
to
did she
get that.
fail on?
Her paperwork has gone down in
We've got
quality.
we got a few discussions left. we
Like,
got to go
I
back to
even had-
Gruber,
I
Power,
asked Burke and Anderson
Everly Ruiz,
of their opinion.
and Peter
Go
von
back and
Karma.
look on their reports, and they
Insane to
agreed with
me. Like no judgment against the characters or the people role playing the characters.
Like the circle, she will nail.
But given the
100%.
conversation that was
But,
had
yeah.
in this room, well, with these people in a different room,
Man runs over
it's
deputies
crazy to me that
and
Gruber,
dies.
Power, and Ruiz are still like up in the air. I feel like
I'm looking at her arrest. From the
everybody
26th.
likes Gruber, but they're uncertain if
other
he can keep
reports,
it like
Burke.
together
I did my job.
and not
Believe me,
over escalate
honestly.
and alienate his coworkers. But like, I'm the necessary evil is kind of funny as fuck. I kind of like that.
Just trying to look
In
for
Power, I'm
where-
surprised.
But
Coster had something like maybe like a bombshell for that. I'm kind of curious what Coster says.
Lock it in and
I'm
be
better
better.
Yeah, I'm
because
really
I
interested in the
kill
power
somebody,
thing.
hypothetically.
Because I'm not really weighing in
because
on
she
the power
did
thing at
good at
all.
paperwork
It's not
before
really
she was
like
solo.
like no one's asked Vic what he thinks. Vic hasn't commented on it at all.
Yeah, exactly. She
Her paperwork
became,
is
I'm just kind of
bad.
curious what like
She can fix
what
it.
Coster
though.
has to
She
say
just has
about
to put in
power
time.
because that
Who?
yeah.
Mrs.
almost everybody here was
Rush.
like instantly bucket 2 for
Did we ever
power.
figure out what the hell happened with this James Jacobson shit?
Who? What? When?
So James Jacobson, arrest number 21060. France Gall brought this to my attention from
Oh,
BCSO.
yes.
Yeah, Gruber's a little
Where's,
psycho, but like sometimes you need a little
Sorry,
psycho.
man.
But I
this
think
guy got
a
arrested.
department
because he
going back to
just said
basics probably
I
needs to,
stole.
I don't know.
I robbed France Gall. They didn't.
Something happened with him
have
crying
any-
IRL, so
they
who
didn't have
knows?
any
Yeah,
of
well,
the possessions on him. They charged him with
I guess
possession
that's why I'm
of
interested. I don't know.
equipment,
I mean,
instead.
hopefully nothing
There was never like a search
terrible
warrant
happened to the guy.
requested for.
Now I feel
recovering
bad for
the
even being interested.
Equipment, nothing like that. So it was brought to my attention.
I think he does have an
I
LOA.
mentioned it to Kane because I knew I wasn't gonna be
Yep.
on duty.
Oh, I gotcha. That makes
I
sense.
talked to Rush about it. She said
Then I was hopeful that it was
she
like
realized
some
that she should have
some
brought a
RP
search warrant,
thing.
but she assumed that France was going to write her own because it was her
That
stuff
sucks.
and she knew it was missing.
Yeah, the only reason France wrote is because she was pissed that no one else did. Either way, I don't think we can really charge somebody for possession of government.
His LOA
equipment
ended? No,
without
I think his
any
LOA.
evidence.
He put in a new one, maybe. I thought I
Like,
saw one.
I didn't know she got charged with
I don't
that.
really look at this too
Yeah,
much.
He got charged with possession of government equipment.
I
by
think he
just
admitted
saying-
to it. I think I recall her saying
Oh,
that
wait, no, his
she
LOA's
called
gone.
her and he
It's
admitted to it, but
Sure,
he didn't have
it's
possession of it.
government equipment.
Yeah.
Well, there is a warrant attached to it now.
Maybe he voluntarily ended it, or maybe they decided to
wrote it
delete
out.
the LOA
Mm.
because he's like given a pass or whatever.
Are we gonna circle
No, I
around back on
see it.
these yellow
It's I
ones?
see the
Because
LOA.
we
It's
don't-
filed by Kane. That's why
Yeah.
I see it. Yeah, it's approved by
So we're doing the
command.
cadets.
We have
Oh
what?
yeah, was there any cadets?
Ledger's new, Cutter, never seen.
Isn't Cutter pretty old already? Same with Howland and Locke.
No,
Yeah.
they are not the same age. No.
I didn't speak
Uh,
about age.
No,
Like,
but
time
it's- Cutter came into the department 3 weeks ago. Howland
Okay.
and them is from January. It's not the same.
Howland? Okay, January is crazy. Didn't I give?
Howland's on his
I, th-
final push. He's solo.
I thought that I gave him until Sunday last week. Did I not give Howland until Sunday? I gave one of them until Sunday.
I don't know who. I wasn't there.
I think
so-
that was Fools you gave till Sunday.
Yeah,
you
it was
gave
Fools.
Yeah.
No, she did her final.
Okay, Robert Ledger, Michael Keane, their new Austin Johnson.
Uh,
He's new.
what did we
Just got
decide
final.
on Howland?
He's been a cadet since January 20th. He's just got soloed, right?
I was just gonna say, from my
long time.
perspective, he's not got a lot of FTOs to rely on in my shift, and I see him the most. I talked to him the other day about a few, minor errors, and he was very receptive, and didn't sulk about it at all, which I was impressed with. And he's kind of like my only backup right now, so I'd vouch
Do you
for
think
him.
he's confident enough for a solo for a final?
with me as well.
For a final, honestly, and it's improper for me to say. I'm not even an FDO. But to be fair, I'm not even like dipped my toes and looked around enough to really know what is required of him. So I would decline to answer. To be honest, I'm sorry.
I don't know if he's. I had to pull him aside the other day because he got held up. His cruiser. Jesus.
I think I know the one you're talking about. He got like
he got in a car with Fingal Dan and 3 other people.
He didn't get in there though. I talked to him.
He asked him for a ride.
No. I was on the chase with this guy when that happened. What happened was he was doing a parking ticket out there, and some jerk off in like a all black outfit and a shotgun just held him up, and honestly it could happen to anybody. You got your MDT out. It's not really an error on his part, just completely out of the blue. The guy promised him like, I'll call you in an hour from a payphone and let you know what this is about. The guy who did it to him insinuated or said directly, I think, that it was from the Blaine County, made him handcuff himself or gave him the handcuffs or whatever. Anyway, he got handcuffed, and so he's stuck there. The assailant then took his car and fled. He was walking back to like get any kind of help because he's off radio at this point. The guy made him kill his radio. So as he's walking back, Fingal Dan and crew come across him and they take him by force. They say they have a gun. He's still in handcuffs. He's still handcuffed behind his back, so he has no choice. And then he gets dragged to the hospital, and then eventually we catch up with them and we get him free and all that. He felt pretty bad about it, but honestly, no error on his part. It could happen to anybody. He's lucky, honestly, Fingal Dan came across him, because anybody else probably would have taken more advantage of him than that.
You're not wrong. The way he explained it to me was different, though. He said they rolled up on him and asked him if he wanted a ride, and he said, yeah. And then they took him on that joyride of chaos.
To be fair, he might have said that, but I would just say, like, what was he supposed to say? He's in handcuffs, like, honestly, if someone offers you a ride, like, would he say no and just waddle back anyway? Like, the next guy's not going to offer you; he's just going to force you. I don't hold it against him.
No,
yeah.
But the point is, he was receptive to it. There was also a hostage situation. Long was held up, and Howland was making the calls on scene. And we talked afterwards, and he was receptive to that too. So.
Since I keep falling asleep, cadets is something you guys can obviously do. I trust
yeah,
you.
I was just,
I keep falling asleep. Can we do the orange ones?
Let's do it.
I'm pretty sure we have
like
Claire on there.
Minutes.
Gruber.
Claire on there. Gruber.
Yeah, so we got 5 left. Start at the top. It's Gruber.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Gruber and Claire can get a pass from me.
Okay,
Unless
he's giving him a pass.
Insanely pressing matters why we shouldn't do that.
I'm okay with keeping Gruber, but I think you, Coster, need to have a one-on-one talk with him. He values you as his oldest friend in this department.
I'm friend gang now.
I second that.
Okay, now I have to fire him.
European.
Now
He
I have to
will
fire
only
him.
listen to commands. He will not listen to anybody else. You're the only one.
Now I have to fire him. You did it, Kane.
Friend gain.
Now I have to fire him. I can't do that. I can't be seen as friend gang. Now I have to do it. Fuck.
What the hell is that?
Now you've done it. Now you've done it.
He has talked about how close you guys are.
I might be biased, but I love
Yeah,
Gruber.
you've
I
all
think
done
he
it now.
is needed.
Yeah, you
I
guys
think
used
he's
to like
needed.
sit in circles
I
together.
think he's
and talk
needed, but I
about-
think he's kind of like his whole shtick might be more harmful than it's worth during a total rebuild. But
Can we talk about this when he was screaming in the hallways that everybody's gonna get
Oh
fired?
yeah.
yeah, like we're talking about morale killing. Like, listen, it may sound like I have it out for him, but the truth is, I really don't. I just feel like it's like
That's grade A dooming.
Yeah, I know.
How
It's just.
bad would we look though if we did keep him? I feel like with everybody saying
But
that
you know,
he should go
honestly,
and keep him.
Like I said
don't really
earlier,
care
I
about
got
people not liking
I
him,
got to
though.
back it up. Colonel says keep, we keep. I think if you see something valuable in him, then I got to take your word for it.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
they're
go have a
friends.
chat with him, and how about we just see what happens from there?
Okay, that's it.
Claire can give it. She's literally on duty right fucking now. She's a good cop. She's gonna get a pass from me.
Okay.
Who wants to talk to her about the?
I don't think I should do it. I'm just gonna be upfront.
I think she should be pulled into this fucking room. If she's on duty right now, we should talk to her.
All right, I'll pull her
Maybe
in
if we
then.
have time at the end. Let's do the other 3 real
Hold
quick.
on.
Yeah,
I'm all for keeping PVK. He was yellow.
Yeah,
I want to keep
I think
him.
PVK needs to be kept based on what we've said.
PVK kept.
Ruiz.
And then we go down to Ruiz and Power at that point.
I don't think Ruiz was yellow.
Ruiz was yellow. Yeah, you said yellow.
Well, Yeah, because you said we can't get rid of Gruber if we're gonna keep Ruiz or vice versa.
Yeah, then we'll keep it Ruiz.
Okay,
I
I'm
say
gonna fight Mr. Power
BBK!
real quick. I know he did lie.
BBK,
okay,
if you
but
see
that
this, you owe me a
message
sub,
was,
man.
Like
I saved your life.
2.5 months ago,
They're gonna
and
kill
he
you.
only sent one.
They're gonna
So-
fucking kill you, dude.
He did lie. Maybe he did forget. He is an old man. You know what I mean? But I do think he's a
You know
good
what's crazy,
company officer.
Bluebird? I don't even know what they got you for.
Gruber and
Vic
Power
spoke
are
positively
mine. I will
about
decide on them
Hughes.
after a talk.
And then it was just over. Like
then
I
I
don't
will
even
post it
like
in
I don't
there.
even know what
Those are gonna be up
happens.
to me.
Give him a new color, Tilly.
Like I feel like I was paying
Ruiz?
attention,
I'll just agree.
and I insisted that he was like that Hughes was a humble
To the fact that
and reliable cop, and they were like,
violated
yeah,
somebody's
he's gone.
Fourth Amendment rights,
I think honestly
was
it was the James
sued,
Shepard thing.
lost the case.
I think Hughes is
I know
aligned
some
with
people
Shepard in their
think the
minds
case was
and like
bullshit,
SWAT,
but
and
it
therefore,
happened.
oop, see you later.
That-
Which is exactly why I'm going to talk with him.
He's like a lines
Let me
against
talk to
Coster, I
Power.
guess.
Okay,
Circle
Ruiz.
orientated.
What were we saying on Ruiz?
I'm not sure about that one.
To recap, I think it was like basically a few were like fine. You know, Burton was like, she hates me, I don't hate her, and then Coster had some.
Your thing, sir, was that she lied about the plea agreement thing.
Yeah, easily
Lied
influenced by his
during
friends. I
that.
thought that was a crazy reason to get rid of him, but I don't know.
If I may say something, we said.
Well,
we
I think that's
would- when we
the
started
other
up
bridge
after
to
the
cross
flood,
right there with
clean
his
slate,
burden.
sir.
Yep, I got the clean.
Is
slate.
that like?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about OC too much, but like the burden thing is going to come to a
Yeah,
head.
it was across the board.
The only supervisor,
Tilly, if you have something to say, just say
the
it.
only
Sorry,
supervisor to
I'm
get
really
more
pissing me off. I don't like it.
negative
Fucking
reactions than
Jesus Christ.
Burton was Vic, and
Okay.
Vic only got it because
It's
no one
really
knows his
Worn that
name.
outfit a lot. It looks good on you.
I mean,
What's
who,
up?
who,
Fine
who
shit.
sees Ruiz nowadays? Because I don't never see
I
her.
see her.
Me and
I see.
Olin
I see you.
and
Does
Jerry.
she do good police work?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's consistent.
I don't know who she is.
The left is Mac's favorite cop. Mac doesn't have any favorite cops. He hates
I'm
them
hating
all.
myself right now because I did say clean slate after the flood.
Yeah,
You're right.
you did,
did.
sir.
And
I'm gonna tell
that
Claire
it
to
would
come
be
here.
and it would be terrible for me to go back on that word.
Mac, you don't know Mac, my boy Mac.
Sorry to be that guy.
No, I mean
McConnell?
it's good that you are reminding me of what I said.
Of McDonald's fame,
It would be terrible of me to not to go back on that word.
McConnell.
Can I ask you one question, sir?
Mhm.
And this has nothing to do with any.
Oh, just say it, goddammit.
Conor
All
McGregor,
right,
Diamond Dog character. That's what I'm getting at.
Power has a documented history. I know you said you're going to deal with him, but prior to us looping back, you said you were going to kind of explain the situation there.
I would advise.
He and Reed
no,
shot Reed's.
It's a very personal thing.
And Reed
Yeah,
That's
I think we
fine.
should skip
and
that one.
Reed, he shot Reed's tires out this morning for having a gun out in the
Because
car. in
something
front of his
has
door.
happened.
Wow.
Okay, but does that override any past anything?
No, Power is currently. I'll be honest with you. Power is currently a bucket 2, but I want to talk to the guy. So
Okay.
just let me do that.
Okay, done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ruiz, yes or no? I just give me an answer,
Bucket
please.
one.
Bucket
Bucket
one.
I did say I wasn't going to hold people accountable for what happened before Storm, and that was my only reason. So I cannot I cannot say bucket 2.
He
It would
really
be unfair
wants
of me
to,
do so.
though. I feel like he really wants to, though. You know, if you don't like somebody, you can just say they don't have to work here. You don't need to like justify it, by the way. It's at
Don't worry.
will, Colonel.
I'm
If you
telling Claire.
you don't-
to
you
come
don't
here.
have to have
Don't
a-
worry about it.
Okay, all right. I'll
Am
just
I?
tell.
Are we good with that? For me to tell Claire to come here?
Yeah, I think that's what we agreed on.
Okay.
Why are we talking to her again?
Burton didn't wanted to, right?
Well, I mean, I figured might as well, right? If we were all bucket 2, and then we went to bucket.
Yeah,
1,
we're
and then
finally
went
through all the
to
names.
a free pass.
Oh yeah, she's
I have the
not
list
there no
here.
longer, but she is around now. Yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if we can catch her on duty, we might as well talk to her, see if maybe she's.
I am going to go over this list.
I almost don't want to reveal it. By name by name.
think
Because I don't
about
want people to
it
like
2 or 3 times.
metagame it. I want Coster to be able to tell
make
them in character.
amendments, and then post the final one.
Hopefully no one would metagame that.
Sounds good.
I might choose to remove a couple more, but I want to go over it myself.
Okay. And what's the time frame you're looking for, like the all hands meeting? Like weekend and early next week?
No, within 48 hours.
Okay, okay, gotcha.
Before the
Sounds
weekend.
good.
That's it wouldn't be fair if we did it next week.
I gotcha. So, yeah, I'll be there. I'm sure it's gonna be like probably right at the same time that started today. I'm guessing. So I'll be there.
Perfect. I'm not sure what time it might be. It might. I'll have to make it balanced for all times.
Yeah, I usually find that if you're trying to balance for all times, AU gets fucked, and then you meet in the middle on EU and NA at like, something like usually sometime between 2 p.m. Eastern and like 4 p.m. Eastern. That's usually what it lands at.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll try to make it balanced. All right, send me that list. Did we forget anything? Anyone?
I think Tilly was asking if you want to call Claire over to talk to her with all of us
Just
present.
text it out.
No, you guys can do that if you want. I'm getting out.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting out. It's really fucking late.
She's a bucket one, but I just need her to. You guys need to make
Night,
it
big
clear.
boy.
You're the one who gave her the pass, sir.
No.
What do you want us to relay, sir?
Yeah, I'm sure she'll have a lot of fun talking to me for when I fall asleep for every 2 minutes.
All right.
She just needs to be made very clear that she has to fucking be around.
And locked in.
Okay, gotcha. We'll
If she can come here right now, I'll do it. But if she's gonna take like 10 minutes, I'm not gonna do it.
I'll call her. Okay,
All right.
call.
I'm gonna be bouncing. It's really fucking
all
late.
good. No one's gonna.
Yeah, get out of here.
on your
Anyone who
way.
needs to get out of here, get out of here.
Texted?
Yeah, I had to leave too.
He was.
All right.
See
See
you
you
guys
guys
later.
later.
See you later, guys. Nice talking to you.
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
Farewell.
Oh, okay. Nick, just BMPD.
All right.
All right.
Close all these tabs. Thank God.
Did he call me as I walked out?
It did sound like he said
He
Nick
did say
or
Nick.
Vic. I don't know if it was V or N at the start. You're probably fine.
You gotta, if you
honestly,
gotta go, just go,
I'm
you're
fucking
fine.
tired.
honestly, he knows how to reach you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, see ya.
Meanwhile, I'm still 2 hours prior to when I wake
That's
up.
what I was thinking. Like you can't even go back to bed for any reasonable amount of time. Well, I guess you can, maybe depending on
Probably.
this.
Nah, I'm probably just gonna take a third night off, honestly, unfortunately.
Dude, what the fuck? Was I streaming this? Is anyone like a
Alright,
like a
everything's
longtime
gonna
viewer
adjust
remember
their voice
this?
Nice.
It would have been on NoPixel when Reed killed killed Svensson
When I
on
tried to hunt a
when I was a
dragon.
cop,
I don't know.
and then he did push-ups on my face. He was
Am I supposed
talking about
to
that.
sit?
I don't know if I streamed that or not.
I'm gonna hold my
With the
phone for
Trevor
fun.
model, so there's a
Do
dong
whatever
on
you
it.
want.
You've been a very bad girl.
I'm gonna resist
Sit down,
the urge
Freya.
to respond to that in any way, shape, or form.
You've been such a bad girl.
I'm good, man. I'm good. Sorry, I was just reliving some trauma.
It's another HR point.
Sit down, you see properly like a woman. Thank you. No, sit down. Right.
It was funny. I think I might have laughed.
I am relaxed.
Sit down like a princess.
Oh my god!
Okay,
Bye.
just gonna. He might come back and he might say what he wants to say, but he's told us to tell you basically, you gotta lock it in and be more active and stuff.
Yeah, Claire.
Right, I'm not gonna have an outburst.
Thou shalt not have.
Specifically at someone in this room for throwing games in another game.
The hell are you talking about?
You know who that's pointed at?
What'd you do, Tilly?
Not that one. The one behind me at well, let me look at the clock
She's
position.
going
1 second.
OC to reference Marvel Rivals.
5 o'clock.
Kane?
Me?
You're like 5 o'clock. It's like 6 o'clock would be right behind me.
Me?
What came to?
Him?
Oh, he fucking knows who.
Him?
I'm confused now.
5
I
o'clock.
don't know.
5
Yeah,
o'clock,
apparently you.
damn you.
Apparently either one of you two did something there though.
I think that might be you, Vic.
I was just talking about
That's you. Yes, you, Vic.
Is this that your addiction?
I'm
No,
going to make
it's,
this fast. I'm going crazy.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
actually
go
going
ahead.
crazy. I'm going.
Fire away.
Fuck this laptop. Fucking piece of shit.
No, do not.
Okay, Claire. You remember when I hired you that I did a bit about this isn't a real job?
This isn't a real job.
I'm
Claire.
aware.
Okay, this
What
is a real
does
job,
it you
Claire.
require, y'all,
She
This
really
is a
needs to lock in though, like right now. Like
Okay.
this is it.
I think you are a great cop, and I don't want to fire you.
doing like a bit,
because
though.
you're not around that much. But okay, just this is a real job, okay? please don't make me fire you.
He's unlocking. I can see it happening.
Okay, may I propose an
He's
idea?
doing a voice,
What's the
Can I
man.
idea?
have Elo?
What?
I don't know. I just need some kind of like. Oh,
Elo?
Star
I thought you
I'll
were
make
from
myself a Star
Brooklyn. What
Trots.
happened?
Star
No, I'm
Trek.
doing. I was going to the. I was calling it Whiterun, the mall, and I was telling people there's a dragon nearby, and I was arresting them under y'all Costa's
Dragon
orders.
D's what?
What?
I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm referring to Costa's y'all Costa, and I'm telling people to stop driving the carriages recklessly.
I'm sorry. I'm
And I
briefing
tell
her
them
now.
Colts.
What are you saying? You completely lost me.
Did you never play games growing up?
No, I'm
Like a-
boring like that.
He was an only child.
That's more reason to
I'm
play fucking
like
games. You had no one to go
actively
outside with.
hurting
when you
her.
were
I
young.
had friends,
So,
Claire.
like I'm
Oh,
Just-
okay,
I'm
I
just
didn't
asking
grow
you.
up.
I'm just asking you. Can you treat it like a real job,
come on.
please?
All you gotta say is yes, sir, and you're
You're
good to
literally
go.
the only one getting such a chance.
All right.
Yeah.
Can I do my goofy bits? Like, is that allowed?
What the fuck is a goofy bit? As long as you're not
I don't
fucking
know.
corrupt and perjuring court and are a bad cop, then yeah, do your fucking bits. What is the
No.
bit?
No, I'm a guard today. I'm doing like a guard.
She's
I talked
doing
to tell you
like
about it the other day.
Gad?
I'm like an Oblivion guard or like a Skyrim
Yeah,
guard.
yeah.
Yeah.
like an
Alright,
NPC
yeah,
guard
yeah.
from a video game boss.
Yeah.
Okay, Claire, just get out of play for 5 minutes.
Get a plague land?
This get out of
Oh.
play.
God, she
This
just
is a
can't
real
stop. She's
conversation.
addicted.
Okay.
She's
This is
addicted to
real.
play.
Okay.
She's addicted to play.
I don the gothic makeup for this, so the whole gothic look. Dye my hair black.
I'm
the-
gonna put on gothic look soon.
All right, awesome. Let's listen to My Chemical
And
Romance.
I'm
Let's
gonna
do this
put a
shit.
fucking clown nose on my nose, and I'm gonna wear a fucking orange
fan.
wig, call myself Yackle, and then fucking burn this entire place to the ground. So please, Claire, please come around more often. That's all I'm asking.
All
You
right.
should- I guarantee you,
Alright,
Burton
alright,
is
alright.
popping off that she even gets another chance.
The fuck was the clown nose thing was kind of out of pocket. That caught me off guard.
I don't think Yakko has a clan rose, boss.
He does.
Oh, does he really?
Or he's a mime. He's a mime now. Or he was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was a mime.
Yeah, I
don't
can
know
do
if it's
that.
over or-
Thank
That's a
you.
job.
Okay.
But this, honestly,
What?
I could explain
It's
it,
a
but I don't
job.
want to talk over it. I'll come back to it.
What are you saying?
Job making me crazy.
That was funny. That was fucking funny.
Get out.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good, Claire.
I shall be going
That
patrolling my
was actually
routes.
good out there.
You're not gonna take this serious, are you?
You want my golf club, Claire?
I am.
Hey, do you want my golf club to protect
No, I have my sword. Don't worry.
your sword? You baton?
You cannot lock in, man. It's crazy.
Okay.
All right, am I going? Am I actually going? Or
You're
is
fired.
Talk
Yeah,
on?
pro-
All right, dope.
Pinky promise that you will.
You Coster just
Be
cannot.
Because
around?
I'm actually not gonna sit here begging
There you
you.
go.
I want you to pinky promise because I will fire your ass towards the BCSO if you don't.
Words like out of a cannon?
Out of a cannon.
God.
Holy shit.
Hypothetically,
in the
'cause
cannon.
that is illegal unless you consent. Actually, it's probably still illegal if you consent.
I would do it. It'd be a funny fucking. I can't say it. I
Sure,
don't
but you'd
think
have
you
to
like that
crawl
word.
in it yourself and then do it yourself. I'm not gonna touch that thing. I'm not about to get arrested for
Here,
some
James
sort of-
Randall has got one. If
I
you need
know.
one.
So you wouldn't commit. All right.
No,
all
I
right.
wouldn't commit to the
Yeah,
bet. No.
I can be around. All right. Do I go now? Is that the talk?
Yep, you haven't pinky promised.
Forgot the lock-in part. You know, like
Pinky promise
take
it
it
with
seriously
Lock
part.
in. Wait, what does that mean? Lock in.
Stop doing bits for like 2 minutes, probably.
Yeah, I was locking in.
Okay.
I'm
talking
Vic is the one
normally.
you have to promise.
No, don't do not do
Actually,
that.
no. How about this? Can he promise me something? Oh, never mind.
Oh, no.
You're in that position here.
You want me to promise her, boss?
No, she needs to promise you because otherwise,
Okay.
The two-way road, buddy. You know what I'm talking about.
did you guys have like a
Is this a
relationship
quid
before or
pro
something?
quo?
Like, did I
What are you
miss
They're-
something?
proposing?
This
They're
isn't a
secret
quid pro quo.
rivals.
He
They're
knows what my
rivals.
No,
issue
I-
Are
is.
they beefing?
I'm not. I don't know
I
what
am
the hell's
beefing with
going
him.
on. I'm innocent.
You're
Okay,
not
I just
innocent.
need Claire to pinky promise to, if I fall asleep, then I'm not coming back, by the way. But I just
Okay.
need her to pinky promise it to you that she will treat this like a real job and come around.
Okay.
I had to be the thing I didn't want to be.
Go ahead, Claire. Promise us, all of us, equally.
No, I said to you. I'll
Right?
become the thing I hate. It'll be a
So
real
all
job.
in two, please. Just everyone.
Pinky.
Don't leave anyone out.
Okay, well then everyone bring their pinkies here. What the fuck? It's a pinky promise, not like a verbal one. Can we have like a group effort?
Go
Just
ahead.
put the pinky.
Oh,
Pinky's out.
there you go.
Okay, it's done.
Okay, cool.
All right, I'm gonna go dye my hair black. Oh,
All right.
Do you guys have any
I-
last? Oh my God, what the fuck are you holding? Any last comments before I get sucked into the nether
Four.
again?
I have a question.
Yeah,
I just want clarification.
Yeah.
The two new cadets that you hired.
yeah.
So are they only gonna be riding with us?
Yes,
Or are they
supervised
allowed-
only.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Why not
Why?
FTOs, by the way?
Well, I
Because-
want supervisors to mark them off. They can ride with other people, just not mark them off.
I thought the reasoning was because we're redoing the entire FTO thing, and
But I'm not privy to the new guidelines, so I'd be the same as a regular FTO at
Yeah.
best.
Everyone would.
And I'd be the one who sees them the most, and I don't
And-
even have regular FTO training to be.
well, I
I'm
think
just, I'm just
I think
saying
the
that I
point was
trust
that
you guys to
yeah,
do
he
the
trusts
that
us.
training.
All right.
You guys are the
No.
cops that I expect this department to be.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm just saying that they can ride with anyone, but I don't want them to progress in the cadet phase unless it's you guys. Is that a problem?
What ticket is this?
Probably not gonna get a lot of
Okay.
shifts, but you know, it's not a problem for us. I guess it's a problem for them.
Okay. I'll just say, fuck it. I had him out today, and I did not enjoy it at all.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bit of an ego on Ledger, I detected.
A little bit ego. Radio. He was actually pushing me today to get a sign off, because he asked for a sign, kind of like, "Hey, are you getting me a sign off?" And I said, "I'll think about it after I do my report." And then he said something along the lines as, "Oh well, it would be nice to have the sign off now.
Little
if I grab
pushy.
an FTO now." And I said, "Okay, so you're pushing me without thinking? Okay, no, you're not getting anything from me. Bye." I'm not gonna have a fucking cadet speak like that to me. Fuck that.
Well, then just
Fuck
put him
him.
in, put that motherfucker in his place.
Oh, I did. Oh, he came up and apologized later on.
There you go.
But I did not enjoy riding with him.
Yeah.
It was tiresome.
I was
He
in the
made
car
me
with him
walk
for
away
like
for two.
2 minutes until Newman got him, and I nails on chalkboard.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm too unlocked right now.
That's
Because
okay.
I keep on falling asleep.
Well,
Yeah,
I do want to
figure
put
it
it put it out there, and we don't have to do anything like this now or schedule it, but we do need to have like a real come to Jesus command meeting about our disagreements on like the whole.
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna put it. You're gonna say I'm quota locked, but I think it's more than that. It's like the philosophy of the department on like part timers and stuff. We kind of need to have a conversation.
Sure, what suits you guys?
I-
Preferably before the meeting. Before the all hands meeting.
If you propose a time, I'll make every effort to be there.
Tomorrow, same time?
I could do that. I could do earlier.
I might not have fixed my brain tomorrow, but
Okay.
What is wrong with you?
We can even do a phone call. You know, just we're all in the
What's
same
wrong
room.
with
with
me?
a
I
phone
don't know.
call.
I'm dying.
Yeah.
What happens? You were fine.
If it's easier, I mean, we could just do. I don't know, like just do a phone call. You know, like a
Yeah, Zoom call.
just like we're all in the same room, phone call, whatever gets it done. But I think I'm not going to speak for other people, but I think there's other people that disagree with it that are more silent than I am. I think it's worth talking about because
Hey, well,
even if we end up saying my way or the highway, which we'll do, I just want to get everyone on record. That's it.
This team is helping reshape the PD, so I need nobody can be quiet. Like being quiet is basically not an option.
Yeah, I just don't think anyone's thought like here's a time and place to have it. It's not like they don't want to say it, but like now's not the time. Obviously, we were rushing through today, which is unfortunate.
I can do tomorrow same time.
All right, let's do that.
I don't know if Burton can. This is a horrible time for Burton, but
Yeah, sure.
Are you sure, Burton?
I think with your permission, I'll suggest like 5 times. People just put a thumbs up on what they can make, and then we'll just do that.
What is this for?
Like a command meeting to talk about, like, for lack of a better term, the quota, but it's not really about that as much as it is our philosophy on like part-time troopers.
We'll try to do tomorrow same time. If that doesn't work for most of us, then we'll try the weekend.
Gotcha. Sounds good.
Okay.
Right.
We'll figure out a time. I really have to fix what's going on.
You're all good, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Costa, if you get a chance, could you send me the new thing that you're working on for the training? Because then I can make like little sheets out of them and stuff.
Yes, I can.
Yay. Thank you.
And Vic, honestly, I wouldn't worry about the quota too much because I already said when we're doing this retraining, I'm just going to offline the quota for a little bit.
No, I gotcha, and that's why I'm hesitant to mention the buzzword. I think it's more than that, though. That's just the most. That's like the buzzword.
We also have like 10 million, don't we? Yeah, 9.3. We don't need a quota.
I think
now.
it's not really about the quota, sir. It's about your philosophy, and I think there's a core disagreement that I have, and I'd like to just talk out if we can. That's it.
Sure, no problem at all.
So it's not really about the quota as much as it is just the philosophy of it. So
the philosophy.
Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow though. Thank you.
Perfect.
Let you
yeah,
go.
Or the
Thank
weekend
you,
depends
Costa.
if most people can do it. Yep,
Whatever
thank
works.
You. My apologies for being so unlocked. This is terrible. Horrible experience. I do not wish this.
See, he's the victim in all this, really.
If something happens, it was the IAA.
IAA.
I will note it down, sir.
Didn't even know we had internal affairs.
Yeah.
Much less two A's.
He disappeared. He crawled in the back of the desk and he's gone.
I think Burton made his escape.
So, Vic, I feel like you and me are pretty on the same page. I'm just
I
tired
guess
of...
so, yeah.
Yeah.
I just think there's, like... Yeah, I don't know. I want to weigh you down because I'm sure it's late for you, but, like, I think there's a possibility that, it seems like we're trying to recruit experienced, competent officers as a priority. And you're not going to get those if you're like, all right, first day,
Rushing it.
you need to show up and do 20 hours of a type of policing you're not used to or don't care for. And if you don't do it, you're fucking done. You'll get a text message and you'll wake up in a locked police department. And I think a lot of people want to dip their toes in before they commit to it. And if we're trying to get, if we're okay with the kind of like, realistically, an incompetent police department and training everyone up from the ground up, then fine. Maybe you can ask for crazy things because you're not expecting crazy things. But if we're going to expect crazy things, then we kind of have to like meet them halfway and like, yeah, I think we agree.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people who agree, but they're just not sure how to say it, and there's not been a time to say it.
I'm just tired to argue.
Yeah, I get you.
I've been here for a while.
I get that impression from a few of you that you've had this conversation maybe once or twice.
Mm-hmm. The only time I really put my foot down is when he starts with cadets.
Yeah, I just...
That's me. No, that's a no-go. You should not put quota on cadets.
Yeah, I just...
At all.
It's like... there's no good way to say it, but the reality of it is that, we've created a structure that, and no offense to present company, including myself, but we've created a structure that seems to like filter out anybody with a sense of like well-adjustment. Like, obviously this is a second job for 90% of people, and there's no good way to say it, but it's like, how do you expect to get good, competent troopers when you have a filter in place that filters out anybody who's not a complete degenerate, committing 15 to 20 hours a week on a second job? It's just...
Yep.
We're like self-selecting for the morons at this point.
Yeah.
Myself included. But anyway,
we had a lot of good troopers that's been let go because of that.
Yeah,
quit.
The breaking point was PVK, who I said, I never even met, but it was absurd to hear 4 of you say like, I like this guy, I think he's good, and then be like, oh, well, he's gone because he missed a week.
Yeah, no, because PVK came back because he's been on anyway. I'm not gonna argue that he came back. Costa was unsure to hire him back, and I said, because we have been lacking people doing scene control, like leading on the field, right? And PVK is like if I have a cadet and he needs scene lead help,
he's a good example.
He's one of the best. Honestly, he can come fucking last trooper on scene, and if nobody picks it up, he will.
And it's a shame because those are the people we need the most. And
yes.
Even if they're not like reliable every week, I still would rather have them once, 1 week out of the month than 0 weeks out of the month.
Exactly.
And I feel like, to be blunt, I joined the department with a few people. Not like with them per se. I did join with one guy actually, Ringo Gold, who's now at the Blaine County. And they've all been pushed away from the state police because of, like one core policy. And it's not exactly the quota per se. It's this whole attitude of like, if they don't do, if they're not active, basically 10 hours a week, then they're fucking garbage. And it's like, I just don't think that's the case. I think it's possible to be a good cop who, does 20 hours a month. I think it's completely possible. And,
yeah, but they can do big impactful things as well.
And the end of the day, not to level with you. I mean, I know how it is in the EU is getting tough too, for all things considered, but NA is down like terrible. Like right now, this is like the beginning of my shift most days, if not, midway through it. And, counting out myself, and you obviously, we have like 3 troopers on the fucking road. We have Kane, Everly, Long, and Nyla Novak, and we're gonna lose Kane, and we might lose Claire, and we're probably gonna lose Long. So like, how are we going to be fucking choosers if we're fucking beggars, Like, we can't afford to kick people to the curb just because they don't meet our arbitrary metric of, like, activity, and then be like, damn, like, shit, we really need people right now.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Yeah, I don't want to talk behind Coster's back, but to be clear, I've said all this to him, so I don't say it again to him, so that's why I'm only okay with saying it.
He knows where I stand.
Yeah.
He knows I don't like the quota.
And people get so obsessed with like, oh, we're quota locked, but I just think it's a symptom. It's the clearest. It's tendrils on everything, right? The reason we can't get competent, like a lot of competent troopers, a lot of competent commands, a lot of competent like cadets, is because they see this and they back away. They see this and they back away. And the excuse I've always heard is like, well, just do 10 parking tickets. Okay, but I don't fucking want to do parking tickets. And I think the parking ticket thing is incredibly destructive towards the is a different conversation, but I think the whole parking ticket stuff is incredibly destructive towards the civilian opinion on the police. Like, if you own a car and you park legally and someone bumps your car, $200, please. And like every time we do that to a civilian, they're just that much more likely to snap, violate the law, go full on, go postal, or just not work with us. And end of the day, we're talking about how like one of the changes Coster made was no more trooper vest, right? Because he doesn't like the name trooper. He likes state police on the vest, right? Because it's an optics thing, right? Trooper's been a sullied word, is the way I heard it from Burton. I think if we're worried about our public image, stop fucking parking ticket. We shouldn't be prioritizing every trooper to nail 10 parking tickets a week. And the whole, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep going for a second and I'll stop. But the whole parking ticket thing makes no fucking sense anyways, to be honest with you. Because if it's so easy to do and then you can relax for this week, then it's not. In fact, like my one argument against the quota is that I don't meet the quota, and I've been inside Mission Row and other police departments for like 2 weeks solid, dealing with this stuff. Like, but I wouldn't get snapped by the quota. That's what I'm saying. Like, if the quota's exact intent is to 1, keep us afloat budget wise, and 2, keep people out of Mission Row, it's not fucking working. I was in Mission Row all week last week and I passed the quota.
Yeah, exactly.
And 2, it doesn't meet the budget because I've done the math.
I mean, I feel like it feels on us, right, as Master Troopers, to clear Mission Row.
I agree. I think it's taken our responsibility and automating it essentially to some bullshit like uncaring algorithm, when in reality it's a failure of like supervisors to make sure that no one's undue hanging out there. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's such a big crime to hang out at Mission Row sometimes. Like, sometimes it helps to know your colleagues.
Yeah, exactly. You need to
It's just excessive stuff, and there's excessive stuff, but that's up for supervisors to deal with. And if you don't have supervisors dealing with it, then get new supervisors or hire more. So I think we agree, but, hopefully we can talk to Costa. I think the only one who really seems like maybe doesn't is Burton, but I think he actually does more than I expect.
Burton, he's around.
Yeah.
No, because we have lost a lot of good troopers due to the mentality. And it's sad to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, there's like 3 or 4 folks that I kind of loosely knew that have all moved on, quit or resigned or been fired or went to the Blaine County. I think it's a shame because it's a total brain drain on the department. Anybody who has aspirations ends up coming up against this wall and just being like, well, I'll go try the other one or just quit.
Yeah, the mentality concert I've had is everyone irreplaceable as well.
Yeah. And
that is not true. I disagree hardly with that.
I do too. It's hard to find good help these days.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it seems like he's confident there's a sea of like competent could-be troopers out there, like civilians that could be hired as troopers. And I just don't know that I agree. I don't think there's there's definitely some civilians that would make good troopers that might even have previous experience and come right off the road and be ready to go. But I just don't know that it's like enough to fill out what we need, to be honest, because we don't need like 5 or 6, and we don't need 10 or 15. We need like 20 per shift at least.
Yeah.
Like if there's probably 300 people out there right now. Outside those doors. And 5 troopers is not going to cut it. 15 is not going to cut it. 10 is not going to cut. It's going to be like we need like 20 troopers on duty, and even that might be tough to like staff most calls, which is okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we need to take baby steps. Like, because I know he wants to recruit a lot of cadets, but we need to be very careful how many we take in at the same time, because we need.
And we're going to experience a lot of FTO burnout. Like any FTO we got is going to be overworked, and they're going to start letting slip through because they're just tired and they just want to go back to patrolling solo.
Yeah, I'm burnt out. I've been burnt out for 2 months. Still doing it. But the thing is, for example, I don't want to take Ledger out.
I get this air of like he thinks he's better than us, but he can't say it. To be honest, I don't know why I'm getting that, but
yeah, I think you got humbled today with me.
Hopefully, yeah. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, because that attitude, go fuck yourself.
Well, I appreciate you doing it because, I'm a little softer spoken about that kind of stuff, but I'd have to do it eventually.
Yeah, no. I mean, if he fucks me over, I'm just not gonna take him out. Then, because now I gotta tell him, because I gave the order to him because I did the academy with him, like our old system. And I thought that was the issue, and I let them go with the rest of FTOs. But apparently that's not the stake, so I gotta go talk to him again tomorrow and say, hey, by the way, you can only ride with Master Trooper and above.
Yeah, Kane was letting him ride with FTOs the other day because I was with him. I thought it was kind of like assumed that the first 2 shifts was going to be with the Master only, and then it would go down to like regular FTOs. But I get what he's saying is he doesn't want regular FTOs training them for potentially letting them go like in 2 days. But he's at our mercy, so hopefully Ledger gets the message.
Yeah, and with that means I'm gonna be removing a lot of marks from him.
Yeah, because I think Burke signed off on a lot of stuff, who's great, but not what Casa wanted.
I mean, Burke I trust personally.
Oh, I do too. But...
Burke I have molded myself to be like me, and I want him up as Master Trooper at some point. He's been doing really good. But yeah, and also David Long has also put check marks, so I gotta remove all those. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, that happened. All right, I'm gonna go see what the situation on the road is. See if fire's on.
You stay safe, my man.
You too, man. I'll see ya.
Yeah, take it easy.
I just realized, I don't think I have a car here. Do I beg for a ride? Or do I... Let's see what's on first. Tilly doesn't have a ride either, probably. Vic rides with Claire. Dude, I was fucking dying when Claire could not stop doing the fucking voice accent. Like, the fuck... She's doing, like, a funny voice. She's here giving, like, the only... Like... the only person in the department to give like a pass and like actually get confronted with like a hey, come to Jesus, like you need to settle down, and she's doing a voice the entire time.
Yeah, whatever. Hi.
That's crazy. I wonder if my fucking M14's still here. Was it in the storage? Oh, it's probably this storage I put it in. We'll give subs for Emo Vic. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense for Vic to be emo, so I wouldn't accept those subs. But you can get them anyway, and I'll be like, thank you. Vic can't go emo until he's had the convo with Coster, and then however that's gone goes. Yeah, my M14's gone. I put an M14 in here like I don't know, like a month ago, because I didn't want to have it anymore in the storage. So I guess someone used that. That's fine. Either that or they transferred it to Mission Room, which is also fine. Radio 5 is fucking quiet, dude. I'm worried for the command meeting or whatever. I think that'll be the biggest decider on the future of state police. I think this whole thing today was kind of a, I don't know, like I'm torn. I'm torn between I'm between two worlds here, where you know, in one world I want to like just grab Coster by the shoulders and just shake him and be like, dude, why do we do all this if we're not going to do it right? But also the other half of me is like, well, just let him I can't do, if I try to do this for him, then it's not his thing. And then nothing, like, you know what I'm saying? Like if I think I'm using in character terms here because I want to be careful to like make sure you guys know it's roleplay, but obviously hopefully that's the presumption. What I'm saying is like if like I'm trying to be so careful with my language because of fucking gloop gloop, but alright, just trust me on this, right? I think this whole restructure we just did just now, and no mistake, make no mistake, it was another restructure, and people will call it that. But to me, it's also like finishing the first restructure, I guess. It's all for naught if we don't do it the right way. And I'm not saying my way is the only right way, but I think as the brainchild behind this, I feel like we didn't execute it right. I feel like we undercut ourselves by not doing every interview and just giving it another week and just finishing all the interviews. I feel like we also undercut it with the form. I feel like we undercut it with like nobody else suggested any questions from commands. Like, I don't know if there's a miscommunication, but like if you look at the proposed questions I posted a week and a half ago, we just did my questions. It was only my questions. And not that like that's, you know, like I think my questions are bad. I think I have good questions. But like only Burton proposed other questions, and like maybe 2 people got asked this. And Kane proposed some, but Allen and Patrick didn't get the message. And we didn't use Kane and Burton's. And Coster didn't suggest any questions. And I feel like we want to, I feel like here's the problem, right? I feel like this whole like interview thing went off half-cocked, and it still might work out okay, but I feel like it went off half-cocked and we didn't do it the way I wanted to do it, which is okay. Like it's okay. It doesn't have to be the way I wanted to do it. It's, you know, still good role play either way. And I'm gonna insinuate I'm talking from a roleplay POV anyway, so I don't know why I'm bothering to say it's good roleplay because it's by definition roleplay. But whatever. All things said and done, we didn't do this whole thing the way that Vic envisions it, and therefore I'm worried it didn't get done right in the way that I think it could have been done the best. And I also worry that like Vic maybe should have grabbed Coster and been like, dude, why are we not just doing this right? Why are we doing this at all if we're not gonna do it right? But the problem with that is that why is he the colonel if we can't trust him? Like he's the colonel. Like at the end of the day, like if everything we do is like basically Vic begging Costa to do it this way or that way, then end of the day, like, what are we really accomplishing? Like, Costa's got to be like, you have to look at it like this, right? Vic is trying to feel out still if Costa is like, you know, like right now, I would say Vic is 100% loyal to Costa and the state police, but he knows that there's like there's like a crack in the bridge, a crack in the dam, where he sees our opinions diverging, and he's like trying to avoid it, but you can't avoid it by forcing Costa to agree with you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't change anything. If Costa's mind isn't truly well and changed, then what are we're wasting our time? Like ultimately, it's just gonna be like every single situation is just gonna be like Vic begging Costa to see it the other way, and then Costa maybe does, and what have we accomplished if we can't get on the same page, you know? So I think that's where I'm really at with this, like with Vic as a character, is like, can we agree? Like, can we come to a middle grounds? If so, let's see this through. If not, this is too big of an issue to just like let slide, you know? Anyway, let me see what Toad's going for this. Vic and Gruber PD would be fucking unhinged. I think Gruber PD would be funny. The necessary evil, dude. I think Gruber PD would actually be insane. Like, in a good way. That'd be hilarious. I mean, I'm not even hilarious. It sounds like I'm dismissing it. It would be interesting as fuck. Dude, we have no toes.
Clear. Closing.
Damn. The radar on this is so far sometimes. I looked back there and he was like still over the hump. That's crazy. Yeah, looks like we got no toes. All it be. Let's see if Tilly needs a ride. Leave. Who the flip is that guy? Is that Claire? Oh my god, Claire just got dropped off by fucking... Wait, no way. Wait, E. Allen. No, wait, that's not Claire. I saw the brown dot. What the fuck is going on? Where's Tilly, by the way? She was on the phone last I saw it. This car's gonna get fucking schmacked by a local, but whatever, it's parked legally. Do you know the right, Tilly? I'm calling you.
No, I'm good. I'm gonna set him up on a blind date with Claire.
Who's this guy?
Hi, I'm Edgar.
With Claire?
Edgar. Yeah.
You think this is Claire's style?
How about you call Claire real quick and you can see yourself. Just ask her how she's doing.
I don't know if I have her number saved.
Here, I'm gonna yell it to you, alright? Her phone number is 555.
I'm not doing all that. Just text me it. Can't you just share the contact?
Can I?
Yeah, like in the text. That was a very expensive response there. I went out of character. You got me.
Did you get that?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, just, ask her how she's doing.
Okay. Oh, you're right. It's spelled wrong. Does she know it's a date?
Kind of.
Should I call her here? Is she on the way here?
I did ask her. Yeah, she should be on her way here soon.
Okay. You motherfuckers never answer your damn phone because it's this. You think it's dispatch, don't you?
I never. Oh no, that's right. You guys don't talk to each other. Ugh.
Oh, she's not answering. Okay, well, tell her good luck. Good luck to you too, Edgar.
Thanks.
All right, go and sit down. Yeah, good, Edgar.
Good luck to her. You know, I think I covered 90% of this shit in my quota rant, but just to do it anyway. My quota rant is basically not even a quota rant, man. It's not even a quota rant. It's actually more than that. I get so annoyed when people are like, it's just a quota. But like dead ass, the tendrils are and everything. Like, you say something?
Yeah, could you actually give us a ride to the police department?
Yeah, mission roll. Yeah,
Okay.
I can
yeah,
do that.
mission roll.
You gonna
Alright,
get
come on,
fired?
get in.
Ain't you a deputy?
Okay.
Me?
No, him. He's
You a deputy?
I'm dispatch.
Okay, that's
Oh,
fine.
he'll be fine.
They'll kill you if they find you in the car with the trooper, though. Just so you know.
Oh.
Yeah, let me call Claire.
How about this weather we're having?
It's nice.
Yeah, you know, I
Hey,
like the
Claire,
rain.
I'm gonna be heading to the regular police department, so I'll be there in a second. Can you be there? I gotta talk to you. All right, I'm heading there now. Bye. All right, Claire's gonna meet us there. So, Edgar,
What?
congratulations on your job.
Thanks, I guess.
You enjoying it?
I love my job.
What's your job? Just dispatching, or you do more?
Dispatch work and secretary work.
Okay, you and Tilly not so different, huh?
I guess.
I'm just kidding. She didn't do any of that shit. He's
Oh,
like,
yeah, not so different.
I know. I was joking. You're very different. You do like, you're like an administrator more than anything.
I try to answer all the 911 calls because apparently nobody does it.
Oh yeah, nobody does. Front okay? Or you want the motor pool?
Front's fine. You look really nice for the date, Edgar.
Thanks. My boss makes me dress like this.
Oh,
Okay.
who's your boss?
Wrangler.
Oh God,
okay.
that's depressing.
All right. Good luck out there, or in there. I mean. You know, my not so nuanced version of the my deconstruction of Victor's disagreement with the current philosophy of the state police is basically nothing I haven't said already, so skip past this if you're in the VOD. I'm about to fucking yap for 5 minutes. What is so wrong with being a part-time cop? Some of the most competent people I've ever met in any RP setting as cops started as part-time cops. And here's the thing about competent part-time cops. They're a hot commodity, man. I know that talking like this is like very anti-roleplay because I'm talking about like things that are out of character, but like hear me out when I say cops that know what they're doing and that kind of get it and are fun to roleplay with. Like there's like three major elements to being a roleplay cop. One is like, do you know the basics of how to be a cop and not like violate people's rights and not like arrest people like without due cause and whatever, right? That's competency, right? And then there's like, are they fun? Are they someone who understands that there's a give and take and that there's a give and take with roleplay, and sometimes just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's the second level. Like that's what most people refer to as reading the room, or do they get it, right? And then the third one is, are they mechanically competent? Like are they competent enough to operate a car, or the key, you know, the fucking key binds, or like cuffing and like MDT and like shooting. Are they good enough at like mechanics to like make a difference, like actually not just get in the way? And I think when I look at like when I look at all like people who meet all three qualities, obviously a lot of it's subjective, So like you and Chad, or whoever's listening to this, is probably not going to agree with me on everybody I say meets all 3 qualities, and you might disagree with like the extent that they do, right? But those are the 3 important qualities that you, one, know like what laws make you able to be a cop and like how not to like violate those. 2, a little give and take. Just because you can doesn't mean you have to. And 3, mechanically, can they operate like the basic mechanics and not like get in the way of stuff? Like they actually know what they're doing. And honestly, the pool of people that are out of the box, like within minutes, able to do all 3 of those, probably less than 100 people in the entire GTA RP sphere. Like honestly, there's probably less than 100 like across. I mean, like I'm not saying like there's obviously like a lot more servers than like Onyx and NoPixel and Purple and like New Day, and you know, even with some Red Dead servers like WildRP and like Prodigy and Prodigy Red Dead. Like there's obviously more to it. There's more servers than those I've listed, but the amount of cops that like well and truly get it and like are on board on all three prongs is probably less than like 100, maybe like 200 at the most. And there's people at different levels. These people that like, you know, are great mechanically, you know, they're great at knowing the cop like laws, and they can arrest everybody, but they don't really allow for give and take. They're kind of an asshole. They kind of just like, and I don't mean like a RP asshole. I mean like they're kind of an asshole. Like they will always arrest you if they can, and they will never give you a chance to break out, and they'll never be slightly incompetent to give you an edge. They'll never like, you know, let you get back in your car because of like scuff or whatever, right? So like all in all, like the problem I'm getting back to is like, if we agree that there's like, you know, a limited quantity of really good, fun to roleplay with cops, then holy shit, we cannot afford to drive them away with batshit insane policies. Like, hey, you have to, like, I just think the quota is so flawed. But it's not just the quota, as evidenced by the way they view activity. I think, personally speaking, I never realized how grateful I was for Mantis and the way we ran the SDSO. You know, we ran the SDSO together, me, Mantis, and, you know, Soups and Dogbert. We had a policy back then that was basically like, if we found somebody who just kind of like was firing at all cylinders that met all 3 qualities, we would never fire them. We would never fire them. Like we would let them be inactive for a year before we fired them. We would let them be inactive for 2 years before we fired them. There are still people on the old SDSO roster that haven't that didn't log in for 2 years till the end of 3.0. Like, I'm serious. Like, what's the upside? Like, oh yeah, we have a cleaner roster. There's less people on the roster. There's names that, you know, like if someone new joins, they're not like, who's this guy? But like ultimately, like, who does that serve? Who does it serve to get rid of all these inactive names? Like, it doesn't do anything for anybody, because worst case scenario, that person continues to not log in and they continue to be inactive. And what's the worst case from that? There's another name on the roster. The list is too long. It takes another 2 seconds to scroll past their name. And what's the upside? That they come on duty and they have a really fun time, and like everyone's like the upside is like they come on duty and they do the bare minimum, and like someone gets backup when they wouldn't have otherwise, and someone has a good time, and like hee haha, like I just think it's only upsides for allowing part-timers to exist. I think the one point that Coster had that really swayed Vic was like, yeah, I think genuinely if someone's not on duty for like 2 months, then yeah, there probably is going to be nuance they miss. Because like, let's face it, and the reality of it is that Purple, like many RP servers, things move fast. They move very fast, right? And like, I think it's a very good point that if you have not been on for like, let's say 6 weeks is probably what's reasonable to me, that there's going to be DOJ changes and there's going to be like structural changes inside the police department that make it so like, yeah, this person probably is not with it anymore, and they probably need to be like given like a touch up, you know? And I think how you accomplish that probably isn't firing them and making them ask for their job back, but probably like, you know, once every like 6 weeks you publish like a here's what's changed in the last 6 weeks, you know? Like, I think there's other ways to conquer that issue other than just firing them. Because like, and I think to be fair, like to play devil's advocate, I think a lot of the other side of the argument is basically like, well, like, what if they come on duty and they fuck around and like we get in trouble? It's like, yeah, it's true. And, like, why do we have to explain stuff to them? Like, you know, it's true. Like they're inactive. And like, I'm trying to think what else has been said, but I think what other arguments have been said. I'm trying to be faithful to both sides of the argument, even though I can only present one like my own perspective. Like, I think the other side of the argument is also like, well, what's wrong with coming back on duty and getting your job back? It's not a big deal. You just text us and we'll give you your job back. And I think I agree with that to an extent. Like, I don't think it's a big deal to have to be like, hey, I noticed I got fired for an activity. Can I have my job back? And then you're like, all right, here's your job back. Good to go, you know? Oh, free $1. But the thing is, I think it really hurts roleplay to be like, hey, can I please have my job back, boss? I was gone for a week and a half. Because now that person, you know, they might view themselves as like, oh, dude, am I going to be eligible for like promotions now? Like, I just got fired, you know, and that's held against them in some ways, you know? I think the biggest hurdles I perceive personally, and maybe I'm talking too much out of my ass, is that there's not a lack of hurdles to keep bad people out. There's too many hurdles and it keeps good people in. Sorry, there's too many hurdles right now, and it keeps good people out, rather than having not enough hurdles and keeping bad people out. I guess, hopefully that makes some sense, what I'm trying to say there. And I think from his perspective, from Coster's perspective, it's a lot like, well, why are we you know, we don't really want to have the liability of having part-timers floating around when things are so in flux, things are changing so massively. And to that, I agree. I do agree with that. Like, people that are out of the loop that might reappear any minute and will be completely out of the loop, I think that is a valid point. And given the whole nature of like what we're doing, like I think I'm on board with getting rid of people that have been gone for like, you know, 4 or 5 weeks, because genuinely, like, they're not going to know what the fuck happened. They're going to come back on duty and act like it was 2 months ago, and hopefully things are different now. So like, they do need to kind of get like a wake up call, like, hey, come talk to us, you know, like, you shouldn't go on duty until you've talked to us. And that's easily done by like firing them and making them just talk to you again. Yeah, I don't know. I also feel a little bit like hesitant to like talk. I don't know. Like, obviously I've been fucking yapping for like 5-10 minutes. I've been yapping all day, man. I feel a little bad because like maybe I'm sitting here expecting I feel a little bad talking like I am, because like maybe I'm like the old head who is like going to a new place and demanding it act like my old place. You know, like I feel like it's out of line for me to expect this new place that I accept as new and that I've praised for being new and trying new stuff, and then turn around and be like, why isn't this more like my old place? But I don't know, man. I'm trying to weigh that against like, is it genuinely a good idea, or is it just because of like is it a good idea that has good, you know, like good foundations, or is it a bad idea that is based on like esoteric like habits and traditions? Like, is it a good idea that like we should go back to like do some stuff the old way that I know better because it produced good results? You know, I don't know. I'll listen to for a toe too. Just passion. Yeah, Vic's passionate, but he's based on my own passion too. I think ultimately, like, I enjoy a lot of the office politics and like the dynamic, like changing stuff for the better type conversations. And like, I like to think one of my qualities, one of Vic's qualities by extension, is that I'm open to being wrong if there's a good argument for it. So I try not to be too stagnant in my beliefs. I think one of the things one of the good traits I have is that I have the ability to try and like, I have maybe I'll put it this way. I think one of the abilities I have is that I have a naive belief that I can genuinely change most people's minds if we can have an honest conversation. And for me, roleplay is really fun because of that. Like on all my characters, it's a lot of fun to talk to people and try to change people's minds, because I think it's genuinely possible. If both sides are willing to have a good faith conversation, there's really nothing you can't like accomplish. I know it's like fucking cringe as that is, like, and obviously the good faith part of it is critical, but like, talk about like IRL politics, like sometimes I see someone say something that's so hateful and so derived in like tradition, like, negative tradition and just like hateful shit, but like, do they actually feel that way, or are they just like saying that shit because that's the way they were taught and they haven't really considered it, So I don't know, I love roleplay because of stuff like that, like being able to talk to people and change people's minds and being able to like make waves for better or for worse. End of the day, I think if Vic ends up like clashing with Coster and getting fired, or like there's a even like maybe a even if there's like a mutual disagreement, like, hey, we both disagree, like I think you should walk away, Vic, like I respect that. I think that's fun roleplay. Like that's genuinely interesting, and if that's the end of Vic as a character, that's the end of Vic as a character. If he moves on to like the Rangers or the BCSO or whatever, then cool, but like I'm willing to walk down this road because I think it's fun. I think it's interesting. It's interesting to explore the part-time stuff, Anyway, I guess what I was saying is, I think the well of like competent, cool, like the supply of like smart, fun, good cops is not as big as I think most people perceive it. And those people are like really like in high demands. Like, and this is kind of the OC portion of it that I don't want to say in character at all, is that the competent, cool, fun officer who like gets it, but also is, harsh but fair, whatever. They're in high demands, to be honest with you. I only know of like a few servers, but like Negative Dead, if that's still around, Prodigy, NoPixel, Purple, Onyx, these are all servers that want actively those cops that meet all three qualities of being like fun, to roleplay with, give and take, to be like fair, to like know the rules, to like mechanically be somewhat competent. Like those are all in super high demands. Every server I know of wants more cops that they're all of all three qualities. So like we can't sit here with like a policy that like drives them away in mass and expect to like get competency. And I think if the goal is like, don't know why Onyx needs more, but I get it. It's not that Onyx needs more cops, it's that they need more good, like, quality cops, in my opinion. Am I on the wrong radio channel? Am I just muted?
Copy that. I will be going 42 here, though. You got the comms.
Oh my god, I had that muted for so long. Talk about competency, dude. Holy fuck, what a moron. I wonder if Novak's still okay over there. He's not chasing anyone from the speed of the blip. I think that's exactly right, Dizu Kid. I think I've observed a lot of my friends, and I say friends rather loosely, people that I knew, people that I've roleplayed with. Because I don't want to be like, I don't want to insinuate that like, hey, listen, I speak for like everybody who's ever played NoPixel Cop. Because let's face it, NoPixel cops are not a monolith. Not all of them feel the way I do. Not even most of them. Some of them would fucking disagree wholeheartedly with what I have to say. But I know for a fact that more than a few have like come over and been like, hey, this is kind of cool. I kind of like this. And then been like, wow, if I'm not on duty like every day, or like once every other day, or like once every third day, or if I take an entire week off, or if I take 2 weeks off, I'm done. They're like, yeah, I don't want to do that. That's like, here's a harsh truth. If you're not really ready for this, the hardest thing in life is to get someone else to commit. Whether it's a relationship, I'm sure some of you experience that in real life. Whether it's social plans, whether it's an RP police department, it is incredibly hard to get people to commit to stuff. People don't want to be like, yeah, I will be here for. I will never take 2 weeks off in a row. on this RP police department. It's hard to do because like some people won't even commit to a relationship or like getting married or like going to social plans, you know, like they always like it's hard to get commitment out of people. It just is. It just fucking is. Like it's just a fact of life, and that it's really hard to get people to commit to like anything, much less like something as low stakes as like a essentially job that doesn't pay you and maybe you have a little fun. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what we're offering them, right? It's like a job that doesn't pay them and it might be fun. Ultimately, like you know what I'm saying? Like it's hard to get people to be like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll play, you know, once I'll play a lot, or you know, I'll play a little, you know, like I won't take 2 weeks off ever.
I think what they're trying to say is that a couch is basically a padded bench.
Are you guys doing something here, like a raid or something?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Is that a great car associated with it?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna call toll for it then if it's not in the way.
Yeah, alright.
Could you reach out to former troopers and offer them reserve trooper? Maybe some show up again. I can't do that. I cannot guarantee them. I would feel bad at this point trying to guarantee them reserve trooper, but I'm not sure reserve trooper will exist. Oh, sorry, you going by? Go ahead.
Yep, sorry.
I think it would be improper for me to one, reach out to people. I don't have a guarantee that reserve trooper will be extended to them. I don't have a guarantee that reserve trooper will exist in like a week or two. I don't have.
Trooper.
Yeah. I don't have a guarantee that reserve trooper is they're gonna keep that. You know what I'm saying? For reserve troopers, right now we just cut about 50, maybe 60% of them. So that's why I'm kind of like, that's what I'm saying when I'm saying, you know.
Oh, it's blocked. Dang it.
You wanna go by? You can fit by behind it. Is this yours?
It's supposed to be not here. Hang on, I think this is supposed to be in the bottom floor. Hang on.
Is this yours? Honestly, I don't know if there's enough. I don't know if there's enough combat cop players in general, much less two departments. This is yours?
I rented it.
Okay. Well, did you leave it
How
here?
did it get up here?
No, I left it.
I don't think it's got a ticket yet, so I'd move it if you.
It was 100% parked downstairs.
I was just looking at it, so if you want to move it, I'd move it now.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
I appreciate
He's,
it.
the next guy is definitely gonna write a ticket faster than I can.
Yeah, I'm just gonna return it.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead. The state police could, but not necessarily you individually. Yeah, in theory. I don't know who would do it besides me. I mean, like, I guess maybe, like, Zelthius or, like, Kane, whoever that is. Whoever his, like, Discord handle is, whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because, one, I just don't think that reserve troopers long for this world. In a situation in which there is such contempt for reserve trooper, like part-time troopers, I'm surprised reserve is still a thing at all. I don't expect it to last like more than 2 weeks from now. Maybe at the most, you know, it doesn't live longer than April, I guess. Is, I'm getting at. How many reserves are we at right now? So I think reserve troopers right now, like, so we grieved. Holsworth is gone. Easter's gone. Fuck, dude. Ellie probably stays. Price probably stays. Hank Cliff goes. So we're probably down to 3 reserve troopers, maybe 4. I don't know who Sven's son is. I don't know if we mentioned them at all. I must have tuned it out. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like I've done a good job explaining myself and my character's motivations and stuff. I'm gonna go to actual call now, I think. Because I am 0 for 0 on my quota right now. What is this, a mask or something? Because someone's like head. It's like a mask, I think. That's like taken off and thrown, maybe. Anything new from the wall? No. Not recently. Not that I've looked at today. I haven't looked at it at all. Up on stream. Leo and Holsworth are so good. I mean, I'd be lying to say that Leo and Holsworth were like some kind of like mega diamond in the rough that like deserved, you know, like a crucifix. Like I mean, like the reality is that like they weren't coming back, and we know that. And the reality is that like they did some major fucking rounds. I think that said, they more or less played by the rules that were given to them, and they didn't make any bad arrests. So I think they should have probably stayed, but I don't know, you know? Dude, you fucking asshole. Come on now, man.
Dispatch all troopers. There is currently a hostage situation at BCSO HQ. Any units available?
BCSO HQ, which one? The north or the south one?
Harmony.
Do they want troopers responding, or are we gonna get like...
No, that was a call, and I'll go to BCSO and see. Sorry about that, yeah. I'd ask.
Oh, say again, sorry, on last?
It's a hostage situation that was called in over telephone.
Do you want troopers to respond? I feel like we're gonna get in trouble for that, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll get to BCSO.
Yeah, call them. If they don't respond at all and say they can't, then I'll go, but...
10-4.
Yeah. Not endearing to full-timers. Yeah, I mean, that's... They definitely rub people the wrong way. I think there's blame on both sides, to be honest. And I know that's kind of like a milquetoast take, but like... Kind of a very white bread take, but they kind of just like... fucked around a lot, and like, hey, we don't care. But I think it was telling in who kind of like... had a total problem with it, because like let me put it this way, right? Easter and Holsworth fucked around an incredible amount, to the point where Vic was even telling him to knock it off. So like, am I surprised that like it came to a head? Like, absolutely not. The way it came to a head was unfortunate, because like I think it kind of showed who was like capable of like moderation. What's up, Ozone? You distracted me, buddy. I don't know, man. I'm trying to make an articulate point here, and I'm like losing my point. I'm trying to dance around the words. They fucked around too much, honestly.
Yeah,
but I don't think them fucking around that much was like... I don't think it was like a... I still don't think it was arrest worthy. I don't think Vic does either. Like, I think that if anything was like, hey, like, you know, like both sides kind of took a step too far here, you know, like... But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Burton very much... I don't think Burton would disagree if I said this, and if Vic said this either, that he very much wants a more serious police department as a whole, and doesn't really care for the play stuff as much as the, like, let's do this by the book, fellas. And I you know, to be honest, I kind of get it. Like, the silly guys do paint a bad image for you, and it feels like if you're a serious cop, sometimes you spend your entire time cleaning up after the silly guys. It's kind of a bummer to be like, hey, I've got to be the bad guy, the mean guy, and there's some goofballs over here goofing around, and I can't goof around. I've got to be serious and clean up for them. I think what they fail to understand, the serious cops don't get, is that you can actually just goof around if you want to. No one can stop you. The only person stopping you from goofing around a little is your own sense that, hey, I don't want to do this. This is wrong. But I think it comes from a lot of like being able to read the room and just say like, hey, this isn't that, like, you know, like I think most people get it with Fingal Dan. Like, hey, it's just Fingal Dan. Like, you know, like who cares how serious this is? It's Fingal Dan. Like, so people kind of get it, you know, with him, but they don't really extend it beyond that. It's fine. It's locally owned. Yeah, that's true, Viceroy. That's a pretty good point. That I think the more silly you are, the more it looks like the serious cops are just like a bunch of dickheads who don't really want to have fun, you know. Would Svensson and Burton get along? I don't know. I don't know. Like, part of me thinks they wouldn't because Svensson's at times very silly.
Nearest cross, Elgin.
But part of me thinks they would also, like, they're too... Like, Burton and Svensson would kind of have, like, the same... You know, like, I think it'd be like... People that are too similar can't get along because they see too much of themselves and the bad traits inside each other, you know? Does that make sense? Like, also, that's what I was talking about. I think I didn't say this out loud, but I was thinking it. I think it was actually a good idea to keep Gruber and see if he kind of can, like, tone it down, but also keep Everly and see if she can tone it up, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's fair. That's a good, it's honestly a good decision, you know? You're taking both, and it's on both sides, and you're giving them both a chance to kind of, like, meet in the middle and, like, come back a little bit more to the center, at least temporarily. Just like, don't report me. A lot of fun talking, but I kind of want to get in a fucking car chase, dude. ATM, Polito, ATM, Hills, Covenant, Arrow, Polito, Great Ocean, Roy Lowenstein, Little Soul. What was that? Waving a gun. It's way too late for that. 4 minutes ago. People's biggest complaint has been who don't play cops was but people's biggest complaint has been those who, I'm assuming those who don't play cop, every cop seemed to go as hard as possible every time. Is it fair to say that you're saying, like, people who don't play cop, I don't know, you lost me, I think. That's cool. He's got a supercar. I don't want to deal with that supercar, motherfucker. I think something I learned a long time ago, by the way, is some of the most serious cops are the biggest hypocrites. And I don't mean that specifically to anyone. And also, I don't know, maybe it floats on both sides, but this is like maybe like off topic entirely of what we're talking about, but like oftentimes, I don't know if there's even more saying, it's off topic. It's like such a fucking like neutral take too. I don't know, man. End of the day, it's really tough to do this kind of thing where you like fire cops and like rehire them or like whatever, because you have to be the bad guy, and it's not fun to be the bad guy, but also like
606, clear traffic stop to me.
My god, dude, there's no way I catch that. It's going 200 miles an hour. What? Like, there I go. I'm gonna go get that supercar. The fuck was that, man? There you go, man. I'm gonna get him. In the rain, too, no less. It's fucking crazy. I lost him, man. I think I lost him. Criminal characters that came from No Pixelonics seem to care more about how anal cops were than anything else. As opposed to what? Like, care more about anal cops than like what? Like, what's the like what else would you care about? I mean, what do cops, what do crims on Purple that didn't play No Pixelonics care about? Yeah, I think I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. Read the suggestion thread. Gotcha. I'm on the way, man. I'm gonna go read that shit right now. For real. There's a car full of guys and a bolo. This looks like maybe they're gonna rob me for my guns. I bet these guys try to rob me.
Light's not getting any turn.
Might not get any greener. It's red, man.
Hey, who is that up there?
Damn.
All motherfuckers are phone calls.
Fair enough.
I think you got a little greener when it turned green. You got a little bit greener when it turned green, though, right? I do love the fucking rain, man. Rain's so wonderful. Zancudo River, man. None of these are even close, dude. I mean, fuck. I guess I just head north and start looking for these robberies because it's all happening up here. Yellow or an orange gang vehicle? Is it like a fucking Class 20 boost? Class 1000 boost? Another supercar. Man, we really need pursuit vehicles in this shift. I don't have interceptor privileges, man. Jankowski told you, he kind of, listen, he kind of told me in like a, fine, if that's what you want, move on type situation. I didn't interpret that as like a actual, like, hey, here you go. And also, I don't like the idea that I'm going around the established structure. Like, you know, obviously I've got no problem with Barrett. But if I did, you know, sorry, I'm saying but like Victor has no problem with Barrett. But even if I did have a problem with Barrett, I still think like there's an established system. I don't like going around it. I don't think Victor would do that. I don't think I like the idea of like, hey, I asked Barrett for interceptor and she said, I'm working on it. And they're like, hey, I went to the colonel and got it anyway. It's gonna like sit right with people. I think people generally, I think Victor as a person wants to do things the right way, even if the long way. You know? Here we go.
Hi guys.
Hiya.
Have a good day.
Got red.
It's great. Is that great?
Yeah, she's like, she said some stuff. I'm sure if I wait like a week or two and keep updating her, I'll get it. It's not a big deal. the newest. Galileo Road, Lagos Zancudo. Like, now we're at this store. We're just in the fucking in the row up there, man. I've gone through a boost or something.
1042 permit, yes, stay safe.
In 4.
Goodbye.
In 4. So we've got Kane, Dispatch, Matt Scott, Matt, Trooper Lavender Hope, Tilly, Blair, and then Nyla just went off duty. Any of these trackers anywhere near the city? Or people just doing the trackers just like up here? You know, honestly, if I had one suggestion, I'd suggest the flee the area on boost was a shorter like range. Because I think what happens sometimes is you go to flee the area, and you have to drive so far away, you're already like near Sandy, so you might as well just stay up there. Why drive back towards the city where the cops are? $769 en route to latest vehicle boost, Sadler C3. Good God, the fucking rain's terrible, man. It went pretty much like you expect. Oh my god, are they above me on the fucking freeway? They are. They're gonna go out to the fucking Palomino freeway ASAP, dude. They're making a break for it. Yep, they're already headed outside the city. Yeah, we shouldn't have to go so far to flee the area. I think it just leads to people already being so far outside the city. They're like, well, fuck it, I'm not going back. Like, I'm already out here. Might as well just sit up here and do it. Another tracker, a fourth tracker? I don't think that actually materially changes it though. They just all drive up to Polito and take all 4 off in a row. Sadler, which I think is like a maybe crew cab pickup. Looks like an older F-150. Maybe going up. I think that's him up there. I see him. I think it's this guy right here. Oh no, he's alone. I got a solo booster, man. No, 2 of them. Yeah. 769 trying to pull over a blue Sadler four-door pickup north on Sonora Freeway. I believe it's a tracked vehicle for boost. U-turn south on Sonora Freeway. Vehicle is not yielding south on Sonora Freeway 1080. Barely even going 80, man. Still behind the pickup, not yielding 1080 south on Los Santos Freeway now, past the prison.
I'm on the way.
Copy. It's occupied times 2, driver and passenger. It's a blue four-door crew cab pickup with a like a ladder rack on the back.
Dispatch 667, 1041.
Hi.
Copy. In pursuit of a stolen vehicle with a tracker on Los Santos Freeway.
Did I wait by the casino or come up?
They just crashed into someone. They're going back northbound, oncoming lanes, Los Santos Freeway.
I'm on the way.
Red lanes. Right off road, collide with a tree on that dirt road that goes up to the reservoir. I think he might have gotten stuck on a guardrail. I'll keep my distance. Leave him alone. Back in motion, continuing on this, I don't know the name of it. It's parallel with Los Angeles Freeway on the right side of the road to the east, towards the reservoir.
316 is just behind you. To continuing north on the dirt road up to the dam. So continuing on the dam access road. Oh, that sounded like I swore. Oh gosh, we're continuing southbound on the dirt road by the dam. I did it again.
Oh, the I couldn't figure out what she thought she was swearing over. It's the damn word.
Continuing southbound off road.
You guys are gonna take themselves out. They're not driving slow enough for the rain. Off-road.
Southbound towards Palomino
Classic. Classic maneuver.
Interception point's going to be like the gas station on Palomino. Going downhill onto Palomino, the crash is very bumpy. Continuing off-road, down to eastbound. Stay firmly again. Eastbound Palomino onto Sonora Way.
769, I'll take secondary. Palomino freeway exit to Sonora Way. Out in front of the power plant. U-turn, maybe. Stand by. Maybe changing drivers. I'm not sure what's going on here. Foot bail. One's getting out on foot.
Sorry, I can't do that, dog. I can't do that, dog.
I think there's a tractor's office missing.
Hey, stop right there. Put your hands behind your back, buddy. You're under arrest, okay?
Dog.
Oh my god, what the hell are you doing, man?
He's gonna tackle officers! Getting into a black and gold muscle car.
Alright, put your hands behind your back, man. I'm not screwing around this time. Don't get hurt out here.
Abandoning the car for a silver muscle car.
Copy. My guy just got out, and he's in a black muscle car. Black gauntlet. white hair, brown jacket, back on the road.
Abandon the booth.
Copy. Gonna get pursuit. He's oncoming lanes on the exit ramp towards Palomino Freeway.
Thing impounded.
I'm behind him on Palomino Freeway, correct lane, southbound. Heard an explosion. Are you okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, he's getting off at the gas station, Palomino Freeway. Continuing through, back on the Palomino Freeway, south, towards the city. Still on Palomino Freeway, towards the city, southwest. Oncoming lanes, merging with Olympic shortly. He really likes the lane swap, doesn't he? That's like people's favorite move on Purple, I've noticed. I don't really see it anywhere else. A little like last minute like swerve. Still chasing on Olympic, westbound. Hogging the median. I can barely hear ya.
I was gonna say 667 is back 10-8 after code 0.
Copy. Left down the La Puerta Freeway, southbound. Oncoming lanes on La Puerta. U-turn, getting off at the exit over here. Cigar is going lower La Puerta, northbound. Going for some kind of little jump or something? Guy's car stuck. Okay, we're on the Grassway underneath La Puerta Freeway. He's jumping over towards Calais and Innocence. The metro station on Innocence. Innocence eastbound. Right, Carson, southeast. Oh shit, they're gonna try to fucking hit me. Dylan Carson crossing over Brogue. Low and on right, Lowenstein, left, north. Right, McDonald, east. Sure, can do. He's probably gonna get a pickup from his buddy who also bailed on this. Right, south on Jamestown. Right on Carson. Northwest. Left, Roy Lowenstein, south. Right on Dutch London, west. Right north on Autopia Parkway, in front of the arena. Right north, Davis. Continuing north on Davis. Right, McDonald. East, right, south on Brogue. Right, Carson, west.
Seven at Detaching, I'll take guns. We're gonna be north now on Carson. You're going right. You're going eastbound on Innocence. Left, northbound again.
Dude, driving in the rain's kind of fun.
It's gonna be on
This car's already really fucking slidey. So I'm like spinning on every turner, every turn.
It's gonna be a left now on Vespucci, westbound. Right, northbound, Alta Street.
Fucking door, dude. The door.
Continuing northbound on Alta.
Yeah, Turner. Yeah, I do flips on it for Turner. Chief of Police, no pixel.
Westbound now on
Wyatt Turner. Iceman, my goat. He goes for the jump here.
Taking the upper, I'm gonna go lower. Jankowski.
Happy. Went straight off.
Jump. Continuing westbound now on, well, actually it's Carcer. Yeah, left, southbound now on Portola. Continuing southbound Portola. Positioning down to Palomino, still southbound. Another left, another southbound turn, eastbound rather, South Rockford. Getting left now into the parking lot. Gonna come out onto, passing the gas station, gonna be eastbound on Innocence.
Okay, we've been going a while. He's all over the road. Gonna clear for pits and spikes.
10-4, go for pits, I don't have spikes.
Happy. Be advised, he's probably gonna have a pickup, and when he does, shoot the tires, because they already fled one vehicle.
Someone found an Alta.
Oh, they might be going up the left here to freeway.
Apartments. Be coming out on Vespucci here. Let's see, now they're going through Red Garage.
Yeah, they might try to bail and go to the freeway. He's slowing down.
The pickup.
What the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah, he's going up to left here to... Can you shoot his tires? I'm going around. I'm gonna go around. That guy tried to pull out in front of me too. Give me a direction of travel if you see the car he gets into.
10-4, I'm not on the... You got eyes, Jankowski?
No, I'm going around to left, like to catch him up when I come around.
Why don't I pull this guy over and give him obstruction? Unless...
That's hard to prove.
Is it though? 10-4.
He pulled out in front of us. All I could say is that
10-4, 10-4,
I think it was obstructive.
I got you.
Fucking red garage, dude. I'm VCB up here on left here. I got nothing.
10-4.
Yeah, this is like the swap location because it's just brutal to get around to. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. That's the quickest you can do it right there. But like, even that, like the nearest places they access this are like where I did over here, which is unfortunate because if they go left here, you can never catch them. Or I don't know, man. I don't know. It'd be nice to get like a wall or something to stop people from doing that, but they just find a new spot. They just do it from the other side or something.
Alright, sir, I'm gonna go back 10-8 here.
Okie dokie.
I'm still just waiting for their tow. They're on their way.
Happy that. I knew he was going up here too. When he pulled in the parking lot back there, I was very tempted to tell Wiener to like just go around ASAP, but I don't know if he even would have known where to go because it's such an arbitrary. It's an arbitrary, like, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, where would you go? That is the, like, I need to get away swap right there, man. Yeah, so you can't get through over here because this is walled off, which would be the closest normally. So the second closest is like right here. You have to go like right here to do it. It just takes so long, man. More ramps. Ugh, my God. Now I'm here. It just takes too long, man. Too long. What we need is we just need a fucking like, we just need like a semi truck parked up here non-stop. And the moment anyone tries to swap up here, the semi truck just rams their car and explodes it. That's a great idea, actually. Someone should do that shit. Tertiary. To be honest, this swap is so brutal, I don't think a tertiary even matters. Even if you call it coming a mile away, there's still nothing you can do about it. Like, it's still way too fast. Because all they have to do is get in the car and hit W and they're gone. Versus, like, a tertiary would still have to be close enough to know they're going that way and get there in time. Like, it's too far to go around. Tertiary doesn't matter there. Air 1 is the only thing that would help. And I don't think you want Air 1 on these kinds of chases. Dude, this guy is such a piece of shit.
6723, latest register alarm here. Clothing store off Strawberry.
This guy is sniping rentals for parking tickets. Because they don't know how to fucking... Because they got tapped out of the parking spot. Use this for fucking new door, because I don't want to go back to the PD and repair when this guy is going to a register alarm. 769 will be interrupted to that register alarm as well. It's a long stream, man. I've been streaming like 8 hours today, dude. Maybe 9. Maybe 9. How you talking? I need to write that down. Ask the governor. No. Nine more, dude. I don't have any fucking... There's no way, man. I can't do it 9 more. I do need my quota, so I might have to. I don't have a choice, dude. I don't have a single point towards my quota after 4 hours of patrol across 2 days. I've got nothing to show for it. And I won't be here for the weekends because of my brother's wedding thing. That's actually a funny idea.
7 going to be inactive. 80, we're going to be headed westbound now on Innocence. White in color, 4-door, 4 times occupied. Left turn by the car wash, going out back. Alright, going to be coming out onto the Strawberry, headed northbound.
69's en route.
7-4, now we're transitioning to Elgin, rather northbound. It's going to be a left westbound on Adams Apple. They think this is Tokyo Drift. They're not very good at it.
I think it's experience. There's not a lot of experienced cops, but also there's not a lot of cops in general.
Heading onto Olympic Freeway. Front, away. Still opposite lanes of travel.
769 attaching a secondary Olympic Freeway oncoming towards Palomino.
Do you need another, or are you okay?
We definitely need another. They got 4 in that car.
3D, I'm no longer being held hostage. I can come help.
You talking about your date, Claire?
Yeah, I was forced on a date.
Want me to pick you up to make you happier?
Sure, why not?
I don't know what the SOPs are for parallel.
Alright, I'm taking priority comms. We're going to be opposite lanes of travel northbound on Palomino.
Yeah, carefully spun out. Alright, 769, I'll take secondary again. Oncoming lanes on Palomino Freeway out towards the gas station, just north of the newest building. Collision, and 50 cars stalled out.
That wasn't us, that was your cops, huh?
Back in motion, northbound Palomino Freeway. Oh, you're fine. You're on the right side of the road. They're not. North on Palomino Freeway towards the gas station still. Vehicle is a white four-door. Still oncoming lanes, weaving. Can you take the exit to the gas station? They did. Careful, there's a Dominator there. Going through the gas station. Back on the road, oncoming, Palomino Freeway, northbound. Slam on the brakes, U-turn. Correct lane to travel, southbound Palomino Freeway. Still on Palomino Freeway, southbound. Moving into oncoming lanes, taking the immediate exit. Following.
I've lost him.
Copy, I got him. On exit ramp to Palomino Freeway down to Sustancia Road. Following the road back towards Fudge Lane and such. Westbound Sustancia. Pushing on Sustancia Road. Still on Sustancia, crossing over El Rancho. Road has changed to Innocence, but still moving westbound, same road. Major collision. Vehicle stalled.
667 is attempted to reattach.
Copy. We're in the intersection of Orchardville and Innocence. Vehicles in motion again, northbound.
As attached. I've got cons. We're in the alleyway back behind. We're about to go underneath. Parallel here to Innocence. Transitioning now north of Elysian Fields Freeway. It's going to be left. Westbound onto Capitol.
Happy, be advised, they're smoking, so expect some shenanigans. They're gonna do something here. They're looking for a new car
we have
or
a
something crazy.
tertiary that can attach. Still westbound on Capitol.
Sing the blues.
That's going to be a left northbound turn now onto Strawberry. Left, westbound turn on the Nabs Apple.
Where is Claire and we need her, man?
Right.
Isn't Claire coded?
Northbound turn on the Elgin. Turning into the alleyways behind the garage, next to them or PDM rather. Right, northbound onto Power rather. Oop, right, 1050, go ahead, take cons.
Happy, west on Vespucci. Right north on Alta. Left San Andreas, westbound. Right north, Las Lagunas, U-turn. Disregard, north on Las Lagunas. U-turn again. South on Las Lagunas. Someone's parachuting in front of us. Peaceful, look out.
Pass me.
Copy. South on Peaceful Street.
Peaceful, I've got comms. We'll be right now, westbound on Vespucci.
What the hell was that? Why did Luigi just parachute there?
Right now, northbound on Calais. I've lost. It's the left, westbound San Andreas.
Left south again, Palomino Avenue. Right into an alley. Oh, they're blocked in here. This is a fucking alleyway. One just got out. They're ramming. Trying to get out of this driveway. One's on foot in the black. Come towards you. One's getting on foot too. What are you trying to do? You can't get in here. What are you doing, man? Stop that.
You better stop that now, turtle boy.
Driver ran inside the parking garage.
Nothing.
Just stay with the vehicle since it's still smoking.
316, we're 76.
Right, Vespucci Boulevard West. He's probably got his pals to pick cars up, so be advised for interference. West on Vespucci.
I got 1 foot on foot going northbound on Ginger.
Copy. You want me to come back to you?
I'm negative. You keep chasing. I got this guy.
Copy. West on Marathon Avenue. Sorry, east on Marathon. Right, east on Marathon Avenue. Right, Dorset. Left onto Eastbourne. He's going south on Dorset. He just made collision with me and I flipped over like crazy stuff. Right south on Paddlewood Avenue. He's coming back towards you guys on the scene. ECB. Might have turned off on the freeway. Returning to the main scene to help with the chase.
We're on a current foot pursuit. We're going southbound on Palomino area. Sorry, I don't have my GPS on me. We're kind of eastbound San Andreas. Oh, eastbound's usually where your life goes. Mine went southbound. Now he's southbound, actually. Nope, eastbound San Andreas by the mall.
I don't know how he fucking rides. Like, it's not my car flying like that.
You missed.
If we tried asking him to just stop running, do you think he would stop?
I did. The guy called him Big Meanie.
Just tried. He's not stopping.
Baton.
380, I'm gonna hold lethal.
He's screaming for help like I've never heard before. This is
I
crazy.
could enlighten him.
I think I'd refer to that as
I tried asking him to
squealing.
stop running, and he didn't, so...
Sir, come here.
Oh, he's gonna steal a car. And...
How many
maybe
car
not.
swaps has he done?
I should be there
It's
first.
2 tires. Or no, never mind.
tires.
Sorry, last chase I was in.
Taking his tires, yes or no?
Not on tires, no. Okay, now go for tires. He just creamed that. Yeah, tire. Clear on tires. 2 tires
Right
out.
back
North on
left.
Palomino Avenue. He's spinning out. He's left. Del Perro Freeway, westbound. Getting off on Del Perro to Rockford. Right north. He's spinning out in the movie studio in front of it. Colorful garage. He's gonna get on foot here at the colorful garage. He's good.
I'm 76, got my car.
Oh, where'd he go, man? Fuck. He just jumped out the colorful garage and BCB. Might have got up the stairs.
16, we're 76.
Fuck, dude. I went up the stairs for sure. He's in the colorful garage. He went up the stairs, I believe. There's another car in here. He might come off the top or something.
Spike the exit.
Okay, cool, man. Can you unlock it? I'm gonna go check the upstairs.
Entrance is spiked.
Is it a jump off the top?
Yeah, he's probably gonna ramp off the top of her engine up here.
There's somebody running in the alleyway behind.
You wearing a black sweater with a hat?
Just pick out my spikes. I'm gonna go see.
Yippee!
No spikes at the entrance anymore. Be careful. We have a male that's running westbound on Red Desert.
Black, all black.
Did he have like red hair on?
Yeah, like a red hat or something. Where are you guys at? I'm
Red
on Red
mask.
Desert.
Oh, look,
Bay
he's done.
City
He's
by the
going
bank.
southbound Bay City Avenue.
Okay, copy. On the way.
Trying to hide in a bush.
Yeah, that would be him.
Yep, that's him right here.
He took off his hat.
Southbound
Oh,
Bay
good.
City.
Good hit. Solid hit.
I can see you.
Hey.
Okay, he's laid out.
Okay.
All right, good work, team.
We should probably call TACMed. Hey Vic, how are you?
Someone's on the phone north of us. Not sure if that's yeah. Full supercar. This guy.
What is that?
He's been doing laps, waiting for someone to chase him. That guy. Don't worry about him. Yeah.
Are you awake, sir?
How are you doing, Mr. Canada?
Not Mr. Canada, but thank you. I'm fine.
Oh.
You guys call TACMed?
What radio is on again? That's what I was gonna ask.
They're on one.
I hit him.
Good work. Good shit. Are you? Yeah,
I'm gonna go get my car. I have not searched him. I think he's
Okay.
alive. I'm poking
Okay.
him again.
Hey, we're not medically trained necessarily, but
Oh, what can I do? You know, I don't know
he's
the medical.
breathing. I think it's fine.
Way she goes. Always having a little nappy poo. All right. Listen, I'll call TACMed.
taking
Did
out the
anybody do that?
road.
I think Claire just
No,
did.
I haven't. Okay.
Oh, 10-4.
Claire's doing
Would
it
you
right
like
now.
to search him?
All right, go on. Yeah, you gotta search him.
Brady, going back to 5.
Oh, would you?
Later.
Dispatch troopers.
I'll do it.
Alright, we gotta self-transport.
Oh
Car
my
2,
God.
exhaust also. There's a car from below here.
My mom used to tell me I have anger issues, but I don't know what she's talking about.
You know, I don't either.
Wait, what?
I don't know. He's flopping around a little bit.
Just looks like a little nappy poo.
Okay, yeah, I got his weapons. He'll be clear for TACMed when they get here.
His head get bigger.
Perhaps.
I don't think that's possible. I wouldn't worry about it.
No, I mean,
Radio
if you
check.
hit him in the head with your baton, perhaps it's welted. Maybe it gets a little bigger. Perhaps. That's the price of doing crime.
Wilted, is he a flower?
Travis, is that him?
Did you say he's wilting?
You get a welt. You get a welt.
What
Welt,
does that
not
mean?
Welt.
Oh.
You know, get hit in the head. Really
Hey,
hard.
sir, what is the quota this week?
Oh, come on. Is that what you're doing now?
It's a real job,
Sir,
Vic.
what the hell is wrong with you? Why do you have green hair? Where's your accent?
I don't know.
It's a
She forgot
real
she's from New York
job.
again. It happens.
Nope, this is what I am now.
No, you're
The Lich
you're-
King Jarl Koster took my soul, so now I'm only here for the 9 to 5.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That
All
is
right.
not who the Lich King is.
That's boring, though. I miss when you used to yell at me and stuff. That was fun. We had fun, right?
Arthur's is the Lich King. Oh, he was.
No, yeah,
Vic,
Arthas.
what is the quota,
yeah,
sir, this week?
Read it the same place everyone else can.
But I'm just trying to create conversation, or should I not talk to my fellow colleagues?
Seems pretty outgoing of you to talk to your colleagues.
Oh,
Real
I guess
social
I'm-
butterfly, huh?
Pussy.
Wow, I see what you're
Did
trying
you say
to do.
we have to self-transport, by the way?
What am I trying to do?
Do everything but answer my question.
It's the same as it was last week. It's 10.
I don't remember what it is because it might change.
Wait, hold on,
So he's
sir.
alive.
Jankowski, it was not 10 last week. Last week
There
it was
you go.
15 or 5 felonies or 1 hut.
15.
Just to be clear.
Oh.
That was what we were told.
mean,
And I did not meet it.
Who told you it was 15 instead of that was on the dashboard?
The government email place. It was 15 citations and
I
or
don't
5
believe in
felony arrests.
Actually, here, Vic, I have an email for
Why
you.
not?
Are we supposed to self-transport?
I don't know.
Did you get a response from
looking-
Claire? From TACMed?
Yeah, I said self-transport.
Okay, all right.
What the hell? Okay, all right.
This poor guy's gonna fucking die.
He's not gonna die.
His phone is ringing.
Okay,
Later.
all right. 769, you're out to Pillbox 195.
667's going to go get repairs. Let me know if you need any backup.
All I need from you was you confirm this guy was in the store robbing it?
Okay, so no, I rolled up when they were all running to the car. I didn't see anybody rob a store, but they did, they were driving a stolen vehicle as well as evaded recklessly, so on and so forth.
Hey, you're going to the hospital. It's okay. Police car,
okay, they
Los
were
Santos.
definitely robbing the store, but I didn't see them doing it, so I can't say that they did that. Does that make
Police
sense?
car, Los
or-
Santos.
No, why did I black out? What happened?
Baton, face, yeah.
Motherfuckers!
Well, let me know if you need a better description.
Okay, I'll call you when I get a chance.
10.
Which one of y'all shot my tire out?
Probably the same one you ran over.
Technically, I didn't run into anyone over. You can't prove that.
You definitely did.
I definitely didn't.
Okay.
You mean the guy that tried to get in the car that I'm driving away?
No, the other one in
Okay.
bright yellow vests like
Prove
that.
it. Prove it.
I don't have to.
You do have to prove it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Why would I have to prove it?
Hearsay.
What?
That's hearsay.
No, I mean, hearsay is only valid in like court. This is in court.
Dispatch troopers, you guys gonna need a hand moving the 95s from Pillbox.
I didn't do nothing.
Only 195 and I got him. Thank you.
That's it for it.
All right. Let me get inside.
Kind of need to go to the hospital, bud.
That's where we're at, man.
Oh, I don't know where we are. You hit me over the head with the baton.
The hospital, like I said, we're going to hospital. See the hospital features,
that
the hospital terrain, the hospital.
Yeah.
That's the hospital.
Oh, Lord, you guys beat the shit out of me.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put you down.
Yep, that's how you put people down.
Huh? You're gonna lie in the bed, you can. I'll get a TACMed for you.
Just drop me on the floor. That's cool, man.
I'm not medical, you know. It's the TACMed if they'll put you to bed. I gotta confirm with them first, you know. I've got 195 after you guys are done with those. I'll,
We have
wait
so
patiently.
many, man. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'll wait. He's not going anywhere.
All right.
Okay. TACMed's gonna come by and situate you.
I'm a lawyer. You're gonna get sued, bud. You drop me on the fucking floor.
Okay.
You're so beautiful and whatnot.
Miss Jacobs. Charges resisting theft, evading robbery. Let's see if this is actually Travis. The fuck? There it is. No, what the fuck? What's his first name? Is it not Anthony? Aller. Why do I think it was Anthony?
Man, I love Annie. Isn't Annie great? Shall? Isn't that... Stop talking to him. Shut your bitch ass up, you PD, punk you've ass been very bitch. annoying all day, dude. Like, I don't give a fuck about your emotions, man. Is your voice fucked? No, like, what's it called when you're, talking too much? You scream?
And it'd been crazy if you'd have got shot.
Hello?
Make sure to mark me as a secondary, please.
Yeah, I'm done. He's not going anywhere yet. It's still at the hospital.
Thank you. It was nice working with you, or whatever.
Okay, you're welcome.
Later.
Bye.
Bye, sir. Can you hang up the phone now?
Okay.
Troopers from Rangers? For troopers.
Hey, we have a foot pursuit with Leo down Palomino Highland right now. TAC 11, he has a firearm on him.
Like assistance?
Be on TAC 11.
Be by the oil fields, right?
They said they were coming, I swear. I'm gonna go check on them.
Hello.
Oh yeah,
What's up, Jankowski?
yeah, I just wanted to confirm a few details. So you said he
All right, so I responded.
go ahead,
I responded to a call of a robbery at the clothing store on Strawberry. Right, this guy was in the car that was outside of it, but I didn't get there soon enough to see the people inside. They were running out when I got there. They all got in the car and drove away. So I would be, if it was me, Jankowski, I would charge him with robbery. But I'm letting you know the context so that you can make that choice on your own. They were inside of the store when there was a robbery cat alert.
Hey, if you say, you know, he was in the store running out, and there's a robbery alert,
Absolutely,
yeah, okay,
100%.
then yeah, I'll charge him with it and see what he says, and we'll
Yeah,
figure it out.
let's go with it.
I'm also just gonna do theft, evading, resisting, probably.
Hey, what happened to there's only like 70 people on the roster. What happened to everyone?
Most of that's been the past couple weeks because of the restructure a couple weeks ago, I think.
Oh, how much more restructuring are we doing?
You know, as much as it takes, I guess. I don't know.
Am I getting fired, Jankowski?
You know, even if I knew, they wouldn't, wouldn't let me tell you.
All right.
Tackman just walked past this guy, so I gotta find him.
Sure. All right.
All
Good
right.
luck.
All right, thanks. Yep.
All right, bye-bye.
They just walk by you? They didn't say, okay. All right. Too hungry to run. Fuck, man. Barbecue sandwich time.
You got the 95?
Yeah, still just making sure you guys are still up here.
Yeah, they crashed a boat or some shit.
It's okay.
Pressing the button.
Yeah, I'm going down. Oh, maybe you wanted me to take documents with him. I don't know.
You didn't take me with you. What the hell?
You know, I pressed the button.
I thought you were bringing me with.
I didn't hear consent. Consent's a big deal for me. On the left here.
Is this individual here?
No, this is somebody else. He's on the left over here, on the side.
I'm just laying on the ground here.
Yeah, laying on the
You
bed.
threw me on the fucking ground and just left me here.
I feel that
Fucking asshole.
got you bandaged up. Looks like everything's good. You did roll your
Thank
ankle
you.
though, so don't
Fuck.
go
There you
running
go.
around.
Alright, what happened to you, buddy?
They beat the shit out of me and they threw me on the fucking floor.
Oh, damn, I do see
You
that
need
bruising.
anything else from me,
Alright,
baby?
yeah, Ice packs on you, alright? It's been nice and cool.
Alright, you're good to go when you're
It's like
feeling
one of
up
those
to it.
disposable
It's
ones,
your
alright?
world and I'm just living in it.
Crunch it up here, and then you just kind of
No
put a bandage on
worries.
it. Helps. Just keeps you. Helps
see
that
the
bruise
welts?
doesn't swell. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can you flash your ID to me when you get a chance?
Yeah. I think.
Might hurt to reach for your pockets, but I mean, you got what you got.
I don't know if they took it.
He's just got some bruising to him. He should be alright. I'll get his invoice started.
You like that? Feels nice and cool.
Ah, it feels amazing. Thank you.
Of course, don't worry.
You see this? How you treat people? You see this? You see this?
I don't see nothing. I can't see without my glasses.
I'm talking to fuck Chris McGee outside.
Oh, the officer, yeah, they're nasty. 9 times that nasty.
He beat me with a baton and then threw me on the floor in here. He didn't put me in the bed.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. That is nasty. You need to get a lawyer.
I'm suing the shit out of him.
Uh-huh. But whenever you're feeling up to it, you can head on out, all right?
Hey, SDC, your ID.
Thank you.
You got an ID on this gentleman?
I'm cuffed, yeah.
Officer.
I'm listening.
Officer.
Yeah.
You got an ID on this gentleman?
He's got a wallet on him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me just reach for that asshole. Yeah. Yeah. God, you're stupid.
You want me to get his ID for you? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I need to see his ID. So I can invoice him.
Dispatch 203, I got in the FTOs. I can pick up some cadets.
Okay, all right. One sec. Are you Travis Jacobs, buddy?
Hey,
nope.
Is that you?
Nope.
You're not Travis Jacobs.
Nope.
Okay, so I'm gonna arrest you for carrying the wrong ID as well. Then is that what's going on?
Somebody nice in this room would ask how to answer their question properly.
What?
What?
I didn't hear you. That's what I'm saying. You're soft spoken, I guess.
Yep.
Can I get your name, sir?
Is
Travis
it
Jacobs, sir?
Okay. So are you Travis Jacobs?
Yep, that's my name.
Okay.
667, so I'm clear we don't respond to deputies 13
Have you been read your Miranda rights yet? Because I think you could stay silent if you don't want to talk.
No, I'm asking the question.
No, all right, we'll see you later, baby. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's ridiculous. Fellow officers getting shot.
Nice, man.
I completely agree with you. However, if you go onto their scene, they will arrest you for obstruction of justice.
No, not until the TACMED says he's done with you.
I'm done with him.
Okay. All right.
You have a good one.
Right this way.
To be fair, though, their hostility is completely unwarranted.
That doesn't sound good.
He needs a gun out because I'm handcuffed. Yeah. All right, thanks, man.
All right, to Mission Row we go then.
That's bad. You want me to grab the bus? You got it.
You can grab it if you want.
Seven 6976 Mission Row 195.
Hey, bud, you got room for a cadet?
I do not. My last arrest too.
380 would, but I'm going off duty soon because, well, the power might go out in my car, apparently.
Okay, so you know you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can and will be against you in the court of law. You have the right to have an attorney present during any question, not forward one, when appointed you by the state at no cost to you if available. And you have the right to a bench trial.
There's going to be a thing for trainee cadets to do while there's no troopers around to train. Just working out with Tilly at the moment.
Let's, you feel up to it, King? I've gotten to get a little more practice.
Mm.
You let me out of the fucking car? Genius?
Yeah, and all good time, man. Just making sure the doors are shut. I thought I saw Twitch. A very nice guy, are ya?
When you beat the shit out of me and throw me on the floor of the hospital, yeah, I'm not very fucking nice.
How do you think the owner of that vehicle felt when you had grabbed them out of the car and beat them up and then ran over a cop?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
We'll deal with that in court, buddy.
Yeah. Are you like you use the bathroom or something?
Sounds good. All right, this way.
You better not pee in my car.
So you just admitted to malice intent. That's great. Good job, dude.
Admitted to malice intent? How'd I do that?
Because you just acknowledged that you did all that. Great job, bud.
I did what?
Threw me on the fucking floor of the hospital.
I set you there for attack fed to come treat
You
you.
did not sit me there, buddy. You threw me on the ground. Don't
Okay.
try.
All right. Whatever you say, buddy. This cell right here, all right?
Let's go ahead and get this lawyer down here.
Yeah, sit tight. Let me go through your belongings again and bag them up for DOC. We don't need. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. If you come to the bars and turn around, I take the cuffs off you. Okay, I'll see if any lawyers are available.
Hello, Lori Line. This is Barry Honest.
Very honest. Okay, looking for a public defender to take a case for a suspect in the cells at Mission Row.
Well, the public defender's office doesn't exist anymore, but I will head down there
It's
for
just-
the cell rep.
Just common plain speak, you know. Like,
No, I
that's
get
what
it.
you are
So-
when you pick up the line, whether or not that office exists or not.
Okay. So MRPD, yeah?
Yeah, Mission Row. What's your ETA, so I know what to tell them?
Well, I gotta run down to my car in the mall, so I don't know, 4 minutes to get there,
Okay,
probably.
sounds good. And just you want to shoot me a text when you get here, so I know to come up and get you.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
$900 plus 210-8 from MRPD.
I'll charge him with hit and run because he's also going to try to contest that he didn't hit her, but whatever. Blue. Yeah, I'm writing such a fucking crazy report here. Medical was treated by. All right, that's pretty good articulation. I don't think any of those guys took pictures of the cars, unfortunately. You do that. Yeah, I don't really care for all the formatting shit everyone does. It just seems like too much work to flip through 5 reports and copy and paste 5 things. I don't care. It's just, I think it's all, it looks good. If you want to do it, fantastic. I ain't doing all that. That's so much fucking work. Flipping through 5 reports, copying and pasting shit.
Shut
up,
bitch.
ethics.
B.
Kind of curious why you said, what you said in your mod application, buddy. That radio was sees again. Two. All right, I think I've described myself pretty good. Let's see, what charges have I not met? The robbery, I guess theft. He sold that vehicle from a local. Resisting, he did that. Evading, he did that. Okay, there's that lawyer. I'm gonna go let him in, just so you know. I think you said, yeah, I think your answer that pissed me off was favorite RP character, Jon Snow from Public. What was that about, buddy? The hell was that, man? You didn't write the chief like everybody else.
Hey, bro.
Hiya. He's a cool guy. Wrong, dude. Hiya. Yeah, Barry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any weapons with you?
Nope.
Okay, would you consent to a frisk before I let you in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. What's in the bags?
Paintings. You can look at them if you want.
Okay. Put a gun on me when you're awful sore. And, no phones or radios downstairs, okay?
Okay. I'll just, leave my phone at the desk here if you want.
It's fine if you want to, just don't prefer not to use it.
Or, okay, I won't.
Okay. Actually, I mean, it's not just prefer, but like, you know, like
I understand.
lawful order style, just to make sure I'm clear. Okay. Your client is identified himself as Travis Jacob.
Oh, I'm locked out.
Okay.
Sorry.
Or is it a little finicky sometimes? Travis Jacob, he's charged with robbery, theft of motor vehicle, evading, resisting, and hit and run.
Okay. There we go.
That one? Okay. You'll be in the last cell on the right.
Okay, just before I leave it, let me, I want to make sure I write down what you just told me real quick.
Okay.
The charges and such.
Yeah.
Got robbery, theft of a motor vehicle, evading, resisting. What was the 5th one?
Hit and run, maybe? Did you get that?
That was the missing one.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right. All right, this is him. I'm assuming you can tell him the charges and everything.
Yep. Oh, can I pull up my phone real quick just to turn off my notifications?
That's fine.
All right. There, that's done.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. Your client, come knock on the door when you want me in the back. I love when criminal characters think they have like a lawsuit, like, oh, I'm gonna get out of this because they hit me with a baton, or because they put me on the ground instead of the bed at the hospital. When realistically, that is not. It's not a problem at all. It's like, yeah, like I'm not a doctor. We're cops, not doctors. If we get told to self-transport, it's entirely reasonable to not know to put you in the bed, or not put you in the bed. Also, a baton strike for someone who was running on foot for upwards of 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes, maybe like 4 or 5 minutes. And stole a car last time he was on foot. It's entirely reasonable. And besides, judges don't care about use of force. Judges shouldn't care about use of force, is what I meant to say. A judge doesn't really care how someone became, like, how someone was detained or brought into custody. That's a civil suit, if anything. Your criminal appeal is not going to matter at all.
Alpha 5 plus 2, 1076, code 2, the latest alarm trip on Innocence.
Mm-mm.
15 plus 2, 1023, code 6 on Innocence of the alarm.
I mean, to be honest, even if it was for jaywalking, they would still be guilty of jaywalking. It would just be that the cops would be sued for like $1 billion for unauthorized use of force in a civil suit. It's completely separate and different. You'd still get the citation, probably. I don't know. Maybe they'd be like hey, we feel sorry for you type situation. You're not going to get the charge, but you'd still be guilty of it. In that kind of extreme situation, maybe you wouldn't actually get it. Is this guy done yet? On there, still yapping. Can't believe I chewed through that much food. A lot of food to go through. Tonight. Kind of got to piss, but I think I've waited too long that he's gonna walk up as soon as I get up to piss. Me too. I mean, I feel I get the feeling that like, I mean, honestly, that was good insight to talk to All In like that afterwards, because you know, I kind of expected him to say like, oh, it's not the right moment, but him responding with like, listen, I'm just tired of trying. It doesn't matter anymore. Was pretty like, damn, that's pretty fucking grim, you know? Like, it's pretty grim that, like, All In wasn't like, hey, you know, now's not the right moment or whatever. It was just like, I don't even see the point anymore. I'm tired of doing it and nothing changes. I gotta piss, dude. What if my last arrest, dude? Oh man, I gotta do some sub goals. I gotta do some sub goals here in a minute. Oh, here it is.
Hello.
Oh yeah. You wanna? I assume you wanna talk to the client, or?
Let's talk over here for a second.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so obviously I don't know your side of the story, but just in the sake of seeing if we're in the same ballpark, he would be willing to plead guilty to the other 4 charges. If he could get...
What's the other 4? What's the odd one out?
The robbery. If the robbery is dropped, he would be willing to plead to the other 4 charges. And then his other thing he would say is this has been going on for an awful long time, and he would want to only be have time served so that he only spends 5 months up.
From store robbery.
Although I don't think there's a lot of I don't know how much time that is dropped. I think it's probably only like 20 months or something.
What did he say for time served? Like what was the number?
Well, what's the total? He wants it down to 5 months.
Down to 5?
What is the total? Isn't it like 25 to begin with?
It's 45. But if I drop robbery, it would go down to 25.
Okay.
I don't think I could do down to 5. That's like, you know, it's, you know, a fifth. I mean, I could definitely meet him at like an odd number. So it's half of 25, you know, it's like
well, it's either 12 or 13 depending on how you're rounding.
You call it 13. I'll do 13.
All right, well, let me go talk to him.
Okay. I'll stand over here instead of going outside. That's okay?
Sure.
I like to give lawyers a break, man. If lawyers are coming down here and doing stuff, I'll work with him a little bit. Barry, I think it was Barry something. Add him preemptively. Never mind, there's a million Barrys. Barry, I want to say Barry Landers, but I don't know. It was Barry, it was some pun. Very, very honest. Gotta be it. For him, though. I confer with him, though.
You know what? That's fair, because they could have got me on a...
I would say that shirt looks a hell of a lot different than Land, buddy. Fuck you.
I can always ask.
If you won't do 10, we'll take the...
All right, well, he said basically if you drop the robbery and drop it to 10, he'll plead guilty right now.
Dropping the robbery is already dropping 20 off it.
Well, I understand. I'm just letting you know what he's...
Okay. Kind of feels like we're going back and forth. Is it okay if you just want to talk to him, like, directly?
Yeah, if that's what I thought I was looking. Sure.
Okay, let's just do that, because it's just... I don't want to send you back and forth like a messenger anymore.
Oh, that's what a lawyer does, but fair enough.
What's that?
That's what a lawyer does, but fair enough.
No, but, like, in this case, we're not really,
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not really arguing the finer points of law, just talking about time. So dropping robbery's already 20 months off. So I'll meet you at 12 months off, which leaves you at 13. I think that's more than fair. Because you're going from 45 down to...
You know what? You've been a champ. That is fair. Y'all could have, it could have been an assault charge. So you know what? I'll take that.
Okay, so just to... Gotta have it, down on paper. Theft of motor vehicle, resisting, evading, or hit and run. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay.
It's not being a dick, even though I gave you shit.
What they say about Jesus, turning the other cheek or something? Okay.
And say an officer were to have gotten hit, it was not intentional. If that were
I didn't say it was intentional. I just said it's what happens.
I just want to make it clear. If something like that were to happen, it was not intentional.
I gotcha.
I'm a complete piece of shit.
Okay. Could you... You're all good on this then? I don't want to...
Yeah,
okay.
that's fine.
Can you go ahead and turn around and put your hands up? I'm going to put...
Can I... what's your name, bud?
This is Barry.
Yeah, Barry Honest.
Barry Honest, I'll hit you up when I get out.
You want to exchange numbers if you want?
Is
Go
that
ahead.
okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Probably get away from the door usually.
Maybe.
Yeah, you usually got to go to the bars instead of the door.
There you go.
Okay.
Did you get it?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the card.
Perfect. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, officer.
Just go ahead and put your hands up and turn around. I'm going to return the bat and the gun you didn't use. It's also his fucking... I am going to have to seize the radio because you were using it to ask for a pickup, just to let you know.
Yeah,
but the gun, the ammo, the bat, and the wallet, you're all getting back. Okay. All right. No further questions?
Oh, thanks, man. You're not a complete asshole.
Try not to be. Okay. All right. I'll have to so he can pick you up.
Thanks, man.
And by the way, it was Barry Honest, right? H-O-I-N... Okay, gotcha.
Oh, you don't talk to me.
And for your records, it's arrest 22059. I think you need that to get paid.
Yep. Thanks so much.
Okay. Anything else you need?
No, that was it.
Okay. Let me get you out of here.
Thank you.
You been a lawyer long?
Oh, a couple months. I haven't been around much the last couple weeks. I was out of town.
Gotcha. How many calls you get for like seller reps and stuff? Average, Like it's probably pretty low, unfortunately.
It really varies. It generally is pretty low. There are some times where there's a ton, but yeah, very high variance.
Oh my god, that door pissed me off. Not getting catch it sideway. All right, last door, and then you are free to go.
Great. You have a wonderful day, sir.
You too. See ya. It's unlocked. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Oh my god. Here we go. Sometimes I'm like, damn, am I even playing a different character, or am I just playing Svensson 2?
Hello there.
And then I realize I must be playing a different character. Because Svensson would have doubled and tripled down and told that guy to go suck a fart. But instead,
Thank you.
I wasn't mean back to him. At least too mean anyway. And in the end, he was like, my bad. I'm sorry I was mean to you. Which, it's nice. I'm collecting handcuffs now, though.
Another 444? Can I believe it? It's my lucky.
Svensson would have given him 40 months for sure. If I was on Svensson, as soon as he was a douche to me and started like threatening to like sue me, on Svensson, I probably would have just like fucking... I would have been like, all right, great. You're losing your gun. I'm holding it for evidence. Probably. Like, I'm gonna hold your gun for evidence or some I don't know. Maybe that would have been too far, probably, because there's no like real reasonable belief the gun was relevant at all. That's probably too far. But I probably would have been like 40 months minimum. I probably would not have dropped anything. If anything else, I probably would have charged with assault or something. It's fun to play different characters sometimes. Although I do miss the court stuff, because I used to get a lot more bench trials on Svensson. I fucking like bench trials, man. Can't wait for Svensson. Make Sven and Son law firm. Yeah, John and I were laughing about that. That's a great name for it.
How are you doing anyway, bro?
I'm good, you know. I'm just gonna see how bad this thing's fucked up and probably put her back in the motor pool if it's not too bad.
Fair. Yeah, I'm working on a new unit, a subdivision of dispatch for check that's going to be allowed in for trainees.
What now?
I'm working on a new subdivision right now for Tilly.
Okay,
We're going to be writing these or undercover versions of these.
Okay, you let the wheelchair in the back?
I'm going off duty, sir. I'll put my
Yeah.
timesheet in.
Does any of you have the keys to the
There's a
Atlas?
there's a rainstorm. What do you mean?
What are you doing what the hell's doing a fucking timesheet?
Do we not have timesheets? How are we recording how long I worked then?
You don't, it's just the
government does
the
that
citation, the quota.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, have a good day.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
Oh yeah?
All right, are you making coffee tomorrow?
Hey, what's the reference? I don't get it.
Like in the coffee maker? I'm asking.
No, I'm not making. No plans to make
Okay.
coffee.
Has the coffee maker been cleaned and used recently?
You know, I don't know. I'm not a big.
Okay.
More of a tea guy, I think.
Wow, wish we could all be as tranquil as you.
Okay. How was the date?
I need you to get a happy hat tomorrow.
I'll wear a happy hat tomorrow. The date was great.
Oh yeah.
I asked him if he wanted me to spit in his mouth.
I can. I think I've heard enough. Thank you.
Tell me about it.
All right. All
All
right.
right, later, Vic. See you, Mr. Canada.
769-1042.
Thank you for your service.
Any food I can steal? Oh, we got food. It's just going bad ASAP. This shit's going bad so fast though. Taking this food for tomorrow. I'm gonna just wolf down some avocado toast. In case I don't get on tomorrow and this is bad by then. Mmm. Delicious. I probably shouldn't be drinking tea. It's quality. I need to go through these milkshakes first. Tomorrow, real drama day. Maybe. I don't know. Today was pretty heavy drama. Just no one's going to know about it until like a day or two from now. Like maybe Thursday. I mean, dude, unfortunately, I think if Coster does the meeting on... Coster does the meeting on Friday, I'm probably not going to be there. My mom's not in town. She's... It's weird. My mom's not in town. She's going to the next town over. My brother lives, like, a long ways away, like 3 or 4 hours away. So I've got to go drive over there to see her, because I haven't seen her since last year. Real, like, not even like Christmas, but like, I don't think I've seen her since my birthday last year. So I gotta go travel for Friday and probably Saturday. Yeah, it's like a 3.5, probably a 4-hour drive, honestly. Yeah, brutal. I regret it. I hate it. I'm worried about my car not making it one of these times. But my car's been holding up pretty good, so whatever. Whatever. If 4 hours is a long time if you're not American, or even North American, really. Canadians also do big drives. I don't know about Mexicans. I never really asked what their driving culture looks like. Anyway. Yeah, that'll do it for me. I will be back tomorrow, probably the same time, and yeah, I gotta do some of these like sub goals. Too much time passes. I want you guys to think I'm not doing them, but pretty RP heavy with Vic. When I get back, I should have an idea of when the in-app for 7-Head Arenas is happening. As far as the big culling, I think the big meeting is going to be tomorrow, or probably most likely Friday. And I probably won't be there if it's on Friday. I just realized, because I think Friday is the day that I'm driving over, and because it's a 4-hour drive, I'll probably have to leave just before he starts it, because it looks like he's gonna start at like 2 or 3 p.m. I'll probably have to hit the road like 2 hours before that. That's a bummer. It is what it is. All right, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Take care of yourselves, and if you can, someone else too. I will see you guys probably tomorrow.